Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Simsport Racing International here on YouTube. We are starting a 12-hour race at the lovely circuit of Spa-Francorchamps for the third race of the Simsport Racing International Endurance Championship. We've had some blistering races in the first two endurance races of the season, and we're hoping for another brilliant one today. I am Patrick Prince, and I will be taking you through the first few hours of the endurance race, and hopefully Alex Newman will be jumping in with me sometime soon. And fingers crossed, we'll have some great action on track to bring through to you today. I think we've got about 40 odd cars on the grid, 43 at the moment. So yeah, undoubtedly we're going to have a lot of action going on, and if I did hear correctly, I can't yet see the track, but I think it might be wet, so you know, always good a little bit of rain around. Yeah, mildly moist on Spa-Francorchamps. So where is Spa? Well, obviously I say obviously, most people who are watching this will probably know that it is a Belgium-based track, and I think it's in the Ardennes region, if I remember correctly. I did visit it last year for the live 24 hours GT World Endurance, which I have to say was amazing, and I recommend if anyone does love racing, you go and check it out because it is quite the experience. And in that region, we are quite highly elevated, and I mean the circuit itself, the lowest point on the circuit, Stavolo, is 365.6 meters above sea level. The highest point, which is the second part of Le Con, that is 467.8 meters above sea level. So we've got a massive gradient change, which is quite taxing on the cars, on the water, on the bumps. So there's everything. You got everything in this circuit, and it's also one of the longest circuits in the world, although I cannot remember off the top of my head how long it is, and I didn't remember to look that up. So if anyone in YouTube chat wants to let us know, we are more than welcome to have some advice popped in through there. Shall we get on with the track guide anyway? Get a good understanding of what exactly we're going to be seeing around Spa today. So we start across the start-finish line, which is obviously different to the F1 cars compared to the GT. So we start here, just under the Total Energy sign, and then you end going left fast into Eau Rouge, then up the massive climb through Radion. That's going to be one of the big choke points at the start of the race, because it's very difficult to get cars cleanly side by side through there. But if you can make it through, you then have this lovely climb along the Kemmel Straight, where you have a few seconds to regain your composure if you've had a few brown flag moments or anything. Into Lecum, your first large braking point. Trying to keep it clean. You'll still probably have many cars side by side, and that's your highest point on the circuit. Then you start the drop down through Malmedy and into Sector 2. Now, cars in this sector, so here's Brussels, like I say, cars in this sector, these are the ones that if you're going for more of a downforce setup, you're going to be so much stronger here. It can be beneficial in qualifying, but maybe not so much in the race, because the race is all about overtaking, and if you don't have the straight line speed, you're going to struggle. That corner there was No Name, or Speaker's Corner, depending which version you like. Then down through the long sweeping left-hander of Pouon. Easy to carry too much speed there and pick up an off-track, and with ACC you pick up 4 of those and then you are in trouble with a drive-through, and those things cost around here because pit lane is one of the longest. But now the Fania chicane and Piff Paff, or Piff Paff again, depending which one you got. I think Spa has so many different alterations of names. Down into Campus, and here we are at the lowest point of the circuit, and possibly one of the hardest corners to maximize, Davolo. Because this corner is all about carrying as much speed as possible, because you then have the long Paul Frere curve. maybe a curve, but it's also flat, so you don't have to worry at all about braking or losing any speed. Blanchimont as well generally is flat as long as the car is set up correctly. Wet, definitely not, but that's a different story. And then into the bus stop chicane. And that's another huge overtaking point and a huge braking point. In the wet, going to cause a lot more troubles. And then we do actually end the lap at the F1 start-finish point. And that's then where your lap starts from the next point on. And then you go back into La Source and you start fresh again. So, like I say, a long old circuit, lots of corners. Technically 19 official corners, but there are far more than that. Overall, though, we are in for a cracker. So I think we've got a few cars on track actually doing qualifying right now. I don't know if we are able to switch over, unless Chris wants to first take us through the standings and how we're looking going into this race. That's true, yes. Standings first. So R2E currently lead the way. They've had two very consistent finishes in a third place at Silverstone, our first race of the season. That was a 10-hour. And then another third place finish at Valencia in the 6-hour. Wild Things, although they struggled at Silverstone, they smashed a victory at the circuit of Valencia. And although only 10 seconds ahead after 6 hours, still a good old victory to get back to the top. Mission Spino Racing, even in the Ferrari, were the opposite way. They had a brilliant Silverstone race where they actually won it by over a lap compared to everyone else, but then seemingly struggled to get anything going in Valencia. And although the points look, I mean, we've got what, a 24 gap from first to second there. Everyone else is much closer, but there is also a drop round in this. So I don't know if this is useful information or not, but SSRI on SimGrid, you can actually see who's taking the drop rounds where at the moment because they seem to want to keep it up to date. So it's actually much, much closer on those. But obviously, we've got 4 more races to go. We've got this big one, 12 hours at Spa, and then seemingly Nordschleife is coming out prior to when we had it scheduled for. So we will be doing the big 24 hours on the 20th of April at the Nordschleife, and anything can go on that circuit. So yes, we'll have to wait and see just how this season develops. But fingers crossed, we're going to have a cracking fight from 3 or 4 teams going all the way to the line. Now, I believe Alex has actually joined me in the comms booth.
Good morning. I was about to say evening, but hope you're doing all right.
I'm doing great, thanks. You? Well, you would
Yeah,
doing good.
running quite late, but
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
We're yet to jump into the track and get into the action. So, I think we do have we did have the qualifying going. Yeah, we're about to start qualifying. The practice session had gone. The track is actually going to get wet in about 10 minutes. So this is probably going to be a mad dash for setting your maybe you only get one opportunity at it. And
It's
like
probably close to 5 minutes. Yeah, because 10 minutes away, light rain, so maybe about 7 minutes of around dry track, but it's only a fast track as well, so it's going to be, again, as slow as you're probably expecting it to be a bit faster because it's not an optimum track, but we'll probably just see. This is what happened with, I think it was Valencia, is there's only a few, no, I'm thinking of completely different Valencia, but it's just something that does happen quite a lot now. What I see in endurance is just you see maybe 1 or 2 dry laps and it just goes straight to wet, so...
Well, one thing I can tell for sure is with that little time, you can see cars are almost all of them already on track fighting for position, because the last thing you want is if you can only get 1 or 2 hot laps in to really push for that time and you're stuck in traffic, you just might not be able to optimize your laps. And I think once the rain hits, it might just be a quiet end to qualifying. We might not see anyone really come out unless people fancy just getting a feel for a wet track, because I don't know how the servers are set up and what day the race is compared to qualifying. Qualifying Saturdays, that mean races on Sunday, Chris? Correct. So there is a day between, but knowing Spa, there is always rain around the corner. So maybe people want to get a feel for how the track will be just with a sprinkling of rain, because it is very light. If you look in your top right-hand corner of the screen, you can see that it's just one little bar below the cloud. So it's probably still going to actually be slick tyres. Well, the dry tyres, sorry, on that circuit. But the grip might just move away from you, so you've really got to be careful.
It does make it more interesting, though, that's for sure.
Oh, for certain. And I think once we start getting a few laps in... Oh, that looks like he's just about kept it in bounds. I'm not too sure. It's invalidated, and it looked like the Porsche behind also stepped out. No, the Porsche doesn't have the... Yeah, well... Chris feeding the wrong information. Who would have thought? But no, on the track map on the right, you can actually see who's still. As long as you are not selected on the car, you can see who's on a valid lap, because they are currently got a grey dot around the number, whereas those who are on an invalid lap or an out lap will have the blue circle around their car position. So we can't tell if Jesse has actually kept that in bounds or not, because he's currently a red icon to notify that he is the one we are on board with and showing us exactly where on track he is. But I think I think it's valid. Okay, so we believe it is still valid, and we'll find out now as he crosses the start-finish line, and he goes up to third. Fourth now. He's the slowest of all cars so far to have completed a lap, but... Well, he might just be taking it a little easier, I think. It's a mixture now, I believe, of trying to bring in the tyres so you can really get that maximum warm-up for the outlap, because I do think that does make a difference. And also keeping an eye on the clock to make sure that you don't just take too long and then the rain comes and you're caught out.
I reckon they might be able to just get one more lap before the rain starts, but I feel like a few cars might get a bit unlucky. Probably halfway through the lap, the rain might start. It's very hit or miss at the moment.
Bit of traffic coming through there for Sam on the final corner. Will that affect him? It does affect his turn in slightly for the bus stop, but up to fifth he goes. Giselle, or Giselle, apologies if we butcher any names. Currently the fastest man on track, but only just ahead of the 141 McLaren. Those two a tenth apart. Everyone else struggling to be up to speed with them. Maybe just a trick up their sleeves about bringing those tyres in faster than anyone else, but looks like he's got a lifted bonnet there. You're right, Chris. So I think he may have had an incident on this lap. I'm not sure. Well, supposedly he's 0.2 up with a damaged front end, so maybe not anymore. Yeah, just invalidated the lap. Could you just remind me, Chris, can people hear you or not? Are you just in my ear? Okay, you are the voice in my head, right? Good to know. Yeah, that... Okay, so Andre here with BTL Racing in the 141. Now 3/10 up, but he's going to need a little bit more than that, because Grunning's just taken the lead in the 723 Aston. And we've got traffic on the final corner.
Oh, he's not going to be a happy
That is
chappy.
unfortunate for both. No, that might be something that comes back to bite the... well, comes to the stewards in the booth. Because we do have a good stewarding team on board with us today here at Simsport Racing International. One of my good racing buddies, I think, is leading the charge there. He expects to be busy but hopefully we have some good quality. But again, we're just having issues with cars sort of falling over each other into the bus stop chicane. It is a horrible point of the track because everyone trying to get a bit of space and sort of where you all converge together. And I think it's again not helping with that rain just threatening in just a few minutes' time.
Exactly that. It's an optimum track so far, so times will just slowly become faster until, obviously, as you just said, the rain will hit. It's very hit and miss at the moment. It says, well, it's been about 5 minutes now, we could say. But it could be the next 50 seconds or so until we actually see the rain. So a few people might have enough time just to finish this lap before the rain actually does hit.
I'm just wondering if it actually will make a difference as soon as it starts, or if it depends how heavy it is. Because it's light, they might be able to squeeze in a lap if someone's already on one. We're on board right now with Jonas Hackler, last season's winners in the RNE Team Teal. 6/10 up prior to entering the new bus stop chicane. So we're expecting them to jump into the top 10. Whereabouts will they go? Up to 5th. Still half a second off the leaders, though. That's 723 McLaren really pumping out a good lap.
100%. And it does seem he is going to go across the line again, but he is going to improve not by much. It's a 216.3. So that might be his last actual chance of trying to gain quite a big gap between him and P2. But we are on board now with Justin Deschamps. I'm not sure if he's up in the Sim Racing Holland car. You see this team quite a bit. 0.2 going through on the corner before. What's it called? Blanchimont, that's it. But it does seem he is. Went down a placer. I'm not sure if Huckler took it, but he's going through Blanchimont. He might encounter a bit of traffic as well from the 296. I'm not sure who that is. But it does seem he might get a bit of traffic here. I'm not sure if he's still 0.2 up or if he's down 0.3. So just coming around the exit now, but unfortunately it has dropped. Going across the line, I don't think he's going to improve as he's not.
25 minutes of qualifying to go, but the rain surely is no more than a minute or two away now. Running actually has been pipped at the top. We have 216.1 for the 911 car, Casingina. Big performance from the Porsche. Tuja right now, though, the one on board with a 77 RPM true. That's the name. Tribe work. Yes, we'll go with that. Thanks, Chris. Tribe work McLaren. 0.2 up, maybe more. That's going to give them possibly 2 spots. Are they going to jump into 5th? Is it going to be higher? 5th place, 200ths off P4. Getting closer and closer in that 3rd to 9th spot. Maybe no, 3rd to all the way down, basically. But those two currently out top are in a league of their own. And the rain has arrived.
It's already went down to a fast track that was so quick, so it's actually quite heavy, it does seem. So just a few cars being able to do their final lap before the rain actually does make an impact. It's already green track, so it's definitely not going to be enough for a few people to actually finish their lap. But it does seem the Lamborghini of Arwin does manage to finish his lap quite luckily, as a few cars are going yellow already, going, I think that's around Blanchimont area. So a few are already, oh, it's greasy already. Wow, this is quite heavy rain, actually, I'm going to say.
It's heavier than what I was expecting. Possibly different. I don't know how it would look on board if we can get a shot. Chris, you wouldn't mind giving us a cheeky on board? Yes. Okay. Well, clearly too much for the 239 Ferrari to handle going through Radion Rouge, because that is one spot where anything out of line or offsetting the car can really cause you troubles. Doesn't seem too bad on board, I have to say. It looks a lot worse on the director shots, but I can't imagine it'll still feel like it did just a minute ago as we're on board with Dominic Geese. You can see his lovely face and the concentration in the corner as he gunned deep and calls it there. Into the pit lane we go. A bit of pit lane practice. I think, to be honest, that might be basically it for qualifying now. I'm not sure what we're going to have to do to fill in these 20 minutes that we'll have, but yeah, Chris giving us the information everyone expected, that no improvements are being made. There's only 3 cars on valid laps out there. One of them being the boat. That car, if any, is probably the one likeliest to keep going. Good old Bentley. Dan Lenson rocking the old cars in the evergreen Team Rocket Canal Cruisers as well. The name is perfect for this kind of, well, probably for flooded conditions, but you know, nothing wrong with a little bit of rain.
Yeah, I remember.
So for those of you who are seeing this for the first time, like myself, this is actually designed like a ship. So Chris will give us a little zoom in, just to show that those bricks on the top are shipping containers. Although he's going to tease us all for now, he's just going to leave it later on because, you know, we've got 20 minutes of action-packed stuff to look through and go through right now. That
Exactly.
there's...
Does seem though a few cars are still out. We're just trying to get on board with what is, or I was quite loose there from the Ferrari. Must be still on the slick tyres, but it's just a few cars are still out on track, as we did see. Maybe just trying to practice with wet tyres or potentially dry on wet. But I think
the slides look lovely though.
On the slicks executed well, maybe not well on purpose, but
unfortunately not the fastest way around track, but it is the most stylish way around the track.
Exactly, and that's what counts.
Oh yeah, you get brownie points for that. You've got us shouting you out because you're one of the few cars still on the track, still giving it a go.
Until you spin it.
Because of that, you get a load of screen time as well.
Exactly.
So yeah, the only downside is if you do spin it, then you are also
the brownie points are gone.
Well, in the meantime, then we might just have to I think I expect people will give up on pushing through, but I may be wrong. We might just have to do a bit of a livery contest with everyone in the chat and just see as we go through the grid, just to see who's is the nicest, who's is the most fashionable. I don't know if we should probably do an ugly ranking one, just because some people may get offended, but there we have. Oh, and it's for the
pyramids on it.
Shipping route to Egypt. Clearly, it's got the pyramids on the front. And there's the Maersk. We've got, yeah, lovely green boat.
Also love how they don't line up from the side to the top.
Oh, that doesn't matter. I think it's artistic license you get with this kind of thing.
Exactly, it's quite creative.
The Panama flag as well on the side of the wings. Port of Rotterdam. Very, very nice car indeed. I actually love that racing green, to be honest.
Yeah, the green is lovely.
Lovely colour.
There's the pyramids that have been you can see where they've been chopped out of the colour.
Someone's had a bit of fun.
Someone's done a background remover.
Or yeah. In the meantime, this Ferrari's still pushing through, still pushing along, giving it a try. 27th place is the 666. Ria's really stepping out now, properly flicking out the back end.
He's asking for it now. Oh
yes! Look at that!
He's getting too confident. I feel like his brownie points might be lost too.
Do you think someone's told them, look, you're getting a load of screen time, make it look good?
Yeah, don't go on the curbs.
Oh, he's really... I think he's handling this beautifully, you know.
Minus the tyres.
Well, you normally ignore your qualifying set anyway, so if he's still on the slicks and he's just burning them up,
Oh, belongs
The
to
only thing you have to
Nordschleife.
watch for is that is got another gorgeous slide, but he didn't quite keep that one in track limits, so we're gonna have to deduct a point or two from you there.
That Lando
Um,
was so scared.
Yeah, the one thing you gotta watch out for even when it comes to the wet to dry period is you can get Kunos featured, which means when you switch from your wet setup to a dry one, the tyres can revert back to the first set, and it's not a fun experience when that happens, trust me, because that happened to me in the wet Barcelona race that I did last season, and then I had to do a whole stint on a set of used tyres. We didn't figure this out until after, but I was really struggling as to why I was a second slower than everyone else and a second or more slower than my optimal pace. So just a handy little feature to make note of, because trust me when I say I've learnt the hard way through most of these.
And that's why I don't race much anymore.
Someone's got to be the guinea pig, haven't they?
Exactly.
Just happened to be me.
Your sacrifice makes good entertainment.
Oh, I'm sure it did. I believe Chris would agree. You go back to sleep, Chris. Don't worry. We got 15 minutes until race start, at least. Yeah, well, I think everyone's just trying to get an understanding of, or essentially just use this as another practice session now. Just there's no point. Well, you have unlimited sets of wet tires, so if they're going out on the wets, they're not going to burn up any there. The only thing they would do is waste a set of dries if they thought, oh, you know what, we'll do that. But I think
any cars in particular 666.
they were still out on their qualifying set, I think, so I wouldn't question that much. But yeah, there's no harm with just using the time available to get a bit more practice in. There's the variables with the rain are quite a major thing, to be honest. That it's because it's such minimal information that you get supplied with in terms of the forecast, how much rain you're going to get, how much it actually increases by, because all we can see as the viewer is the exact same thing that all the drivers can see. In that top right, you get your current forecast, your 10-minute and your 30-minute, and then you get a plus or minus next to if you get nothing, it means that the rain's going to stay the same, but if you get a plus or minus, the rain will increase or the rain will decrease. But you don't know by how much. It could just be a tiny amount, it could be quite a considerable bit more. And because of that as well, you then can't compare the rain you've currently got to rain you've had before, because you can't see the difference, because all you have is light rain, like we currently see, and then heavy rain, and then flooded. So it's the 1 bar of rain under the cloud like now. You can have the 2 bars of rain under the cloud for the heavy rain. And then the flooded, I think, is a lightning strike as well, just to add to it. So technically, this is on the lighter end, but between light to medium, it's anybody's clue as to how wet it is.
What will be a plot twist as well is if it's actually going to start a wet race, or if it's going to be a dry race, if there's going to be no rain at all, and this is just a wasted practice, or it's just an entire wet race. So there's a lot of factors that can affect this race quite a lot, and you could definitely see a few of the top runners who haven't really practiced as much rain than a few others, and there will definitely be some fluctuations in positions if that is the case, but we'll just have to see how it goes. We've still got 13 minutes to find out.
I imagine there's no such thing as wasted wet practice at Spa, because it's one of those circuits that you always get something. Doesn't matter what the forecast says, it can just switch on its head in an instant. I mean, obviously, you get a 30-minute warning with this. So, stints and how long you do your stints for, I think the maximum driver stint time is 1 hour 15. The fuel tanks probably I don't know if they do any more, but last season there were only a few cars that could allow you to do the full thing, and Ferrari was one of them that seemed to have no issues with them taking in a lot more fuel than the other cars or burning less fuel. But if you're struggling with that, you may only be able to get 70 minutes, and then that's going to slowly put cars on different strategies throughout the race. And if the rain comes in, it could be the great equalizer or the great punisher, depending on where along your stint it falls. So there's going to be a lot of strategic variations, I think, going on. And that's just without any possible incidences with the other cars on track or any issues that you find that you may have. And Spa is such a long circuit with so many different corners, high speeds, medium speeds, low speeds, a few bumps that can catch you out, that you really got to be on your toes the whole time. And even then, the incident might not even be your fault. You might just happen to get caught up in something. So there's going to be a lot of drama, I think, no doubt.
That reminds me of a Rouge Radion. That's going to be something that's going to be interesting. How many cars are on grid today? Is it still 40? 44 cars going up a Rouge Radion. Is going to be interesting, to say the least. 46. Chris, man, give me the wrong information again.
Cup of tea and a digestive biscuit for Chris, and then hopefully his brain will get to 100%. I think that'll do the trick.
Lives in the north, so it's a crisp sandwich.
Have we got anyone in the YouTube chat?
That's a good question.
Hello.
There's 18 people watching.
Yeah, we've got a good amount of viewers for a little bit of a lull. I mean, we get to see all these lovely cars. That is a beautiful livery, and that is pretty much set to be your pole sitter for this race. I mean, I'd be shocked if someone can pull out a faster lap time in these conditions, but I'm gonna hold off just in case.
I don't think you should hold off. If someone does a 260 in a wet, I think we should be a bit concerned.
Well, we should probably look at their track to see where they cut. Chris is ready. He wants to take up the reins on that one. There's the challenge. Who can do a 216 in the wet?
Who does a 215 real mad?
Good morning to Volta Racing in the chat.
Good to see you, John.
Alex Crawford, I can see you in there as one of our stewards for today. Chris is in the chat. Chris multitasking, doing a bit of everything. And Smoker as well as Ollie Anderson, one of our racers and commentators. I think he was just helping out with the GT3 Sprint Series this season and did a cracking job as always.
Dominic Geith, I assume. Or is it? Oh, no.
Oh, I didn't know that. Just to say what Chris just said, Oliver was doing an evil twin voice so he could talk to himself. That's probably about what goes on in his head, I'd imagine, as well.
Doesn't surprise me.
Well, it's all love, Ollie. There we are. Look at his lovely car. Nice and red.
Nice and red. Oh gosh, we'll run out of things to say. The race hasn't started.
He's 19th at the moment, and that'll be where he starts. I think we can essentially say that all these guys are in their positions, but because we've got a 5-minute wait after qualifying to the race anyway, we'll have a good rundown of the official qualifying results once we get to it. Chris, do you have any? Well, I'll ask Chris. And what's your favourite livery? As we see in Aston Martin there, stuck a little bit sideways. You've been with the first 2 races, I imagine. So what's your go-to? He likes a digestive. The Bentley's Chris's take. Yeah, it is a very well thought out livery. What about you, Alex? Then
Livery
you
wise,
got, yeah, have you got one that springs to mind for you?
I always bowl their name, and I'm probably going to do it again. CBSR, I really do like their livery. Did I say that right this time,
Ah,
Chris? It's been 3 races.
oh,
Lip?
the alcoholics.
Yeah, that's
That
pretty much.
it is a lovely livery.
However, there is
Yeah,
another
you
livery.
can't go wrong. Can't go wrong with that one.
BGL as well. That looks brilliant as well. I think I know who made that livery though. So I'm just not going to say
Ah,
that.
you've got
wisely.
bias.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that.
Right then, chat. What do we think of the weather for the race start? Who is it going to be dry? Are we going to have a dry race start, or are we going to have a bit of rain as well?
I would prefer rain because it makes it more interesting, but then again, dry makes closer racing, so it's difficult to say. 5-hour race as well, as Chris mentions.
Well, I expect the rain to be very much on and off throughout, but to be honest, I think either way, no matter if we get a dry or a wet start, it's still going to be an eventful race start because 46. Do you know what? If all of these guys can get round one lap without an incident, these 46 cars, hats off to all of them as drivers. But just
You're asking for a
knowing,
lot, though.
yeah, I'm asking for a lot because knowing sim racers, and knowing that as soon as the lights go green, everyone is out to win the race on that first corner. I don't think it'll happen, but I would love to see it.
Well, just have to wait and find out. We still have about 11 minutes until race starts, but we have the full formation lap as well. So let's say 8 minutes, no, 10 minutes. Forgot it's Spa. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Last 5 minutes. Wow, is driver swap. So there is only about 30 seconds left of qualifying. So we don't have that much long left of qualifying. So still a few cars out on track though. Just getting that final bit of practice in, trying to get that grind, but nothing really is changing because it's a wet track still.
I'm assuming the cars, if they were to stay out, even though there's no chance of them improving, I'm guessing they'll still get a slap on the wrists if they did just keep lapping for the last few minutes.
You'd assume, right?
I guess that's one for the stewards to give us the information on. But yeah, I'd expect that is still a no-no, even though the weather's obviously getting worse. The track is damp. So the track's not even wet yet, it's just damp. That's what's pretty mad. Shows that the rain, although it has come down quite consistently for the last 20 minutes now, it's not that heavy. And we've had quite a few cars going round that's kept a little bit of a racing line.
There is a bit of a dry line forming. It's only a damp track, but it is getting heavier in the rain, but it's not going to affect us in qualifying. 4 minutes left. In fact, a few of these cars aren't supposed to be on track, but we'll have to find out what happens with these cars, obviously. Live stewarding, as always, I'm going to assume. But could be doing driver swaps.
Yeah, I think a fair few of these will be just be doing the driver swaps. I think I actually believe that this Ferrari that we were just on had also crossed the line before those 5 minutes were up, so he was still able to complete that lap if he wanted. But we're getting to the end stages now. The drivers that well, personally for me, if I had someone qualifying, I also prefer them to start the race just because they're now warmed up. They've got the feel of the car. Yes, it might be different because you might have a different setup, but you've just done the lines. You've got an awareness of what the other cars are like on the circuit, and you're more in tune and in that spot that your brain is already set to the racing mode, whereas someone else who's just been, I don't know, possibly sat in the server watching, or he was waiting in a practice session. They're not quite in that. They're not quite tuned in yet. So I personally, I'd keep your qualifier in for race start, but that's just me.
Usually as well, the first driver who does qualification is tending to be the fast driver, so it does make sense if they do stint 1, because it's just trying to keep it safe in that and just trying to gain some positions. But I get what you say as well, even though we are agreeing with each other, so I don't know why I said that last part.
It's we're at the point now where we're starting to struggle for things to say, aren't we? So it's
Wow.
well, actually, why don't we go onto the Simsport website and we look again at the standings and we just compare where the drivers are compared to where they currently sit in the standings, because that is actually not something we've spoken about, but there's probably going to be a lot of cars out of position because of how rushed everyone was in this qualifying session. Let's just have a little nosy and see what we can discern. Because I think the the R2 is the 416, so they're in 4th. They're the ones currently leading. 723. Where are those guys? So those guys are 16th in the table. They finished 45th at Silverstone, then a much stronger 8th place at Valencia, and they're now 2nd in the qualifying here at Spa. So their trajectory is very much on the way up right now. The 911 car, on the other hand, who are in the lead, are 12th. They weren't here for Silverstone, so that's why they're a little bit further down the table, but they had a strong 6th place finish in Valencia. So those top 4, quite strong contenders in the table. The 77, though, on the other hand, looks to be a new car. Because they are not, unless they've changed number or name. Oh no, there they are, I found them. 23rd. They had 14th at Silverstone and a 29th in Valencia. So a very, very strong qualifying session from them, hoping to pick up a few points and really get their season underway now. As we do reach the 0 seconds for qualifying. Everyone now... Well, that means qualifying is done. It's official. All the results that we had from 20-odd minutes ago have stood. I don't think we've seen any changes, but...
We didn't see a 215 in the wet, which is good.
We didn't, although I would have liked to have seen it. I think that would have been something that everyone would have loved to have seen. And just as Malsim Racing jumps in the YouTube chat, wishes everyone good luck, so including the drivers, the teams, ourselves, and the stewards. And we are all indeed looking for some fun, tough, and fair battles. That is definitely the shout when it comes to this, because even though there is pride on the line, that is all that is on the line. And at the end of it all, we're just here to enjoy ourselves as wannabe racing drivers and commentators and the likes. So it's a very good outlook to have there, Mel. And you are correct. It was very, very close for qualifying in the grand scheme of things, especially around such a long circuit like Spa.
Close now to finishing qualifying, and hopefully the server does tune over quite quickly, because I've had this is just QNOS bug sometimes where it just doesn't go over. It's the same with a few other games, but hopefully that doesn't happen and we don't have the waffle for a lot longer. But hopefully it goes over. You're brilliant. That's what you are.
That was aimed at me, right? Because no one can hear you, Chris.
Oh, up to you, however you want to interpret it.
Unfortunately for you, Chris, this is the downside of not having your microphone turned on.
You made a cameo last race, so My voice crack was amazing. Hopefully you didn't hear that.
I think we hear everything and anything, and just like commentators in real life, when you have such a long event, we get a bit loopy, like everyone does. So you fill in the void with everything.
We haven't even
We're half
started.
an hour in, but we haven't really had much because the qualifying, due to the weather, was unfortunately very anticlimactic. If it had been the other way around, where it started in the wet and gone to dry, I mean, we could have been in for a lovely end. But look at this! On the grid, rain in 30. What are people going to be doing strategically?
That's quite interesting, actually.
And it's light rain again. So do you fuel for an hour and just try push through on the dries for a bit? Do you fuel for 30 and then switch to wets and risk it? Oh, there is going to be a lot going on behind the scenes, and if anyone's got their brain on, they're going to have to work it on overtime, because there is a lot of outcomes here. And then you've also, I think, got to factor in what happens if you get caught in a lap 1 incident. What do you do? Do you just push on with the damage? Can you push on with the damage if you come in? Do you? I'm happy to say I'm not driving today, because there is a lot that you need to think about in the short space of 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Because if you're too late to jump on, you will start from the pits as well, and then all the qualifying was for nothing.
Sometimes that can be a blessing, though, starting from the pit, because you can avoid a lot of chaos that does usually happen. Not saying this league, but I know a lot of leagues that does unfortunately have that chaos. But obviously, as you were saying, 30 minutes of rain, but it says light rain, but what we did see last time in qualifying is that light rain was actually quite a heavy rain, and it did downgrade the track condition quite quickly. So is it worth staying on the slick tires for the entire stint, or is it worth going in? So it's just something you'll have to find out and just, what's the word? Oh my days, improvise. That's it. Oh, this is good.
Well, I think you were saying that all that practice in qualifying there might have been a waste of time. I think that is actually going to be so beneficial to those that did do it.
Oh,
because the rain. Look at that! It's just switched over. It's in 10 minutes. We're gonna have 10 minutes. Oh, I'd say 6 minutes of dry, flat-out conditions before it starts to rain. I don't think you want to do wet tires, though, because I think you'll burn up your wet tires in 6 minutes on a fully dry track, and I think it'll also take too much for the track to evolve into a wet state. That by then your wet tires are going to be destroyed. So I think you do a 10-minute quali race or so,
then you go for the pits,
and then you dive into the pits. Oh my gosh, this is going to be insane.
This makes up for the qualifying.
Yeah, I think we've got all the action here that we need. That's it. So everyone now has just gone, right, we've got 30 minutes in the tank. We'll do that, and then we'll figure out what to do. Has now just gone, hold on a second. That's just clicked. And if you aren't paying attention to that, you might be carrying a bit more fuel than you would have liked to have done. Or you might just want to then go like, right, okay, we'll push through on the wet stage for now, and we'll see how we do. But then you've also got to figure out what pressures you want your wet tires to be, because if you overpressure them and then the track's not wet enough, those things could blow up on you as well.
Is it also worth going in the lap earlier or a lap later? Because if everyone goes in at the same time, that pit lane is going to be a chaos, and possibly people bump into each other going across the line, and that's how our penalties occurs, and that's when it gets a bit more controversial.
So are people going to... Is anyone going to push the wets? Is there anyone in chat now that we've started that, you know, the strategy won't be taken by anyone else? Could you tell us if they're on the wet or dry tires, please?
We can actually find out ourselves with the UI. I'm not sure.
But I think that's too high level for Chris. I don't think he'll be able to figure that one out for us in time.
Okay, yeah, never mind. Getting closer race start now, going through the first straight, just after Rouge Radio and going into the first chicane. I don't know if there's a name for that corner. 41 people watching, no pressure. But if you
The
do
chicane,
spin.
yes. This is Lacombe. It's the first two is Lacombe, so the right hander followed by the left. Tell you what, I'll drop you the track map I've got. It'll be useful.
Oh, that would actually be brilliant.
Picked it up from there.
My train was delayed 30 minutes. That's my excuse.
That's a fair enough excuse. In the meantime, while we've got so excited about the weather changes, should we actually run through the grid? I've just realised we've not really done that. Well, you have the power to tell us what to do, Chris. You just let us waffle away. So, Tarin in the 911 car did take pole, so they start on the front row alongside Gruning in the 723 McLaren. You've then got the 212 Ferrari of Shaber and Shops on the second row. Kappelhoff and Naskidashvili in the Mercedes on the third row. Quite a few Mercedes, actually. Not Mercedes, McLarens, apologies, at the top. Another Ferrari in Jonas Hackler, last year's winners, in the 169. Then Sen Spenkelink, always one of the top-end drivers in the 74 Lamborghini, the highest Lamborghini on the grid, and then followed by De Jong in the highest placed Mercedes on the grid. Then got two Ferraris in Ursu and Cooper, 239 and the 199. BMW in the next one, that's the highest ranked BMW on the grid in 12th. Heel 13th in the 212, another couple Mercedes lining up alongside each other. McLaren, I've done it again. They do start with M, but they are different manufacturers. Can someone slap me across the face for that one, please?
I will happily.
And then I'll let Alex continue because I'm making too many mistakes, clearly.
Which position are we at?
We got to 16th.
P17 Beleni, the McLaren 104, followed there by in 18th of the BMW M4, I assume, of the 556, followed there by Anderson in the untalented motorsports car, the Mercedes 101, followed by T. Kroll, Ferrari 296, 33, and then 21st, followed another 296, the 943, rounding up to 22 of the BMW M4, again, I hope it is, number 79, 23rd being Driel in the 720S Evo, followed by 24th of the Porsche 934, followed by Zwirink in the 720S Evo, followed then by Curtin in, again, the 296-81 car, followed again by another 296 of the 666 cars we did see getting a lot of brownie points earlier, followed by the Lamborghini of the 110, and then Craig Hewlett in P29 for the 667. There's a lot of cars getting very jammed up there, trying to get into formation. Following the P30 there, the 303.296, and that's going to be the top 30. I don't think we're going to have enough time.
No, because everyone is rushing into position now to get ready for a race start. Just want to add a quick comment from Ben Mullard that he said he'd start on wets and go slow as the pit stops are so long in here. So we might see a lot of changes early on, and that actually might catch some cars out going through Eau Rouge and Radion as we round the final corner of the formation lap. The cars going through La Source, lining themselves up down towards Eau Rouge now. 10 seconds for Dennis Shops, actually, picked up from qualifying, I imagine.
I assume
possibly
that's
one of the impeding during qualifying. Thank you, Chris. So that's going to be a little painful. Whether or not that's going to cause anything, as we are racing here for the 12 hours at Spa. 12 hours at Spa. And so far, so good. The top two. Oh, we got another touch. No, there's another two in the wall. Oh, he's got off lightly, I suppose, there. That could have been a lot worse. He could have gone a lot more sideways. Oh, my God. Seemingly, everyone else is okay. As you see them streaming down through the kink onto the Kemmel Straight. Grunning and Tarek still, I think, at the top. I don't actually know who was the one. Was it Dennis Shops who was the one who was pushed off to the side? It might well have been. Oh, the pole sitter was the one who ended up in the wall. That is so unfortunate. But everyone else has actually made it through quite nicely. And running now, running off. He's got a little bit of a breather from the cars behind. And so far so good. So I reckon he's doing a qualifying sprint here. I don't know. We'll find this all out in about 3 or 4 minutes time once the rain starts to appear. But gosh, it's strategically what did they do? What did they do? I want to know. I want to know.
But that's like giving away a pit stop. But it does seem going back into P4. There is a bit of drama happening between these two cars trying to get past. I believe that is Kappelhoff in the 720S. I think my eyes are correct. And as well as Dennis Shops, who isn't actually... Wait, hang on. Who was the car that got... No, that wasn't Dennis Shops.
It was the lead. It was the lead sitter. The 911 car was the one that ended up in the wall.
Oh, man, it's so unfortunate. As he tries to go in. Whoa, there's another contact between them. Dennis Shops. Oh,
that's a big one.
Into the wall. That's also going to be the McLaren as well. Both in the wall. Is he going to try... Oh, my days. I thought he was going to reverse back and track that. That was going to be about 40 cars nearly going back into him. Dennis Shops being able to rejoin, hopefully safely, but it doesn't seem... Kappelhoff is going to be able to, as he's just having to wait now and just try to find a way to rejoin safely. He's going to go all the way from P4 all the way down to P46 quite quickly there.
Oh, not what going to be good painful for him start for two of the top four then. Kappelhoff right down to the back of the grid, ended up on the wrong side of the corner following that incident. I actually didn't really see it. We've got some yellow flags popping up on the bus stop chicane as well. I just looked away when I saw the cars then reappear sideways going through Blanchimont. As we get a few running a little bit wide over the top of Radion. That'll be their first off track.
Benny.
Or first track cut, I should say. That is the one of ACC. As we have the 303, I think, dead. Going through Radion there. Slow car moving. There's gaps starting to form. I think we may well be seeing a few... the track spread out quite a lot because of the differences in who went on what tyre and so forth. But the rain yet to arrive. We've gone 4 minutes and 20 seconds now.
That's one thing we forgot.
Imagine it's next... It's got to be next up in the next couple of minutes now.
It has to be, but that is one thing we forgot to mention earlier. As you said, track cuts. Obviously, the pit lane is so long here. It's actually 2 combined, both the F1 and the GT pit stop, to actually be able to get those. As we do see, the rain has started to. It actually has started a bit earlier than we anticipated, so we will see. I believe Grunning might be on the slick tyres same with a few others, so we'll definitely see some pace drop off with them, as it's already a green track. So it's around the same sort of light rain / kind of medium rain we did see earlier, but that is going to affect, again, as well, it's going to affect track cuts as well going through a Rouge Radion if they continue for another lap or 2, and that's when we do start to see drive-throughs.
Sem's dropped down the list. He's lost 4 places, and Shops actually has dropped from where he was earlier on.
Yeah, he was in the...
He's now 12th. Shops went from 4th because he was involved in the kink at Blanchimont. So that's dropped him down to 16th. Not quite as bad as what happened to the 77 McLaren, though. As we've got a first pitter already. Jonas Hackler straight in as soon as the rain came. Personally, I think that's too soon. But the track is already greasy now, and the rain's going to continue. So have they actually done a bit of a masterstroke here? The first car going, Van Driel's followed them, and I think...
Just
there's another one that's
there.
Ooh, was that? That was De Jong. He was P5. He was stuck on the inside of La Source.
I think he just span out there because the track's becoming to get greasier and more just slippery. And I think, as we were mentioning earlier, I forgot who the car is who went into pit. But I think that is actually a masterclass move. It's greasy already, and it might go to damp, as he's not even got into his pit box yet. So there's still an extra 30 seconds plus the more to get out of the pit lane, so it probably might have changed to damp by the time he's actually got into his pit box. So it might actually be quite a good play here from the 2 pitters so far.
Well, I think we've got about 8 of them now, with a few from the back going in, which, to be honest, if you'd picked up a bit of damage on that first couple of laps, I'd say it's probably the right shout, because that's going to take a while to repair, which will then help the track get wetter and greasier and more damp, so then hopefully you can not overheat the wets on the way out. But it's also going to depend very much on how much pressure you put in your tires, because they can overheat so easily that you don't want to have too much pressure in. But then if the rain continues to increase like it says it is, then you might end up under pressured on your wets and actually have a bit of a pace deficit once it really does come into place. So there's more strategy calls than just coming in for the wet tires as such. You've really got to figure out if you can get your tires in the right window to maximize both the heavier and the lighter rain.
That as well. I would rather be slightly over than slightly under, as you were just mentioning. The track temperature is also going to decrease a bit as well with the rain cooling down the track a tiny bit. It's not going to be too much. Might be a few degrees or so, as we do see a freeway battle almost happening here. Going into the Kinka Blanchimont. It does seem, though, the Wild Things car is also going to try get involved with this as well. The braking's going to be slightly off, obviously, because of that rain. Is the BMW going to take that for its advantage? Yes, he is. Just getting up before the start of the bus stop. He's now up into what I think is P20, I believe. I think it's... No, he didn't go into pit, so that is a Porsche 992, I believe.
Yeah, so we've had quite a few more pitters. The top two stayed out. I think the next 4 or 5 did go in, because look at the gap on the track map already. There's a huge gap between the 723 leading car just going through Malmedy now, and then third place in the 104. Fingers crossed that the pits will be the great equaliser, and they may have just stayed out a bit too long, or vice versa. But we're not going to know now until everyone actually goes through. For now, yeah, the Bentley. I think the Bentley's one of the big winners in this. He's currently up to 17th as Dan Lenson. Sam, after the incident, did drop down a little, but now up to 12th. Although we say big winners, it's hard to judge because of all the amount of cars that have gone into the pits. We won't know where anyone is actually on the racetrack now until everyone has done the switch. But saying that, some of these cars might well have started on the wet tire, because they may have been able to have just maybe played it a bit easy, which is possibly why some of these cars had incidences early on, because they were on the wrong tire in the dry. But if that's the case, then they're now probably going to be having a major advance on the track due to already being on the tire and not having to spend 60 seconds or more in the pits.
That is well, yeah. There's a lot of strategy, as we've been talking about, probably for the past 20 or so minutes. But it's just so much to think of with this, especially with track limits as well. You want to be on the right tyres, just so you don't understeer off going onto corners, just lose so much time as well. So hopefully most cars will be going in this lap. You might be able to squeeze a few more on the dry tyres, but I don't think it's very efficient, as we do see the BMW there of Wild Things trying to look for a move there on... Well, Dom Healy going for a move on Lenson now, trying to at least achieve it, going into Blanchimont before bus stop. He has done this move before, going into bus stop. He just braked a bit later. Will this actually happen with Dom Healy against Lenson now, going into bus stop? Doesn't seem he is going to. It does seem he just braked a bit later there, the Bentley. But will he get the better exit? It doesn't seem so, as it does seem no. Lenson goes into the pit to go on to the wet tyres, so I assume Dom Healy is actually already on the wet tyres, and Zimmerman all over the back of Dom Healy as well now, so just another battle on track of many that is still happening.
The top two, though, still staying out. Bellini from third in the 104 McLaren does go into the pits. I think Van der Linden and Shops as well have elected to stay out for a little bit longer. So now Gruning is actually got a ever-growing lead at the top, because he seems to be able to control this car better than Shaber in second place in the 212. And they have 20 plus seconds almost now to P3. But I'd love to know... Well, actually, can we have a look quickly, Chris, just to see where the 169 car is? Because they were the first ones to dive into the pits. So I'm very intrigued to know whereabouts they are on the standings. 28th place for them. So I think they came in from about P11, 12 possibly. Maybe just a little bit higher up. So right now, They're quite a way down the grid still, but you can see all the cars ahead of them on the list that currently have the P sign next to them for pitting. So there's going to be 10 plus places gained here, at least one would expect. So we won't know until the rest of them pit, but I think it's probably going to put them, I imagine, back to where they were. But quickly go through the race start once again to see exactly what happened to our pole sitter. Just a little bit of hip and shoulder. Just got the tiniest of touches, really, that unbalanced the car and sent it into the wall. That is very unfortunate. Definitely a racing incident. Nothing really wrong from either driver. Just right on the edge with the car. The setup clearly maximized with the camber and the springs. That just that little bit of contact offset it, and away into the wall they went. But thankfully for them, they glanced the wall and were able to keep going rather than hitting it and spinning themselves around, because that would have been an even greater world of pain if that had happened.
Just trying to dive in and just unfortunately locking the brakes. Trying to join. Is he going to get? He just contacts.
Oh no!
Goes into
Oh
the pits.
no!
Wow. Is that a penalty for joining the pit lane?
That unfortunately, in my opinion, I'd say would be a penalty, because they've outbraked themselves and then they've gone off the track. So now that's a rejoin. When you're off the track, you are rejoining the track, and you have to do that in a safe manner. Unfortunately for them, because there was a car that was going to be continuing on to the racing line and off, their road to the pits was blocked, so they should have had to have done another lap, but tried to force their way into the pits, caused a bit of contact. Thankfully it wasn't anything major, but still a little bit of a no-no for me. We get a few more in the pits now. Dennis Shops in the 416 is in the pit, so that 10 seconds next to their name will go. Shaber as well, who was previously in P2, and Grunning, the leader, has come in, and he's dropped to 7th now. Look at that. Whether or not everyone ahead of them, Justin De Jong, I think they did.
I'm not sure, because it started raining at the time, so he either overheated his tyres a tiny bit, or he has came into the pits. So I'm not sure actually, but it does seem he is on the wet tyres now, presumably set up. True. So I assume, he must have started on the wets, or he's still on the slick. After a spin,
he now leads the race. What a turnaround in the first 15 minutes for the 34 Mercedes. Sim Racing Holland. Must have started on the wet tyres. Probably had issues with overheating, which is why they ended up having a spin, but now see themselves 7.5 seconds ahead of Sem Spenklink in P2, who I imagine did the exact same thing, as did Dom Healy, who you mentioned earlier, very much looked like he was on the wet tyres because of the speed difference he had on the Bentley when he was attempting to overtake that. So I think the top 10 were those that decided to start on the wet tyres, and have done an absolutely amazing job at building a big old gap to who previously was our race leader in Grunning.
I think we do start to see now, unfortunately, this is what's going to happen throughout the race, is just drop ups and battles, but we are only 15 minutes into the race, and we have had that extra pit stop, of course, for that rain for quite a few of the drivers, which is definitely probably the fastest way instead of going on to the wet tyres. I'm not sure yet, because obviously De Jong and Sam are both in P1 and P2, and I assume Dan Healy also started on the wets as well, unless he did pit. So did he pit?
No. None of the top 10 have pitted, I'm pretty sure. Unfortunately, Pitwall now hides all this information behind a paywall. So I can't see for sure, but I imagine that as we get a lot of door banging through the new bus stop chicane, and not sure about that move in the end, because they did technically make the position off track But
That is true.
that's one for the stewards to figure out, because they could also say, "Oh, we were forced off track, so we had nowhere else to go." And Naskidashvili will take the spot into P11 ahead of Grunning.
I think that also might be the track cut there for the McLaren behind. I'm not sure. It's very hit and miss with that track cut going through a Rouge Radion. You can take it a bit out, but if you take it too much, you do get the unfortunate track cut, and that does lead to, obviously, that drive-through penalty that we haven't seen just yet. I'm not trying to jinx anyone at all, but I feel like we will obviously see it throughout a 12-hour race at Spa.
Oh, well, we've got a little bit of a time to catch our breath now after that. We can just make a mental note that those first 17 minutes, the strategy of starting on the wets for the top 10 clearly paid off, because they now have, I mean, if you look at the gap between Hewlett and Naskidashvili, 24.5 seconds. So a huge gain made for those cars that took the gamble and thought that they could just bring in those wet tyres and not cook them. But saying that, there may well be a difference when it comes to the end of their stints, because their tyres will probably be a fair bit more worn. So I'd imagine these cars behind are going to be the faster ones on the circuit. So seemingly, the gap will come down. But yeah, and that's all speculation. We'll have to wait and see what happens with that.
As well as we do see a few other people in chat since we last saw, quite an eventful start of a 12-hour. I would definitely agree with that. Sam lost a lot of time from the start and starting on wets. That's probably true as well. Same with the top 10, who will probably start on the wets, but definitely paid off so far, as you were just mentioning. Craig Hewlett's gap between him and Nash in P11. So there is, I think you said, was it a 24-second gap, probably increasing? No, decreasing.
No, it's coming down. So I'm
between them both.
Yeah, I imagine the tyres will be much nicer for those that did pit. So I can see Riker in the chat saying that it was nice to watch, but bad for the cars wasting that race in the first few laps. That is definitely not the case, Riker. This is a 12-hour race. There is no such thing as winning the race in the first 15 minutes. There is so much action still to be played out. And as we can see, all those cars that pitted to the wet tyres, although they are now at a little bit of a disadvantage, 30+ seconds behind, they've got the advantage in the tyre life now. Their tyres are going to be in much better condition that they will catch. And again, the weather's going to change again. You can see in the top right-hand corner, the track's damp right now, but the rains took increase in 10 minutes and then decrease again in 30. So it's all up in the air. There's no such thing as an end of a wasted race in 10 minutes or so.
Do we see it stop in the next 40 minutes, or do you think it's teasing us and might increase again going into the 40th minute or so?
Well, that's for the rain gods at Spa to decide. I think it'll stay wet for a while still, because there's no wind on the circuit. It's a 0 km/h wind. So although we've got this rain shower going overhead, I don't think it'll be going anytime soon. So I think we'll have a full stint in the wet really from now.
Well, we might see. It's definitely something that's just predictions at this rate. We'll have to find out in the next, I'm going to presume, 10 minutes until it ticks over again. Obviously close to 30 minutes into the first stint now, but we have seen that extra pit stop for a few. As you see that 296, I think it is, of Zeech getting a bit loose before entering sector 3. Now we do definitely see a few battles starting to brew again, because we do see the cars starting to catch up with the top 10. Still quite a big gap between them both, as we do see side by side there, McLaren, and I believe that's a 296, but just getting past there, the 296 of Amaral. But is he going to go too wide? No, he definitely does just seem to get that quite nicely executed there in the big brain racing 296 there.
Lovely move from Amaral in and out of the Piff Path section, makes the move on Jesse Van Driel. up to 24th now, as we've got an incident here just around Stavolo, between Stavolo and Campus.
Oh,
Mackenberg looks like he's damaged his front nose a little bit, and that's the R2E car. I believe that is the current championship leaders. Apologies, that is the sister car that have had the issue. I've scared a fair few R2E fans there, I think, with that one, but they probably know better than I do, so maybe not.
Lucas Kiel, though, looking to be under a bit of pressure there from Van der Linden in that. No, is that Van der? No, who's behind him? Is that already a lapping car? Do we predict from a few incidents from lap
I
one?
believe it might be. We can't see quite who that is, but it's not them. Oh no, sorry, it's the Mercedes of the Mercedes. I've done it again. The McLaren of Gladegau, right on his tail. It was just a little bit hesitant to update there because I think Kiel had actually made the overtake on him just beforehand. So Kiel into 19th place now in the 202 Porsche. As just want to mention, you know that gap that I said 2 laps ago was 24 seconds from Naskadashvili to Hewlett. That is now come down to about 15, and as soon as we get that updated in the top left-hand side of the screen, I can let you know. I reckon it's 13 and a half now. That is coming down at a hell of a rate. So Naskadashvili really pushing hard. He's got a 3.5 second gap to Grunning now behind, who was the guy leading in the dry. But Naskadashvili clearly dancing in the rain with that car as we look to see what happened to the 415 R2E Aston Martin of Mackenberg. And that seemingly just loses it all on his own. Oh, gets a little bit wide onto the paint, and painful smack from the front bonnet into the barrier there. That's yeah, thankfully he doesn't have to wait quite an age, but he's still in reverse, and it's getting a little bit squeaky there. If you can find the gear and start moving again, that'll be great. There we go. A little bit of pride, a little bit of damage, but in the grand scheme of things, it's probably one of the better outcomes for a spin in that situation.
Speaking of that gap again between P10 and 11, P13 actually does have the fastest lap of the race so far, so it's definitely proving that the faster strategy was slicks to wets. But if that's going to work, though, we'll have to see, because obviously they might not catch up within obviously that half an hour stint, but it does seem one of the drivers at least is going to catch up with Craig. I think he's doing average of about 3 seconds a lap. Already 11 seconds, nearly down to 10 seconds now. Might start actually seeing him on track. So, oh, you're gonna have to remind me of that name.
Naskadashvili, I believe.
Naskadashvili.
Or you could just say the 141 McLaren.
141. That's easier, actually. Intelligence.
But I think the gap's definitely coming down there, and I haven't been paying enough attention to know how they've been changing elsewhere. But we've got a 10-second gap from 5th to 6th. Zimmerman's quite close to the back of Dom Healy, who isn't too far off Sem, but Sem's got 6 seconds behind the leader. So Sim Racing Holland definitely looking like the strongest outfit right now, giving themselves a good old lead with a bit of strategic brilliance, I should say.
6.7 seconds. Is that going down though, or is it going up? That's what's going to matter here for them. I assume Sem is definitely quite a fast driver. I've seen him probably every race so far, being quite far up the top. I haven't seen De Jong so much throughout the top, so I'm not sure if it's just an anomaly, but I'm going to say it's his pace, and I'm not going to try to get on his bad side.
That's usually a good idea.
Yeah.
Sim racers, as with all racers, when they've got that helmet on, they can be rather aggressive, and when you're trying to when you're saying anything that they may be taken the wrong way, when they're in their racing mode, they will take it the wrong way.
Yeah, let's just say it's his pace. It's easier.
But yeah, that gap has come down actually. It's 5.8 seconds now for Sem. So I think it is coming down slowly but surely. So Sem looking to get it.
Oh.
Well,
Okay,
that's a
that's
little
why
bit
he's
of
going
interesting
down.
news. So, according to Patrick Vance in the endurance chat, Justin De Jong, our race leader, allegedly is still on dries. Now, whether or not that's a Kunos feature that's just not giving Patrick Vance the correct information, or that is indeed the case, we're going to have to either wait for word of mouth after he finishes his stint, or we'll
One
have
of
to
his
wait
teammates.
to hear from his team or anyone else who is in the server and can verify that information. But if so, props to you, Justin De Jong. That is mega driving to still have such a gap if you are indeed on the dries.
Bear in mind, it's only a damp circuit though, so it could actually not be that bad as we're thinking it could be. So he's still faster, as we just heard from Chris saying a 228.8 from De Jong, and Sam doing a 229.2, I think he said. So there's still fastest laps there. So that could have been quite a while ago. Do you know what their last laps times were?
Oh, we've got a yellow flag down through Huon. The 110 car looked like he'd got in a bit of trouble. But we've had confirmation in the endurance chat from Jean-Seb Casuniega. Hope I've said that correctly. I added the accent as well to give it a good interpretation. He says that he is indeed still on the dries. So clap for Justin De Jong, everyone, because this guy is currently pulling out a bit of a masterclass in the race lead. Although he does have a back marker who looks a little bit eager to get past him.
Oh,
So he's
okay.
currently losing about 1.6 seconds a lap to Sem behind. 232 compared to a 230. But, I mean, we're with, what, 30 minutes into the race just about. I can't remember where they started now, but they had a spin as well. That's something to remind ourselves. They actually had a spin early on at the start of the race, and yet they're still pushing on. So whether or not they're going to do a completely different strategy now and come through halfway, but no, look at that! Look in the top right. It's the rain's to stop in 30 minutes.
I was just gonna say that.
So
actually.
if he can push through, he may drop to 4th, but there's a 12-second gap from 4th to 5th, and then there's another 10-second gap from 5th to 6th. So at his current rate, he's going to drop no worse than 5th, and then he'll be able to put some fresh rubber on for his teammates in about an hour's time, well, 40 minutes time or so, and they're going to be in such a brilliant position from this.
It does depend how quick the track does dry up, though. It's only on a damp track, so we assume it might dry quite quickly. So yeah, he could be on favour for quite a good position so far. It's obviously quite a brave strategy just to stay on those slicks, but it might have paid off. Not going to say anything yet, but it could have paid off quite well for his first stint.
I think the one thing he's got to do, though, is not defend against those faster cars on the correct tyre behind, because if he puts himself offline, those tyres are going to cool down even more so than they currently are, and then he's going to have more troubles, as well as the brake's not going to want to work when he's off the racing line hitting the puddles. So he's just got to keep it on that racing line and keep it as clean as possible so he can maximize the stint that he's currently running. Oh, and speaking of gaps now, Naskadashvili has caught that 20-odd seconds to Hewlett and is right on his tail, 11th and 10th. There we are, look at that! He is indeed perfect switchover. looks like he's going to get it done before getting to Eau Rouge. Or are we going to see a little bit of side-by-side? No. Chris's namesake, Craig Hewlett, does allow the move to happen just beforehand. No point getting your elbows out this early into a 12-hour race if you think you're on different strategies and a race. So massive gap already from Naskadashvili as he moves himself up to 10th and is now on the hunt for Tom Curtin. Right then, so 30 minutes gone. Great racing so far, and that's just going to keep continuing, I think, throughout the whole time. The track is damp, the rain is slowly dissipating as we get a little onboard of Ollie Anderson. Aston Martin flag on the wall, and yet he's driving a Mercedes. I've got questions with that, but we'll leave them to if he ever wants to answer. As the guy on his rear makes a little bit of a mistake, gives him a bit of a breather, and he's now able to just keep driving on his way. But that's a multiple alliance thing there. I think he should have a Mercedes flag. All I've ever seen him drive is the Mercedes. So what's going on there then?
Is it hints to come? Is he going to switch for an Aston Martin soon?
We'll have to question him on that one. I'm sure he'll join us at some point in the comms booth. So,
Great wheel, though.
Yeah. It is a lovely wheel. I think that's one of the DDs.
With a podium hub, I believe, and the Sim Magic wheel, or a Simicube. Could be a Cube's control. Anyway, I need to stop nerding about.
Oh, we've had the 1-2-3 car spin out at No Name. See the yellow flag popping up on the track map. They'll get themselves moving again. I think they're one of the ones a little bit lower down in the standings. But so far, so good. The gap still 3.3 seconds at the top. Justin de Jong pushing on. Zimmerman and Healy, I think, are slowly closing that gap to Sem as well, but they've not had much of a scrap, and Tepper's dropping off still. So yeah, I think Justin de Jong's going to drop no more than 4th if he does end up dropping at all.
He isn't losing as much time as he was earlier, but it's still quite a big amount of time, as we do see Don Healy as well, as you just mentioned, it up into 3rd, trying to get closer to Sam. Try and put pressure on. That could actually, if he catches up to Sam quite quickly, could actually lead to de Jong gaining a bit more of a gap if they do start fighting, but that might be pushing it now on how big the gap is between P1 and P2.
Lashkadashvili is now up to the back of Tom Curtin, trying to push on into 9th, and it seems like he's already got the move done. He has indeed, so the 141 McLaren, I am getting that correct, of Lashkadashvili is up to P9, and now going to go off hunting Queerlenker, I'd imagine, in the 420, who is also all over the back of Ollie Anderson. So Ollie's got a bit of a scrap, and he's gone a bit wide, and he's a little bit slidey as he comes back on past the curbs. Side by side through here, we've seen a little bit of trouble in the past. The Ferrari does just get out of it a little. Smart decision to be made, but then he gets a big slide behind and can't quite keep it on the track. The gap grows once more, and Ollie can breathe for a few more corners.
Definitely starting to get a bit more, rough in terms of battles now. We do see Queerlinker, as we have seen, is a faster driver at the moment, but he is making a few mistakes. He's trying to get past quite eagerly. However, we do see Van der Linden trying to go side by side here with the M4 of, I assume that's Nick, and it does seem he is going to get it done, but going through Blanchimont, he does get it done. I thought there was going to be a bit more retaliation there from Nick, but there isn't going to be any sort of Retaliation, I think he is actually gained quite a big gap just going onto the Blanchimont straight before bus stop. And no, I don't think he has anything to worry about from Ward just behind him. But we do see as well, it seems to be the Lamborghini of, I think that's Sam already trying to overlap a few cars, which is quite interesting to say the least, how the pace is actually quite different between the parts of the grid, you could say. In my English, that's probably wrong to say it like that, but
Well, that BMW that we just saw get overtaken, Nick Vargas, looks like it has a little bit of damage to its front end, so possibly caught up in an incident early on. Whether or not they just decided not to clean it up, but here's our race leader, or sorry, our pole sitter, who was our race leader for all but one corner, coming back through now. The long grind back through the field, just getting up into 30th past Vermeeren. So big old fight and clawback for the 911 car. They've got a long road ahead of them if they want to try and get back into the top 10. Never mind back near the top spots, but you got to start somewhere, and the battle's just begun for them, really. And clearly, they're actually got slightly overheated tires because they've just looked for the puddles on the less used part of the track. So, bit more trouble for the 911 car. On top of the just the incident, they've clearly got some overheating problems already, and the rain's coming down, so that's only going to get worse. So we might actually see them dive into the pits a lap or two too early, just because those tires are getting to the point where we may see them burst.
you can tell though he is definitely a quicker driver than most of them further down the grid, as he's been able to make, I think it's 16 positions, unfortunately, before or after what happened. I think it was lap 1, it was. Yeah, obviously him being in pole position as he gets a bit slidey there, managed to recover it though. So I'm thinking his tyres are, as you were mentioning earlier, overheating quite a lot now, but it's still a damp track, so I'm assuming he's on the wet tyres, so I feel like everyone should be suffering with this. Maybe not as much as he is, but he is definitely being quite aggressive with those tyres to get 16 positions in the bag just on the first 39 minutes to be precise.
Now, looking at Amaral going to try and get past the boat of Dan Lenson. Don't know how long these guys have been scrapping for, as we see the Lamborghini of Kozlowski going a bit deep into the bus stop as well. It's a good few scraps here because you've got Van Drunen just behind all over the back of the other Lamborghini as well. Actually, no, apologies. You've got Gessel on the back of Van Drunen. So a good 5 or 6 cars here having a little bit of a scrap. Just slightly spread out at the moment, but as soon as those front two start to battle, it's all going to come back and get quite clogged up on the racetrack for these guys. And Gessel here, actually, is our current championship leader as well, and they find themselves down in 28th, so it's not a good time to be one of the favourites, really.
He is getting the slipstream though, going on to straight before the comes. Now getting the inside line now, Porsche, but he's not going to have the speed compared to what I think that is Mercedes. It is. He just gets past though, just getting the inside line of the first part of the comms, and he just gets very well executed there, going up into P27. I keep forgetting this is an iRacing and updates every sector, so this is something to remember how this goes.
We've had a few incidences come through on the notice board, and the 416 that we're seeing on screen right now was involved in a collision with car 77 on lap 1, and the car 77 has been given a time penalty of 10 seconds for that incident. So clearly some misfortune happening to the 416 as well, which is why they find themselves so far down the grid. But again, like the 911, the Porsches, all bad luck at the moment and having to do the long haul ladder climb back through the standings. Looking like they're getting a brilliant run here on the Lamborghini, but the track just not coming to them in that situation. They get a bit of a slide on. Giselle holding the car nicely, but it's not the fastest way around the corner. Maybe just a little bit too close to the car ahead as well. So a little bit of downforce lost on corner entry. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them go for a little bit of a move coming into the bus stop chicane, and that looks like that's what they're setting up for. Lamborghini doesn't defend. I imagine this should just be a straight pass for the Porsche, and it is. Move themselves now up to 26th, and the fight back continues.
Doesn't these? Is he going? Well, obviously we did see the pole position sitter. Well, originally the Porsche, I think it was the 911. Originally, who was now I think in P30. So I'm trying to predict where they might end up by the end of this race. It's still 11 hours, but obviously when he gets further up in the grid, he does encounter some faster cars. So I'm just trying to think where he could potentially go up, and I'd like to hear your prediction as well. But I'm gonna say around P5 if he's able to keep up this current pace. But obviously it does go dry conditions where a lot more cars are more fond of that condition. Could you see there's a 5-second time penalty if you car 74 as well? I'm not sure if you did mention that earlier as well. Was in collision with car 69 on lap 1.
Well, to be honest, rain is the great equalizer, I find, and it's something that it's probably an overused statement because everyone says it, but I personally agree with that because it's one of those things where people who are more naturally gifted at the track, unfortunately, have the advantage of being able to adapt faster to these conditions. And people who understand the car and the behaviors of the car as well can really get the advantages. We look for a crazy move from Giselle there, going into Pouon, just gets his nose in and scares the Ferrari of Amaral to now move up to 25th. So really fighting through the traffic right now is Eric Giselle. So very quickly making their moves, but gets a little bit sideways, catches it going through campus, but they've got to be careful because if they've done a couple of those already through there, and if you just can't quite catch it at the opportune moment, you could see themselves spinning off into the wall. But in the meantime, I just want to mention Justin de Jong still got a 1.7 second gap and the lead, and the rain's continuing to subside, so his tyres will be coming back to him as well, as we now hit just shy of 45 minutes gone in the race. And David Naskadashvili as well, now up to 6th. He is our highest placed pit stopper from this early stint too, so he's up to 6th. He's just 3.5 seconds off of David Tepper, so he's after being the highest placed David on the track. Looks like he's getting a little bit squirrely there coming through No Name, but definitely the fastest man on track in this first wet period, because he has just been flying through the ranks. He's made 40 odd seconds on the cars ahead the way he's been flying up through, and I mean, unfortunately for Tim Curtin, who was one of those who started on the wet tyres and was in the top 10, has now dropped to 14th. And Craig Hewlett as well has dropped all the way down to 20th and seems to be being swarmed by the pack of ever-charging fast wet drivers. So they've not been able to make the advantage that they got stick compared to the other cars ahead, but this gap's already come down by 1.5 seconds from David to David, and I'm sure it's just a matter of when, well, maybe 2 or 3 more corners until he makes the spot, because look at the way he's closed in on him. It's such a difference in driving quality here being shown by Naskadashvili.
As well, he is closing in quite significantly, as you were just saying. But is it the same with defending? Obviously, defending does play a huge factor here for Tepper to keep the move, but it does seem the door's open, and everything I just said might be out the window here. He does have the nose out. He's going to be very brave going into Rouge Radion if he gets moved on. It does seem as the overspeed though on the BMW. Is he just going to get the move done? Yes, he does. It seems there's a bit of a back out there from Tepper before Rouge Radion, which is probably the more sensible idea, you could say. Obviously, especially on the wet track as well. It's just all factors that can lead to catastrophe.
Well, we've had a bit of a scrap going on still between Zimmerman and Healy for the third place, and I don't know if it was due to a little bit of back marker trouble or not. It doesn't seem like it based on the track map. So, yeah, Dom just losing that position that he'd gained a few laps back on Zimmerman. Is it Hans Zimmerman? That would be pretty cool. I don't think so. No, it's Hendrik Zimmerman, unfortunately. But he's always looking a little bit squirrely there, is Dom. Maybe the tyres just losing their edge now that they've been worn in for about 40 minutes. Well, they've been worn in for 47 minutes and possibly were just a little bit too overused in that dry period early on compared to the other cars around him, because he suddenly just dropped off the back by a couple of seconds from some 1.3, but it looks like that's just going to keep extending now as Zimmerman 4.1 off the back of Sem. Those guys were quite close earlier on, so maybe the scrapping that they've done has actually hindered them both in the chase for the top spot.
I think it's where, obviously, we're now 48 minutes into this race. So I feel like the tyres will start to die, especially with the wet tyres. It's only a damp track, so it's being used a lot more aggressively than what it'd be on a full wet circuit there, as we do see a replay on Dom Healy and the McLaren, I think it's the BTL, McLaren 720S, just getting the move done. This is a bit of a loose move there from Dom Healy, going down a position, unfortunately for him.
That was the move for third place, and that was how Hendrik got through into third. Surprised that Dom went defensive there. If he probably would have had a better opportunity at keeping hold of that, but just staying on the racing line, because in the wet, unlike the well, you don't really get a loss of grip on the racing line in the wet, so to speak, compared to the dry. You don't get that shine effect where there's no grip because the track's been worn down. So it's beneficial in ACC just to stick to that racing line, because you avoid the puddles, which then you can still control the car and slow the car faster. But by the looks of it, everyone seems to be struggling with overheating tyres now, because everyone is running for that inside line in the puddles on the way through the Kemmel Straight. So we're clearly seeing cars get into the edge of get into their limits as Nagel Tarin makes another move up through the grid, now into 29th as he continues his fight back. I imagine we will see plenty more of that as the race goes on. And Dan Lenson now on the back of Giselle, the 416. I think that might have already happened as a move for position from Giselle up to 23rd. We were with him just a few laps ago and he was down in 29th and 30th. So really, really quickly moving through the field is the 416 R2E. And that's just showing their quality and why they are currently leading the championship.
There are still another few battles as well. I think it's Zyga or Zeej, currently in P16, going with Oliver Anderson in the P15. They seem to be going side by side here, going into Sector 3. Who are the ones behind him? No, it doesn't seem to be Oliver Anderson. Well, yes, it is Oliver Anderson, but it's not Zeej. Oh, yeah, well, I'm going insane.
That's Tom Curtin, I think, that's battling with him there. And you've got... Oh no, that was Van der Linden getting through. Then you've got Quierlenker and Gladegau right on Ollie's tail as well. So Oliver Anderson currently in the thick of it, having to really get his elbows out because positions seem to be dropping away from him right now. And he's got two matte black cars. Oh, we get a little bit close for comfort there between the Ferrari and the McLaren. McLaren looking to send it around the outside. Great move from them. I think the Ferrari just gives up on that one. Elects to save position, well, save the car and not risk any scraps. As Gladagau gets himself up to 18th and right onto the back of Ollie, so I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the Kemmel Straight he finds himself then up into 17th. But all that being said and done, it depends on the straight line speed of these two cars. I think the McLarens definitely seem to have the edge in the wet compared to all others, but yeah, look at that. Although saying that, he's gone straight off the track there, and yeah, had to lift, and now
crashed behind the wall there.
Palenka's just had a huge moment, and I think his suspension might be broke. That was a very hefty hit. Yeah, look at that. He's really dragging to the right-hand side. This is a horrible moment for him because he's got so much left of the track to get through if he's going to try and limp that thing back to the pits. And he's got to make sure that on the way through he doesn't ruin anyone's race as well from the car just squirreling out of control.
It's the worst part of the race to get damage on. Obviously, cars are still quite close bunched up. Now, obviously you still don't want to crash at all, but if you are crashing, it's better to do it towards the end of the race because all of the cars are still not as bunched. Probably laps and laps between each other now, so I'm losing my voice as well. Right.
Just to mention, at the top of the tables right now, Justin De Jong now has a 4.5 second gap again. 5.3 is Sam's also picked up a 5-second penalty for an incident early on in the race. I think that was one that popped up earlier, but unfortunately for me, I wasn't able to put a car to the number until now. But yes, the tires clearly have come back to him, so sticking it out on the dries has been the biggest gamble of the lot, but I think it's paid off quite beautifully for the 34 Mercedes of Sim Racing Holland. Justin De Jong really showing his skills here so far today, and this gap looks like it's just going to keep growing now. It was 5.4. Well, it was 5, then it's 5.4, and it's just going up and up and up. So the only one that's, I think still, Nascadasvili has been the fastest one on the circuit, but unfortunately for him, due to the fact that he did pit, he had a big gap to pull up. I mean, he has done now. He's only 3.5 seconds off the back of Dom Healy. So he's probably still he's about 17.5 seconds off the lead. But the way that things are going, I mean, he'd want the rain to stick around. Unfortunately for him, it's off in 10 minutes or so. But yeah, as Chris just mentioned, the pit stops will be coming soon. So for those that didn't pit, they are got to be in no later than 20 minutes time because the stint timer dictates that you are allowed no more than 75 minutes. Oh, 68, sorry. Okay, that was changed from last season to this season. I am behind on the times. So it's 68 minutes of the stint timer. So yeah, so they've got 13 minutes to go now until they have to come in. So that'll be De Jong, Sem, Zimmerman, Healy, and then I think Tepper as well, and a few others that have dropped further down, Tom Curtin. So those guys have to come in the next 13 minutes. The others probably have an extra 10, 15 minutes or so, depending on what stage during the race start that they then came in when it started raining. So there's not actually going to be much of a difference. I think realistically though, you probably see them all come in around the same time anyway, just because I think it's going to dry up once it stops raining. People are probably going to jump to the dry tires quite quickly, just because of how quick Justin De Jong is now getting a gap again from Sem. So the fact that the leader is on the dries and has been on the dries the whole time and is still leading the race shows you that the dry tires is a good shout, even in damp conditions.
think it has definitely paid off for De Jong now, we can probably safely say, as the rain is coming to its end of its first appearance of the race. We do see a dual cam moment here, 2 barrels going on at once, one being completely opposite side of the track. Does seem though going into Kink. He is just going to get the move done safely this time, as we have seen, unfortunately, going on to that Astra as well can be lethal. However, the same with Lecom's. It does seem the McLaren just keeps it for the time being. The Wild Things car is trying to get past as quickly as he can. Doesn't want to lose too much time to Sam ahead, who is actually losing a bit of time to De Jong, as we said earlier. But now these two cars on the right are still battling as they go side by side. The 911 Porsche does get the move done before the first corner. Oh, the final corner now, actually. I keep thinking of the F1. But they are now changing of positions. But is there going to be any sort of retaliation from the McLaren? Doesn't seem so, as that 911 is completely off, getting a great exit there. Going into the final corner, going into... what is actually, now, is it the first corner, can you say, or is it the final corner? I think it's the first corner, isn't it?
Was that if that was the source, that isn't the first, or it's the final corner of the formation lap, but it's the first corner once the race starts.
Oh, that's so
just
confusing.
because even though it's an odd one, because they start the race going down towards Eau Rouge, but the start finish line is actually the F1 start just after the bus stop chicane, as we see the McLaren having a bit of an off and bumping around on the inside of Lecombe, losing a couple spaces. Nashkadashvili has actually, in the meantime, while that was happening, we missed his move on Dom Healy, and he's now hunting down Heinrich Zimmermann at a steady rate again. This really the standout driver in the wet, on wet tyres, I should say, because I think Justin de Jong is the standout driver for this first hour, doing what he has done. As I see Sim Racing Holland jump in to the chat. Your man in the lead, I think he's been soaking up the praise for this first hour, so might be one that you guys want to make a little montage of. But look at the gap that came down just then. Nashkadashvili really sending it through the bus stop chicane and into Lecombe. Getting a little bit sideways, but keeping it. It's a controlled slide, and I'm sure that he's surely going to get around him right up at here. I expect he'll go deep on the brakes and be able to swing through on the inside of Lecombe. Yep, I
need to. Not
even a fight put up by Zimmermann there, and suddenly Nashkadashvili is in third. He is now on the podium steps, but still 11 hours to go, so any dreams of that have got to be quashed for the meantime, because a lot can happen.
We should see the rain stopping around now. I'm going to say it might stop at the 11-hour mark. As actually, I think it's just stopped as I said that. But now the rain stopped. This is where we do start to see the pits starting to happen again, obviously, of the 68-minute timer that we do see. So in the next, I want to say 8 minutes or so, we will start seeing the drivers rushing into the pits, because they have to. But if they go on to the dry tyres, they definitely should do, because it's definitely working for De Jong. But I feel like some people might stay on the wets, which could be the most... Hopefully no one does, because it's not going to work unless we see rain in 30 minutes. But you're not going to keep those tyres, as we do see P3. David just letting go of the car almost there. 7P3 though, as it's only a 4, or not, P4 only being 2 tenths behind him there. Dom Healy does seem he is starting to lose some pace there. Down in P5 was he in P3 at the start of this race, or was certainly up into P3 for moments. Now looks like...
Yeah, so I think we can clearly see that this is where what we mentioned earlier on, of those that did pit and weren't wearing the wet tyres at the start, have that tyre advantage now, and quite massively so, because those that were on the wets have really dropped off. I mean, we're seeing Zimmermann lose 1.3 seconds in half a lap to Nashkadashvili. We've seen a big incident actually between Shaber and Bellini. Bellini probably just being a little bit too aggressive there, poking his nose in when he wasn't fully alongside, and gets looped, unfortunately, for the incident. It was a bit of a squeeze. maybe too much risk taken just a bit too early in the race, but ends up dropping. Only loses one position actually to Jonas Hackler's. We've got 2 cars in the pits actually already. Make that a few more. I can see the 239s also come into the pits, and yeah, we're getting our first round of pit stops in. Ursu in the 239 is the first one to do it. Well, the highest placed car, I should say, to jump into the pits, followed by the other Ferrari, the 199 of Zieg. So here we go. We've got some differences. They didn't wait at all for the track to dry up. They've just gone into the pits, and I imagine, unless mistakes are made, they will be strapping on those dry tyres. But speaking of the man on dry tyres already, and has been since the start of the race, Justin de Jong, still flying at the top. Now got a 10-second gap to Sam Spenkelink. That dropped all the way to a 1.5 seconds at one point in the wet, but he managed to keep it, and he's just kept it going the whole time. Full respect to the man. And I'm sure his teammates will be giving him a big old pat on the back for that first stint, because that was just unreal.
It's just, you could say, just pure bravery. I'm starting to lose my voice already. Pure bravery from de Jong, just being able to stay on the slick tyres for the entire rain session. I think it's about 45 minutes of rain we saw. It might have been a bit less. But 45 minutes in rain on slick tyres is definitely a bit of a task. But the way he driven it, obviously that one spin that did happen, obviously we won't mention that. His driving was pretty much flawless, and he's still in P1 by 13 seconds now. You can just tell it's working for him now. Still being a damp track, but it's not as damp as it was earlier. Dry line starting to form, as we can see, going into the new lap for him. So just done his fastest lap of a 2:28.3, so definitely starting to reward himself now for staying on those slick tyres. They are going to be quite damaged though as well, so we will see him come into the pits in the next few minutes or so, going on to potentially his final lap, you could say. Might be his penultimate lap. We'll have to see.
I imagine that's probably correct. The track's just changed back to greasy, so the dry tyres now 100% the optimum tyre to be on. And David Nashkidashvili has come in as well, so he was really closing into the back of Sem, but has made a move. As we see, Friday has definitely had better times in that BMW. That one looks a little bit bashed up, as the 74's gone round, going through Radion as well. So big problems there for Sem Spenkelink. He's had a bit of a moment coming out of Radion Eau Rouge, and that looks like a very battered Lamborghini.
Yeah. He is losing a lot of position, so as I want to just mention as well, the Jong
gosh, this car is not happy. His car is not happy. There is something, I mean, it's crabbing a little bit. You can see the steering's bent to the right, but there is a problem with his brakes as well, because it almost looped itself there, and very, very unfortunate for Sam. He's just stuck it out one lap too many, and oh, he's in a world of pain now. I think that might be a shout, actually. Is one of his tyres gone? It's hard to judge, but it looks like it's flagging on the front left, so I wonder if we'll be able to see a replay of what happened through Radion and Eau Rouge, but there definitely is a problem with the car, because it's not as battered as I thought it'd be for having to limp back to the pits like he's doing. The BMW looked in much worse shape than this Lamborghini did, so I wonder if you're correct, Chris, and he has blown a tyre.
He is coming into the pits though. Well, I would hope he was coming into the pits at the end of this lap. And de Jong now, as I was just talking about earlier, he's actually managed to get, I think it was a 21-second gap I saw earlier, so he's gaining about 4 or so seconds a lap. It just tells you how much faster he is, as the track is now gone to greasy. As we also see the temperature is inclining now. Inclining? That I've just missed. Increasing. Don't ask.
We're both having problems with our speech today, it seems.
It's not a first for me.
Right, so here we go. Here's what happened then to Sam. So he's coming up as normal, and the car just didn't turn. The car just didn't turn. It's a glancing blow on the front left, which is possibly why we're seeing him crabbing in that position. But it looked like the car just didn't want to give him anything on the left-hand side. So I wonder if he did indeed have a blowout on that front left. He's really struggling to turn to the left-hand side. I mean, unfortunately, we can't really see it, but he's made it into the pits, and he managed to come back in still in 6th. So very good attempt. Oh no, that is a burst tire. You could see the way it was bouncing on that front left there. So I think his front left is the one that went on him. So pushing it in the dries early on, and in the dry on the wet tires, and then just trying to push it again too far at the end. I think that did cost him. But well, we'll hear. I'm sure we'll hear from Sam himself if he wants to give us the information in that regard. In the meantime, though, with these pits going through, Justin De Jong, he'll have to be coming in the next minute or so. If not, he'll be giving his team a drive-through, which is the last thing he wants after all this hard work that he's put in. Everyone else coming into the pits now. Where is the man who we did see pit early on? I think... Oh, I can't even remember what car he was in now. David... But I think he's... Yeah, I think he switched to his teammate now. So... I believe that's Gladigau. No, Gladigau was our leader for a bit. I'm lost. I've lost myself. My brain is gone. But... Young is in the pits. Our race leader comes in, and an unreal stint from him, as he probably, I imagine, will be giving the car to a teammate. As there's the 141. So it's another David. So we've gone from one David to another in Rodriguez now, taking hold of the car. So he was our highest place pit stopper from before, so I wonder if those ahead of him are still on the wets, because there seems to be quite a considerable speed difference. But the gap to make a note of is where David's going to end up in relation to the 34 Mercedes, as that gap was, I think, probably around 15 seconds prior to the pits. Yes, there we go. The move's made. It didn't look like there was much fight from the... Well, it's a back marker, so that would explain that one. So Rodriguez now is getting through Stavolo and onto the Paul Frere curve and towards Blanchemont, as Young is still static in the pits. Whether or not we'll see him moving soon, I imagine so. It's a 30-second pit stop. There he is, sat, and it looks like they've just dropped him off the jacks. So the 34 is now moving as Rodriguez comes through the new bus stop chicane. So the 34 is going... I think he's just gone up the hill to leave, so the gap is going to be a bit closer than we think, but saying that, there is still the whole of the straight towards Eau Rouge and Radion, and a car in front of him for good measure that may just hold him up a little bit more. So a very, very good gap for Justin De Jong and his team to have created in that first stint, and they've done a mega job there of Sim Racing Holland. So James Beton, or John Beton, sorry, I should say, is now in the car in the 34. As Rodriguez goes up to third, and the gap is 9.7 seconds. So I believe they did get an advantage from pitting early. As we've got a sideways car for Visto in the 93 McLaren, having a little bit of trouble through No Name. Seemingly all is good though for them, as they are now back on underway. We've got a fair bit of traffic going on here. Is this a battle for position? It looks like it is. Yannick Plus on the back of Wall, or Val. Going up the inside in Bruxelles, but he's now on the wrong side of the track, but he's going to make the move stick. Oh, no, he's not. He's not. He's put it in the wall. He's slipped. The track was still greasy, and he's pushed it a little bit too hard. The paint is wet. And he's just taken that front right into the wall. That is so unfortunate. Ends up losing a place as well then to Funky behind. But he's right back on it again, and he's really pushing. That's going to be a bit of damage as well, to be fair, but he's still pushing hard.
Doesn't seem he has suspension damage, which is good for him. But it's definitely going to be quite a bit of aero damage to the front of that car. We'll definitely see the effects of it going through a Rouge Radiant and other quite aero-reliant corners. But it does seem he is, as you were just saying, he is just keeping on the back of these two cars now. Maybe starting to lose a tiny bit of time now. Might start seeing the effect in the next few corners, but at the moment he is still being able to go on top of him. But he should have pitted by now, so this is the new driver. Obviously, and he's already been there, which is not good at all. I assume he's on the slicks after the reaction from the car. The all over the back of him now. He is going to try get a double overtake here. Is he going to get it done? No, he's not. He's got to go side by side with one of the McLarens.
He's on the paint.
Just gets a bit unsettled.
That was Wall on the paint, and he's ended up losing 2 places because Porter's come through and just caught up to these guys. And now we've got a 4-way scrap for P5 here. This is a lovely bit of battling straight out of the pits. We see a yellow flag on track. I think that's the 944 has gone off at Stavolo. It's Wenzel in the Lamborghini having a moment there. Clearly, the curbs are still a little bit killer as Funky's gone and had a little bit of a moment again through Radion. Now probably has to go on the defensive. He has done. Wall trying to come back on him. These guys having a brilliant scrap, and it's working out beautifully for Funky at the front, who's just being able to pull away. There's another couple of flags coming up, the 96 or the 6 car as well as the 303. Also having troubles along the circuit. Lots going on. I think people possibly just pushing the cars a little bit too hard, a little bit too early before the track's really giving them what they are asking.
Seem though they are starting to pull off a tiny bit. It does seem the McLaren of Porter is starting to make a bit of a gap for himself. And a tiny bit of that breathing space that he probably deserves after being able to defend those positions for so long. Now we do see Plus maybe getting a bit more of a battle here with Wahal, I think you say it like. But I'm not sure just yet. It's too early to try and decide who is actually faster, but I'm going to say Wahal might be faster going through Sector 3 at least. Well, Sector 2, but Sector 3. Yeah.
Well, we know Janik's got that damage now from the incident we saw before, but I just want to say, as we see an incident there, the 96 Aston, not Aston, what Lamborghini, bloody hell, as a bit of an issue, and then gets a little bit of a squeeze on the inside as another one. I think that might have been the 74 there goes flying through. But I just want to shout out to the 169 RNE team. They've snuck their way up to 3rd somehow in all of that drama in the pits. They've had a lovely moment coming towards the end of that first stint, and yeah, got themselves all the way up into the top 3 now from seemingly out of nowhere. So a really good end to the stint from Jonas Hackler, and now Ben McConnell he takes over the car on the hunt for the 2 ahead, David Rodriguez and Jean Beton. What are the gaps like? As we speak the car's praises, and suddenly he forgets how to take a corner. It's the classic commentator's curse. That at least he's kept it out the wall, but the gap's slowly coming down. But for Rodriguez to Beton, but it's still 15.5 seconds back from David to Ben, as the track suddenly goes from greasy to optimum. There's not even a chance for it to turn into fast. So just like that, we are at full racing capabilities now.
You see though, Daryl Young, driver who we did see in Valencia 6 hours, trying to get these positions back after his pit stop. Now with the 723 McLaren 720, it's in his sight. He's going to try look for a move. Hopefully coming for the last part of this lap here. Looks like he's just putting his nose out to say, I'm here in his mirrors. Does seem he gets the better exit though, getting the speed. He is going to get the inside line on the rest of the corner. He gets the move done as the 723 just goes a tiny bit wide there. That was quite an easy move there for Darryl Young.
Yeah, very, very nice move. Just scares the 723 McLaren into going a little bit wider and then finds themselves bouncing off the curbs. So Darryl Young trying to get back into the top spots where his teammate was for the first half of the race. As we have a little look at this scrap between the two Mercedes, the 16 and the 69. The CBSR car actually gaining a lot of places in that pit stop as well. Clearly choosing the optimum time to switch from the wets to the dries. As Chris says, he thinks they put alcohol in the tank because, as we know with CBSR, the more they drink, the faster they go. Don't drink and drive though, kids. But with that, I think is also the time where, unfortunately, I'm going to have to be leaving you because I need to get off. We've reached half one, and that is my time to head off. So thank you all for listening to me blab around for the last couple hours. I have had a really enjoyable time, and the racing's been spectacular. So what more could you ask for, really?
Thank you, Patrick.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one, and I'll catch you later.
Patrick Prince, one of the commentators here at SSRI. There will be a variety of commentators joining us here for the Spa 24 hours. I'm not doing it solo, thank God. I don't think I'll be able to do 12 hours on my own. But we do see a few other commentators joining them here and there, as we do see a few people joining chat. So I'll go AGR. I'm not too fond on that car, Chris. You might have to tell me who that is. And then we do see, oh, that's a name I might not be able to. Marique Van Mellis. I totally said that, and I did not get any assistance from Chris whatsoever. Welcome on in. Bazzy's mum. Okay, so there's a full family going on. And this is tracks out Optimum, as you were saying earlier. Still 10 hours and 41 minutes to go. So there's a bit of a bow here. CBSR car trying to get past Taran of the... Where's that? No, that's not Taran. That seems to be a position that's just happened there. It seems Horst just gets past the CBSR car for P21 now, and he's trying to catch up once again to Taran, who is in the Porsche, who is also now battling there. As it seems he is dead on with another car. I'm not sure what's happened there with the timing board. Hopefully it refreshes soon, but he is currently in, you could say, no man's land for a tiny bit of time. There's quite a big gap to the car in front of Van der Kran. And then what has happened with this? So the timing board's actually wrong, so it seems Van der Kran's actually behind him, as you can see in distance there. And he's now trying to go with the 321 Bentley, the Evergreen shipping container car, as you could say. So there's a few other battles happening on track, as we do see P29 at Brexted as well, and the 296 number 14 Ferrari trying to put some pressure on Cody Besselink, car that we have seen in Valencia 6 hours as well. Starting to creep up as well. HEP as well. This is a Ferrari sandwich, you could say. These three cars all Ferrari. So same machinery, so we could see it's all down to driver competence and setup here. If they are still in a wet setup, or if they're in a mixed weather setup, or if they're on a fully dry setup, that's all also going to help the other drivers for their advantage or disadvantage, you could say. Let's go Supercharged Motorsports. Oh, I forgot they're in this race. I'm not sure what position they're in. John Rowan supporting I forgot the initials, SCM. So Supercharged Motorsport, as we do see no Bessie Link looking to try and get his position back. He's going side by side here with Bus Stop now, still side by side. Who's going to have the better exit? It does seem Cody Besselink does. It's very marginal though. Go into the source now. He is going to have the inside line. Very, very strict angle of this corner. He just gets to. Is there going to be a switcher? Yes, there is. Samuel Braxton going up into P28 now. So I think the timing board's a bit wrong. But as well as HEP's also trying to gain some time. Is there going to be any sort of retaliation there from Cody Besselink? I'm not too sure yet. It does seem going through. He's actually going to get very loose there. He just goes into the wall. That's happened a few times now, unfortunately. It seems the curbs might be a tiny bit wet, even though it's an optimum track, or it's the unfortunate thing that does happen with the suspension of the Ferrari 296. That is a tiny bit of a bug. It's just very sketchy going through a Rouge on there, and he is unfortunately in the wall. It does seem suspension is kind of straight there. So I'm assuming he might be able to run it. It was kind of a hefty part going into the wall, so I feel like the aero is going to take quite a big toll there, unfortunately, for him there. It's not very good there. He might go into the pits. We do see P19 of the Evergreen Canal Racers. I think that's the name. Currently 3-2-1. Seems to be battling with P18. I'm sure we saw that earlier as well, but seems no. It's Taron is starting to get away. I'm not sure who is the fastest driver so far. If it is Taron, who was actually in pole of the 911 Porsche. I'm assuming he might be faster than the 321 Bentley, so we're just going to take that as a prediction for now, but we might see. Obviously, tyre life might be different for one of these drivers. One of them might be on for a shorter stint, or one of them might be on for a longer stint. Porter, though. Porter getting the fastest lap time currently of a 2:18 dead, so definitely starting to see these times start to increase, trying to get close to Ben McConnell there in the 169 Ferrari 296. Obviously he is in the faster position right now. I'm not sure how much it is by, but we also see Funky as well in the 555 McLaren 720S Evo, also trying to get involved with some belts as well. This is obviously for the podium step bronze, so there's still a lot for gains, but there's still 10 hours and 37 minutes to go, so there's still a lot of well, we don't know what's happening. There's a yellow flag there. It seems to be Zahili, I think that's how you say it, P11, who had the yellow flag, or was it still yellow? I'm not sure what that actually was. It might have been that glitch of the pit lane that might have happened, but I'm not sure why you would go unless it's actually Cody Besselink going into the pit for his damage. It could potentially be. But as we do start seeing the battles starting to decrease, however, we do see Sam, who unfortunately had that dead tyre earlier, starting to try gain these positions back that he did last Van der Linden. In front of him in the 946 Ferrari 296, and then as well as Leibold in the 151 for McLaren 720S Evo. He is probably in favour of Pacer, as he was up, I think, as in P4 for quite a bit of time there, but now down in P17, unfortunately having, I think, was it, do we know if it was officially a tyre blowout or if it was just damage related? Officially, we don't actually know what the cause of the incident was, but I think we're going to assume it was a blowout of a tyre, as we saw Patrick saying earlier. So he's got to have the slipstream going into Blanchimont. Is it going to be enough, though? There's still quite a big gap between him and Van der Linden, but is he going to try and go for the inside leg, or trying to break a tiny bit later going into the bus stop? Still has a bit of time to think about what he's going to do, or if he's just going to stay behind for a few corners or so. No, it looks like he's trying to go for the brakes. Obviously, the brakes on those Lambos are a lot better than the Ferrari 296, but he just stays behind for the time being. Going into the final corner of the formation lap, but the first corner of the actual lap. La Source there, but it seems he lost quite a bit of time. It seems he broke quite late and just didn't take the right line going through. Bus stop, as we do see Taron as well, who gets the fastest lap now in P18. Tells you that he was a pole position sitter earlier on, as we do see another yellow flag. Very momentary yellow flag is Imran Zahali, I assume you say it like, in the ST Racing 199 Ferrari 296. We've had this discussion before. Was it the Egypt flag? I think it was. We've had this discussion as well before. I think we did, unless it's another flag. Malaysia. What? I think it must have been that one then, because it's a flag I don't recognise with my amazing geography. That's Malaysia. Okay, Chris just confirming with his supreme geography skills. That is the Malaysia flag. So we do see again Porter getting closer, but there's also Taryn as well getting very close with Sam as well. Putting a lot of pressure here on Van der Linden. For P16 trying to gain up in the orders, but we could see if they battle a bit too much. We do see Taryn as well trying to get involved with this as well. Let's just get closer, but it's not close enough yet. Does seem pressure is starting to get Van der Linden. He's trying to pick up the pace a tiny bit. All three of them in width for slipstream of each other, apart from Van der Linden, who has no advantage here really. He's probably on older tyres as well, I assume. It's not going to be by much, because I think everyone has pitted quite at the same time, as I think De Jong is still on the lead as well. I'm not sure why I'm saying that, but does seem though Sam is getting close. If we could switch to him, that would be great. He's going to go for a move going down into the inside of bus stop. He gets a move done. Is there going to be any sort of retaliation here from Van der Linden? Yes, there is. All over the back of him. Doesn't get the greatest of exits though. Just being quite, unfortunately, what's the word? We'll just continue. Tarrant, though, now putting a lot of pressure on Van der Linden. Could lose 2 positions in the span of, you could say, 1 lap, as there's been a 5-second time penalty. But car 416 causing a collision with car 16 on lap 13, so quite a few laps ago now. But it does seem though there's a better exit there for Tarrant, as also Van der Linden get himself a track cut. Unfortunately, going up a Rouge Radion, very dodgy suspension for the 296 going through. As now we do see he's just going to go back into the slipstream as well. He's going to try to go for another move, but it's not going to work for him just yet. Is just going to have to stay behind him momentarily. Do you just see though, he is starting to lose a tiny bit of time there, Tyron, now to Van der Linden, but it's still marginal how much he is actually losing. Another 5-second time penalty for car 556, dangerous driving with car 199 on lap 27. So yeah, there is quite a big difference in penalties here. But it seems the second wave of penalties are now being released. I must say, I really do like the penalty pop-up thing on screen. Not sure how you do that, but your wizardry obviously works. He is getting closer, but I think Tarrant is still in front in terms of pace. I think it's quite marginal now between them both, but you see Tarrant does have the purple lap to go on board with Tarrant now going into Blanchimont. He does have the slipstream. It's not going to be quite enough though. He isn't getting at all much time. He gets quite a good exit there on Blanchimont, as we do see quite a few cars ahead, so we need to try and get this move done as soon as possible, as we do see a BMW flying going into the corner there. That's going to cause him to potentially rejoin quite dangerously, as we also see Sam going side by side with another BMW M4. Seems the M4 does get the better exit between them both going into the source. Now Sam now all behind him. He just swerves to try and get the inside line. He does that successfully. Quite a risky move there, you could say. Gets a move done, but there's going to be a switcheroo or some sort of retaliation here from Brodessa, as there isn't going to be anything just yet, but he's going to have the slipstream and potentially he might have the better run through a Rouge Radion. This we do see as well, Van der Linden and Tarrant both being side by side, well not side by side, but very close with each other. Now, as we do see, everyone makes it successfully going through. Is we're going to try and go 3 wide here, as Chris is making some interesting noises. But it is going to be still 3 wide here, as it does seem Van der Linden still stays with it. And it does seem they're both going to be braking there, as it seems the M4 tries to brake later, but we also see the Porsche as well. This is some close racing here. The 992 of Tarrant tries to get past the M4 now, who has seemed to get past Tarrant here. Now side by side going in to the corner. Oh, they're going to actually make contact between both of them, but it isn't going to be a catastrophe between them both just yet. Going into sector 2. No, we're in sector 2 now, as they are both going side by side with each other now. It does seem he has the inside line into the next corner. He is going to just brake a bit later. Is that going to help him though? Yes, it does seem his line is a lot better than Brodessa. I'm not sure if that was a let go move there from Brodessa, not trying to get involved in any accidents just yet. Was that good idea, but it's actually quite interesting how he's been able to make so many positions there. The 911 of Taran. We go back on board with Zwierink. I assume you say that. Zwierink. I'm going Zwierink. I'm Zver. I'm just going to say Bart. It's a bit easier. Seeing this is just a bit of a train now, you could say, for the slipstream. I feel like it does seem car 199 does have the advantage, not by much, but he has broken the slipstream. But it's like that happening again. It seems there's a tiny bit of contact between the two McLarens there. It does seem they're both fine though. Sim Racing Holland. The 151 720S. Also does seem Scharps is trying to get involved with this as well. Unfortunately, Schwartz did have that incident earlier on into the race. That did cause him to lose quite a few positions. Not sure if Dennis is doing it solo again. I assume he's not. But they are all quite close, as it does seem like. Could have been close there for Sam nearly getting a track cut, but manages to actually keep it clean going through Arujas. Now we do see the slipstream is quite effective here for Bart going into Lecombs. He is going just to break a bit later, and he's going to get the move done. Is there going to be any sort of retaliation here from the other McLaren? No, there is not just yet. If he retaliates too much, he has the risk of losing another position to Dennis Shops for P14. Them as well, just in the background. It's getting closer. It's not close enough yet, as we also do see the McLaren is all over there. Of I think that's the Egyptian of is it? No, it's not. Or I am going in. No, it is of Zuhali. These two cars have been at it for some time now. They're just getting quite aggressive with each other now. They want to get this done before, or ideally before the next end of stint, which is, I want to say, about 35 minutes time. So it's still quite a bit of time, not even halfway through the stint. So we do see side by side there going into Blanchimont. It seems Dennis Shops trying to get a move done here on what seems to be Bart. I'm not even going to try to attempt it again. Oh, he goes. Sam just going very late lunch there, going into bus stop. He is going to go side by side there with Dennis. Is it going to work? Though he does get the inside line going into it. Sam getting the move done. That was an actual remarkable move there from him. But we do see Dennis might have a bit of retaliation here. He's still technically in sight of trying to keep the inside line. He doesn't seem to. He just swerves a tiny bit to make a bit of confusion there for Sam. But he just goes down into P14 for now, as he's now sees Sam is trying to go for P13, trying to get into the top 10 as quickly as he can. Still 10 hours and 26 minutes, so we could see him going up in the order quite quickly, as we do see that could be another track cut there for, I want to say that's Leibolds. I could be wrong there. We do go back to see the YouTube chat, a disconnect for Oliver Anderson, and a too early full send up a radio, not our race there. That's not ideal, to say the least, at all. Does seem, I'm not sure. Are they still in the race? True. Oh my days. What's happening here? Sam Bessing trying to keep the inside line. He is getting barely any room there. It does seem he's going to try go for P12 here. He gets knocked out and he nearly goes in to the wall there, but he stays in and takes P12 there, I believe that is. Just gained 2 positions there. Dennis is also trying to get in the overspeed. He just loses 3 positions in the corner. Well, 2 corners there. It's now Taran's going to try bout of him going into, I think it's Piff Path. Just gets the move done there. Taran, very well done for him. He has gained so many positions there. Taran so far currently in now. I'm going to say he is now P15. So he's gained a good... Oh, let me do this maths. This is my strong point of my life. Uh, 25 positions? Probably more. Oh my Jesus. Yeah. Jeez, yes, either in a month. Great. I'm nailing those. I hope I am. What's he's in 40s. Yeah, so he went from last all the way. Well, he went from first to last to now P15. So he's done quite a good job so far for him. There are still plenty of opportunities for him to come to try get more positions. As I just said earlier, still 10 hours and 23 minutes left in this race. Not even technically into the second stint yet, or to the end of the second stint. So there's still plenty of driver swaps to happen, and we haven't probably seen many of the actual new drivers, as most people I assume are doing double stints and potentially triple stints. If they are, as we do see, Darryl Young actually is one who has swapped out with, oh, who was driving? Dom Healy earlier, looking to try get P5 back. Plus, Oliver Anderson says still going though, still chugging along. I think they are Peter Point, dead last. Oh, yeah, still, as I said earlier, 10 hours and 23 minutes left, so you can still gain positions, as we have seen a few cars being an example of that, like the 911 that's Taron. We do see in P15 right now, so definitely a good job from them. Getting close, it's still not close enough though. There's a 5-second penalty there for Dennis Shops. I'm not sure if there was that earlier, as Ben McConnell unfortunately gets the first drive-through of the day, assuming that is going to be for track cuts, unfortunately. It definitely is. He is going to go side by side here, going into La Source. Is he going to get the move done? He does seem, he was a bit hesitant there. Gets the move done. Darryl Young looking to leap at any opportunity he can to try get P4 and possibly P3. Yes, we also do see the McLaren of Porter in the distance as well. Darryl Young now getting all over the back of Plus. That's not Plus, that is going to be Porter. Who is that? Is that Porter? Oh, it's a back marker, I see. He's the back marker, trying to let him go, but not trying to lose as much time. It does seem the battles are starting to die down here, but it can't last forever. Going on to different cars here now, Dennis Shops. That's not Zuhali, or is that Van der Linden? Okay, it is. They have similar liveries. Getting close between them both, all over the rear of him now, going into Camel Straight. Now just trying to get that slipstream that he can potentially get. He is just all over the back of him. He is going to swerve out to try get the outside line. It doesn't seem he is. He's going to be a bit of defending there. This is Ali. And now Dennis just staying in P12 provisionally. I'm all over the back of him now. Looks like he's going to break there. There's going to be a tiny bit of contact between both of them. It's just a bit of door rubbing, but it seems they both keep the position. It does seem, though, if they battle for this long, we do see the other two cars of, I think that is Zwilling and the Lamborghini of Sem could also catch up, as we've seen Sem do quite a good redemption arc so far to try and get a few of these positions back that unfortunately were lost from this tyre blowout earlier. Now all over the back of him, going into Piff Path. Now he's going to look for the outside line. No, he's just got to just keep behind for now. Very hesitant to get this move done, but you just want to do it safely and fairly. Obviously, both cars can be in quite big danger here. Doesn't seem he's going to have enough time going into this. Going into bus stop in a minute now. Quite a big gap between them both. It does seem the speed there that Zahili did help him out, but now they battled too much, and now this has caused this battle to come back. See Tarrant, Sem, and also I assume Zuelink, all part of this. Zwerink. Oh, I've said it right. Oh. I'm just so good at English, even though that's not an English name, I don't think. So. Dutch. I'm now a full Dutch speaker. I'm not. Do you see Taran trying to go for a move here, going through a Rouge? That was very close between them both. Now going side by side here into Camel Straight. He gets the move done. Is there going to be some sort of retaliation here from Zwerink? Not sure just yet. He's just going to have to just wait and find out. But obviously Taran is the faster driver in this case by looking at the faster lap times. Now trying to get Sem, Swanky Link, 4P13 is all out. Very close between them both. Do you see another battle starting to happen between them? I think that is what we saw earlier is Dennis Schwabs and Zuali. I've said that wrong. But just both behind each other now. They are around the same pace, I assume. Or unless we do see some very, very good defending here from the 199, because it's been happening for some time now. As Chris just confirms that they are quite similar paced, so this is what's causing this, I guess you could say, this train to start. Even if Dennis does get by, as he nearly goes to the back of him now, that small mistake just lost him potentially 2 positions here. Tarrant looking to go on the inside here of Shops, going into the final corner of Sector 2, or actually the first one of Sector 3. It does seem to go side by side. It's a Porsche versus Porsche, so the same machinery as I always say. So it's all down to setup, driver, and downforce. Yes, it does seem Taran gets the move down, and now we could lose another position. Now, bless him, of Zwerink. This has been happening for quite some time now, actually. As we go back on board. Yeah, they're sweating now. Luckily it's winter. It's not really winter anymore, it's spring, but still. I'm not going to be that kind of person who corrects my own mistakes, because I might just stop speaking. Them just going on the outside part there of the runoff of Arush Rajan there, now just losing that position, and Taran looking to leap and try and get this position done for P13 here. It does seem he's got the move done now as he goes side by side here. Taran now going up into what seems to be P12, but he has the outside line, so he's not going to get work, and there's going to be contact between both of them. Doesn't seem Zahali is going to be able to keep and maintain well, what's the word? Oh, my days. So we just continue now. It's very unfortunate for Zahali. No, that's going to be something the stewards will look at later. But now Taran up into P11, Sam Specky Link, P12, Dennis Shops, P13, and then Zwerink, P14, and I think it's Linden in P15. It's starting to settle down a bit now. One thing I found out though, every single SSRI race I've done, I've either got COVID or I'm sick. There's no in between. It does seem there's a Harley trying to just flee from the 2 drivers behind him. The Mercedes of Did you just have a digestive biscuit or something? Because that was of maybe Thomas Van Schaik, and then also Ben McConnell, who's trying to look for a move going on the outside here of the first part bus stop. He is going to go side by side. No, it's not going to work for him now. It seems Van Schaik just Closes the door on Ben McConnell. He stays behind in P20 there. What happened to Ben? Because Ben was up in P3 earlier. Oh yeah, he had the drive-through. Yes, drive-through here around here. Would you just see Van Schick just let that position go, or did he? No, it's going to go side by side once again between them both. So I think that's what I don't actually know what happened there between them both. But just seems Van Schick goes back up into P19 for now. Two drivers are going to go fighting once again, going into Kemmel straight. Does seem though Van Schick did get the better exit going through a Rouge Rajon now, and kind of caused quite a big gap to happen between them both. I'm going to say about a 3-car width between them both now. Not width, but length, but still. I've not seen Ben McConnell fight just yet, apart from now. Obviously, that drive-through is going to allow him to get quite a bit of camera time, though, because he's probably quite a bit faster than a few of these cars up in the top 10, I believe. Let's try to. I think it's got to be closer to 250 laps. Who divided by? Oh, yeah, that's a really good answer, you know. Lots. It actually depends on people's pace, actually, so we can't really predict how many laps this is going to be. That's definitely an F1 fan right there. When will they finish? 10 hours and 12 minutes and 24 seconds from now. That was Chris, man. I'm confused on what happened there. Oh, no, these aren't F1 cars, these are GT3 cars before I get that question from someone. Believe it or not, that's happened before. Yes! I forgot which race it was, but someone said, is this F1 cars? Yes, these are definitely F1 cars. Just waiting for Combs' question of what's your favourite sandwich type, so I'm going to already start this. For some reason I have a really good memory. I'm assuming yours is crisp sandwiches, I predicted. I'm totally new to some research. That's pretty fun. Obviously, you start from absolutely, well, completely new to what a few people at the front are very experienced drivers. So you all have to start as I'm very nervous. Yeah, we'll have to start somewhere. Van der Linden, number 9943. Currently in P15. Car that we have seen quite a few times during this race. Doing quite a good job so far in P15. So you could say that's quite a good position for those cars. But obviously, the further up you go, the more alien times you do see is Taron now in P11. I'm starting, well, P46. It's absolutely mental how many positions he's gained. He's probably going to get, well, if you do it, still driver of the day. But there's still quite a few people watching. Just realised I'm not subscribed. That's not my fault. Yeah, I was on my business account, alright, so I'm subscribed now. Yeah, I'm such a hypocrite. There you go, closer to 2,000 than ever now. Close enough, I think. I want to say 340 subscribers-ish. You just see now there are a few other battles starting to occur again. Dennis starting to lose a tiny bit of time. And it does seem as well as the Mercedes of Sheikh, currently 8 tenths behind Ben McConnell. Ben McConnell, though, being supposedly P3, P4 before his drive-through penalty. 10 hours roughly now of this race. And what's happened there? It seems Dominic Geese unfortunately having a very sociable bonnet, as you could say, and a very cracked windscreen there. All over the back of, though, Wagon Makers. Wagon Makers, what's the name? He is quicker, though, it seems. Dominic Geese definitely trying to get past this driver as soon as he can. Good morning from Las Vegas, St. A.J. Matthews. Good morning indeed. Just gone 2 p.m. here, UK time. And it's raining, surprise. Does see Dominic Geese just goes for a lunge here on to bus stop here as we see Dominic as well as he spins out there. Is that contact between both of them? It doesn't seem Dominic Geese is very happy with that at all. I think we can get a replay of that. I'm surprised he's not going for a pit stop there, as we do see Dominic Geese is not happy at all with what's just happened there. That is a very, very angry person. That is he trying to go for a bit of a move that I think that is the car in front of him. I'm not sure that is actually car he is actually battling with. So that's very unfortunate for him. TC was off. Oh, he was trying to do, was he trying to do TC cut tricks? Oh, yeah, he still got his TC off. You can see on his dash, his TC is still off. I'm not sure why he's got his TC off for. There we go, he's back on TC4, so yeah, he's definitely doing some TC cut methods to try and gain time on drivers ahead. It's not really something that works very well in the new update. It definitely worked quite well in 1.8, not sure how well it works and how efficient it is going into 1.9. I definitely did it quite a bit in the McLaren in 1.8. Definitely gained you quite a bit of time, because obviously that TC does affect your accelerations. We get a replay here. Now, what happened here? Dominic Geese, very, very open bonnet there, going with the McLaren there. Just seems he spins on his own there. Obviously, as Oliver Anderson was saying, just to TC. I'm just surprised he's not pitting. That car is extremely damaged, and I'm surprised he doesn't have any sort of suspension damage there. So it's raining in Las Vegas as well. Now, that's a surprise. And that. See, now he's starting to gain on this McLaren in front of him. This isn't for position though, so he doesn't need to battle too intensely. But I know he's still frustrated. He wants to try and get past these cars as quickly as he can, so we can try and get closer to Wagon Makers in that Lamborghini 123, who is about 15-16 seconds ahead of him. The damage of desync. Oh, so that's actually no damage for his car. That's just a graphical bug, as we've seen. Unfortunately, with ACC QNOS. Chris was saying, at least I was honest. It's from when I binned it at Radium. Trying to gain more time now on the cars in front of him. It isn't working for him just yet. But it's quite unfortunate there for him. Do we have a CBSR camera by any chance, or does that not happen there? So we do see Adam Friday, unfortunately, spinning in the horrendous spot to spin. He's just going to have to take it very easy here now. Oh, that's a wrong way to spin as well. Is there going to be a car encountering this? It's going to be sketchy. No, he is fine. Barely there going into sector Pretty nearly. So I should probably get my track map up. I should know these corners now. Pathetic from me. Wait until I have to memorize 150 corner names. That's going to be beautiful. No, that's a shame. Dominic has a webcam, and so just realised they can't hear you. I just. I'm not sure who's on next, but I think I'm on until 6 now. If I've done that correctly. Is that right, Chris? Oh, you're stuck with me for 6 till 6 p.m, so unlucky. I've also just realised Sebring 12 hours as well is happening at the same time as this, so there's going to be a lot of people watching that as well. But it's still good to see 35 people are still watching 2 hours or so in the race, and probably closer to 3 hours on the broadcast here. There we are, the CBSR car, who we have seen in both races here now, both Silverstone and Valencia, now Spa as well. Obviously one dropout round, so we will expect most cars to be in most races. You see, unfortunately, after Cody Beslink's damage earlier on, down in P34, I believe he was in P20 something, so he lost quite a few positions there. And now we go further into this race, the gaps do start to increase. And McConnell will get in front of Brodessa for P17 now. So definitely some improvements here from Ben McConnell, as we do see his pace is starting to show again, trying to get further and further up into that order. I reckon P10's quite a good goal for this, after what's happened for him. Obviously, you could definitely go faster than that. But he's a very good screenshot person as well. I've seen his screenshots, they are quite crisp. Yeah. Was he nominated for a Simi Award, or am I thinking of another livery artist I know? I'm not going to say the other person's name, I know you probably know him. But I know he was as well, his stuff's pretty good as well. No, not Colm. No, Ben. From oh my days, where's he from? Well, Honest, that person. He's definitely good with them as well. In about 10 minutes I'm gonna go quickly get a lem sip so I don't lose my voice. Yeah. I do you start seeing the barrels are starting to drop off a tiny bit. The only one that is actually here is Mystery and Horst. For P22 on track here, a Mercedes versus McLaren that used to be partners in crime but are now separate and they're rivals. I'm not, hang on, no, that doesn't make sense in GT, but in F1 it does. That still does, but hey ho. Yes. Formula E today as well. There's a lot going on in terms of motorsports. Very true. But I'm going to see Formula E this year. Yeah. I'm a big fan of Formula E. Yeah. Both London races. My tweet blew up a tiny bit because of that. So I'm not complaining. The 202, I think, is, yeah, in P7, as you just corrected yourself, Lucas. Good to see you in chat. There's still 38 people. Don't resist to say hello, otherwise I think we're both going to get pretty bored pretty quickly. But we will do, obviously, that famous livery judging thing later on, when Chris braces that he has to use his controller. Do you do it on controller, or do you use mouse and keyboard for it? Controller, yeah, thought so. Alright, I'm going to have to give... I'm not sure who the developers of SSRI are, though, but the website and all of your overlays are pretty goddamn good. I'll give you that. They're definitely up there with some of the best ones I've ever used. You're welcome. Stay on the good side. Did you make it, or the website, or did you hire someone? Oh, I see. Nice. It's quite cool, that, actually. I do like it. What's happened here now? I should probably be paying attention at the rate instead of complimenting you. Sorry, I had them 26 bar there. Sorry, I had to mute my mic there quickly. So, yeah, do not live on my own, so you get that interruption there, very brutally, but it happens. P26 battle here now, but it's not too close between them both just yet. Supposedly having a package arriving from Fanatec here today, if it comes, because it seems every time I do a stream on SSRI as well as being sick, I always get packages from sim racing stuff, so I'm not complaining. I'm getting a podium hub. I want to try use a universal wheel. I kind of want the McLaren 720S wheel, but that's going to be a next year payment thing, because I am not paying 1.2 grand for one of those. I do pay for it my own before people say, oh, my parents pay for it, so I do pay for it on my own, actually, so I can't swear, but if you see where we're at, I think, is it the halfway point? Hang on, no, I can look in the YouTube description. No, I'm not talking of the race. Yeah. I do know maths. Believe it or not. But what's it called? If we're at the 6 hour mark, we'll be exactly through halfway of the endurance season. So at the 6 hour mark, we will be at the exact halfway point of the endurance season. Next being Nordschleife, obviously subject to DLC availability, as we did see Patrick saying earlier. It's, well, supposedly scheduled for April 1st, as I showed you there earlier, Chris, but I'm starting to think that's not true. Mainly because it's April Fool's Day on that day, so it's very tentative. True. So we'll find out, and then obviously round 5 being Indianapolis 8 hour track. That is another Marmite track. You either love it or you hate it. I personally like the track. I know a load of people don't like it though. Then finishing it out in June 22nd for round 6, the final round at Zandvoort for a 6 hour. So still quite a few races to come. I assume it's... Yeah. Chris, you're saying Season 4 should start around August time, so when sign-ups do come out, get yourself signed up for Season 4. Hopefully a bigger grid, even though it's already quite a big grid, and I'm not sure how many more cars you can actually have on certain tracks. Do we know, is the endurance calendar actually out yet for Season 4, or not? Okay, so... Oh, good to know. These two cars still battling at it once again. Close behind both of them, but then we do see, it seems, Mystery going into the pit for the third stint here. As we are actually just over the 9-hour mark now. I know a bunch of people say this, but a Rouge Radion in real life is bloody steep. I actually thought it was not as steep as it was, but it is very steep. And I've actually got some quite cool pictures of Spa, because I was lucky enough, I've probably said this already, but I went to Spa 24 Hours last year, and just the car park we went to, you could actually see the top of Rouge and just a bunch of trees as well. It looked very magical. Well, that's just Spa for you. And then it rained. Yeah. I think there was a safety car for 3 hours, but we went back to the hotel for a few hours, but you could still hear the cars because we were very close to the track. So I'm going to quickly go get a Lemsip before I lose my voice. So I'll be back in, I'll say 5 minutes. So we'll see.
anyone hear me? I'm sure people can hear me. Oh, yes. As we are back with commentary during this pit stop round. Though it is a little bit interesting, 30 minutes until rain. I wonder how many teams are taking fresh tires at this point, if they are just taking fuel and waiting with driver swaps until the rain hits. This could be an interesting strategy thing that we will go up and see. But yeah, it is what it is at this point. Not much have changed in the race. I assume I actually haven't been paying too much attention. I wish that Alex was here so he could tell me what have been going on so far. But busy pit lane, as we can see here in front of us. I think that's Spenkeling, Scopes, Val, Duffner, all in the pits. As more people are joining them coming down pit lane. Interesting to see where they come out. But further up the field, big battle for P2. This is Van der Linden, I think it's, Peter or Patrick Van der Linden, who goes right there and lets David go through on the inside, or doesn't let him go through, but makes a mistake, and the 141 car is up into P2 in the race at this point. Though they still over the pit stop in comparison to the guys who have just been in. Good to see they are making progress in the race, but big train ahead of them. They will be receiving blue flags soon, as they are still about 15 seconds back from the race leaders of the 151 car. Yeah, but this thing, who do you reckon, if you are the team manager, you would put into the car now with the change of strategies? With the rain and a little bit of contact up, the Mode 11 car gets pushed right. Coming into the track, whoa, that was not the greatest of rejoins there from the Mode 11, losing it by touching the grass a tiny bit there. Probably on very worn tires, and someone cuts across the bus stop chicane as well. Probably got a bad braking line into to that part. And who was that? Was that the... no, that's a car further back, one of the non-liveried cars that we saw do that. But this actually means that David... Nagdashvili, yes, I'll just go with that, have actually taken the race now as Liebold comes into the pits. Very interesting developments here. Van der Linden into the pits as well. Let's see where he emerges on track. That will give us a somewhat idea of where the 141 car is after their pit stop. Of course, he'll have to go out the pits and then cross a sector split before we know exactly where Van der Linden are. But interesting to see. And with only 30 minutes until rain are expected on track, and probably less than 30 minutes at this point. The cars are definitely still on dry. It will be too long running wets until the rain at this point. So the people that are coming in now, they will be boxing again for wets when the rain hits, presumably. You could chance and stay out a little bit on the dries, as Spa are not the roughest track doing dry tires in damp conditions, but you will risk the higher chances of crashing, of course, by doing so. Van der Linden still on pit lane, it looks like, and yeah, Liebold as well. Liebold comes out of the pits now. Where is he? That's the 723 coming up on track. Now that's for position behind the 911. He will come out in about 11th position. Will the Liebold or 10th? It might be. Yellow flag at the bus stop chicane. That's the now it disappeared on the track map for me. But the free something is got a little bit of a spin there. It looks like. Palmers we're following around in. Oh, that's the 151 car that had the driver swap, it looked like. Easier name to pronounce, at least. Good for us here at the commentary booth. I'm out on the track just 8.5 seconds back of the 911 car, though the 911 does look strong, and with the fastest lap currently in the race, it will be a tough job to catch back up to them. And let's see where. Oh no, I forgot the number of Van der Linden's car, so I can't check up where they emerged on track. I think someone who has been in the booth for longer than we might know the number of that. As I think Alex have joined us back in the commentary booth.
I am back. Good afternoon. Good to see you, Oliver. Didn't expect you to be here.
No, me neither. But we had a little bit of a change in strategy after our unfortunate start to the race. So yeah, I found time to join you here in the commentary booth and have just relax and watch a bit of motorsport.
As we all do. What car did you say you wanted to know the name of or number? I'll try.
There's a 101 car that currently is dead last.
Oh.
We had the early disconnect and then the damage that's still desync from when after I bended at Rouge. Good thing that did get caught on the stream.
The fastest undamaged, well, the fastest damaged car ever.
Yeah, it must be. That's just one of the things. The disconnect was a bit unfortunate. That's something that we have been struggling with in the team for quite a while. But I think that will be sorted out for the next race, hopefully. But yeah.
What was the reason of disconnect? Was it internet or
our CPU load?
Oh.
The entire game crashed on me. But that's the first time that I've seen a disconnect like that on my good old trusty 6-year-old PC at this point. So it is what it is, that the crashes started pushing too early when the curves were still wet and I got caught out on the exit curve of Radion.
At least you didn't spin it on the formation lap.
No, that's a good thing. Fun story about the Valencia sprint race, the final round of the Tier 1 series. Martin van der Kram actually managed to get a track cut on the formation lap with that one. Not many people manages to do that when you're going so slow, but apparently you have some sort of special ability to get that done.
I've managed to get 2 minutes of damage on the formation lap, so that's going to be up there as well.
Well, that's not that difficult if you're waiting while warming the tires. Just take a little bit of grass after TC a little bit too low, then then you'll get spun around.
I don't know how I did it actually. I think I was doing a 24-hour race, ironically at Spa as well, but it was kind of cursed because I forgot to change my wheel rotation, so I was technically having a lorry rotation, so going through like the source and stuff, I had to rotate my wheel twice to actually get it to turn. I think I had like close to like 1,000-something degrees. It was awful, but we still ended up in P20, I think it was, or something like that. So
yeah,
it still works.
I could imagine that wasn't very drivable or comfortable to drive either.
The vocabulary I said during that race is not to be repeated.
No. Of course not, but we are getting closer and closer to the rain. We have seen that being in the 30-minute spot for quite a while at this point, and some teams still over the pit stop. They might actually just be taking fuel on their next pits and trying to get their dry tires to the rain period. Do you reckon that would be the case for some of the teams that still owes us the pit?
Now, what we did see earlier, but it seems there has been a position change for the lead. De Jong was leading by flying colours, you could say earlier. He was on slicks for the entire wet period, and it still benefited him by quite a long time, which is, I'm surprised he's still in P2 actually, because obviously now we do start to see the faster driver on the slick tyres now starting to catch up as well. I think he had like a 26-second or so leads, which is absolutely mental, going on to the end of his, I think it was his second stint. But now I'm not sure if he's going to do the same idea going on to the second races. We can only see it is light rain, so we don't know how light or medium the rain actually could be, because what we've seen twice now during the start of the race and also during qualifying is how quickly the track downgrades in surface, because I think we saw it go from optimum, or was it fast, one of the two, all the way down to dampened, probably close to 2 minutes or so. So it's all down to how fast the track downgrades and how long the duration of rain is.
30 seconds from when the rain hits until the track really starts dropping. It won't stay on optimum for long as soon as you see the raindrops on the windscreen of the cars. But I was actually saying while you were gone that this is one of the few tracks on ACC where it can be beneficial to run the dry tires in damp conditions for the very skilled drivers, because you don't have a lot of the corners that where you really need the tires that badly, and you are going slower in the damp conditions anyway. It's usually around the Spa and the Monza that are really good tracks to keep it out on the slicks if you are good enough.
That is true.
And we discussed as well in the start of the race in our team whether or not to start on dries or wets. We started on wets, but we did have it in the back of our heads that we could probably have stretched it quite deep with dry tires. And we did keep a close eye on which tires that the other teams were on at the start as well. But yeah, the skilled drivers, they might be staying on slicks, and for that situation, although you still want your slicks to be at somewhat higher pressure than you would in dry conditions. But we'll wait and see what the teams do that still owes us that pit stop.
Yeah, you're completely right there, because we did see, obviously, Jung also do that strategy of just keep it on the slicks. It definitely played out, but we haven't actually seen a wet track yet. We've seen damp, and that's as far as we've got in wet track temperatures. As we do see Sam going for a big lunch. That's not even Sam anymore.
No, that's Veneer.
Annie.
No, that's Veneer, I think. I think it's Peter Veneer that we're following. It's Barney we're following. Oh, okay.
Come on, I'm right. I'm not right, or am I right?
Who are we following?
Yeah. That's a great question. It is Barney, I think. Yes.
Yeah, it was Barney. Oh, I was getting confused as well with the names on the side and the cars and everything.
The ACC leaderboard's been a bit scuffed today, to say the least.
Yeah, it only updates when you cross
Every
the
sector
time, and that's really confusing when you're like with the long pit lane here. How far you're actually dropping when you cross the first one.
Does seem though there isn't going to be any sort of retaliation there from Vanier in the 65 McLaren 720S Evo. I don't know why I say the long name, but I do.
Oh well, we have plenty of time. We have to
to
spend here, so why not? No, but I think for Vanier, he's just trying to follow in and try to keep up with Barney, even though that's a tough ask for any driver to try and keep his pace. But I think that's the main thing that he will be doing. And not waste tires, of course. I was supposed to take over next time in the car, but I think that we have edited a little bit in that, as we want to get our new driver, Timo Sinek, some drive time as early as possible. So I think that Dominic is taking another one. I think he's coming into the pits in about 5 to 10 minutes time, putting on another set of drives, and then he'll keep those going as long as he can into the rain, and then handing it over to Timo Sinek.
Fair. So you're not complaining. You don't have to be in the car for at least 2 hours, or something like that.
Something like that. I also must say that I had a terrible stint in the rain to begin with. I was at least a second off the pace that I should have been on. Although to be fair, we did change setup literally 15 minutes before the race started, and I didn't really get into that much. So that could be some of the reason for our unfortunate race so far.
Always blame the car, not the driver. Remember that.
Yeah, exactly. It's never our fault, you know.
Exactly.
That's
just wise words from Colm.
Oh, most certainly. I was just trying to see on the. Don't forget, for the drivers out there listening to the broadcast stream, we are very interested in hearing from you during the race. So if you're not too busy, then join us for an interview. Maybe you do that by going to our Discord and into the interview waiting room, and then we'll drag you in as soon as we see you. We might not pay that much attention to it, so pop a message in YouTube as well if you want to get in quickly. For that, we actually don't care if you're a driver or just a spectator watching. We would like to hear from you anyway.
However, it passes the time.
Yes, exactly.
Obviously, I hope we do get some. Obviously, I don't think I'll be here for the end of the race. But I'd like to probably hear, I'm not sure if you still do it, but post-race interviews with the leader, if they're up for it. But we still have 9 hours and 30 minutes to worry about that. So that's also not my responsibility.
9 hours and 30 minutes. At this point, we have a 3-car battle here, very close together between, I think that's Hewlett, Van der Vaart, and Aaron van Doren in this group of 3, with not that much of distance up to Barkstead either in 23rd.
3 cars have been at it for some time though. The CBSR car also trying to get involved with it. McLaren or Craig Hewlett trying to gain the positions that he unfortunately did lose after I think it was an incident he had. We do see now the R2E car, who also had quite a bit of damage, trying to go side by side here, going on to Kemmel straight before Lacombe. He does seem to have the overspeed. It looks like he might be able to just whiz past before doing the corner. It does seem he has been able to do safely, but is there going to be any sort of retaliation here from Craig Hewlett? Doesn't seem to be, as we do see the CBSR car going all over the back there of Craig, going into the final part of the coupe. And now it does seem Craig is now just under even more pressure than before to try and not fall back down into P26 potentially. And it does seem he might do as he goes wide going in.
Just look at the gap that he's gained by the two other cars battling behind him. This is really good for him that Van Duren are so eager to get by Van der Waart in this situation. Oh, that's Van der Waart we are following here. It's Hewlett and Van Duren that are going at it together behind us.
We can't even see him now in the R2E Aston Martin's cars vision anymore.
He's just gone.
Oh, the CBSR car just breaks a bit more, going into Piff Path against the inside for the second part. Now he is ahead of the McLaren of Craig Hewlett for now. Is that going to stay like that? Let's see, it does seem now the CBSR car does have more pace than the McLaren or Craig Hewlett for now, but we obviously do see some cars might be on fresher tyres than others. I think we do see the 722 or the 723 car getting...
Just a big yellow flag there, and the Rouge starts moving at a dangerous time there. This could become an issue. People avoid it very narrowly there, and they're escaping with their life and health. But that's the thing, you don't lift off until you see either the checkered flag or guard himself. So that's big damage.
That was a huge incident. If we could get a replay on that.
Doesn't look like his wheel are as terrible as mine was after I bended there. I literally had a complete opposite steer lock in the car. Had to upshift on the wrong side of the wheel and everything, but that looks terrible as well.
So we'll get a replay on that further on into the race. Going back on board with CBSR.
Van Duren, I think Hewlett are behind him still by a bit of a margin, it looks like. Ooh, that looked half sketchy there from Van Duren for half a second. But he does manage to keep it on there. The Mercedes are very stable through Rouge and Radion normally around this track. One of the nicer cars to drive when you're just doing races like this. And the rain is now only 10 minutes away, and an increase in rain after 30 though. Not at that big of an increasement it looks like in the rain.
I think it looks like it goes from spittling to medium rain in about the span of 20 minutes or so. But is that going to put anyone's mind to going on to wet tyres, or some people are going to stay on those slick tyres as we saw through the first rain session?
I think a lot of the teams that don't expect the top 5, maybe even top 8 positions, they will dive in to take the wetters. That's the safer bet, and they don't want to risk it. Let's see what happened through with Rouge here. Well, where he dropped it. Oh, on the top. I think he hit the inside curb that pushed him wide for the second part, and then it's just game over. You're a passenger at that point.
It's the point where his car wasn't even moving. It was hesitating to actually start up there, as you could saw the lights flashing. So we see another yellow flag.
73.
It seems he is going again there. So I think there might have just been a bit of a spin. But you can see that he is back up and moving. We do still see the white flags though, as we do see, yes, there we go, the McLaren that we just witnessed earlier in the replay, nearly at the end of the lap now, going into sector 3.
And only a few corners. Duren gained a lot of time due to probably the Van der Vaart car getting held up there by the damaged car ahead of him. He's much closer, it looks like visually, than 1.5 seconds, as you can see the Van der Vaart car just up there.
Field of view will also play a big factor in that as well.
Yeah, but let's see when we go across start finish line. I reckon that's under a second when they cross that. Just over, close. God damn it. Sing the what? Ooh.
DRS spins out. Is he actually going to get into pits safely? It does seem he is going to.
It seemed like he might have overshot it initially, as the Wild Things car was on a strange line through the corner. But it is difficult as you are trying to stay out of the way coming into the bus stop, and if faster cars are trying to overtake you on the inside, you're desperately trying to go to pit entry. That's a big iffy situation.
I've got a sneaky suspicion they just sped going into the pits. We'll find out, obviously, in about 5 minutes when they've done their repair of their damage.
Oh, for sure.
Oh my god, there's a freeway in there.
All of the collision course with that car ahead of them there.
This is definitely a good job. If
the first car didn't hit there, then the second car would have.
Oh.
They did not agree on who went first in that situation. Nevertheless, up to the 33rd place car of Milan Dumar of the City Rock Racing team, 666, of course. Dumar also one of the highly skilled drivers that we have seen on the community for quite a while. In these days, I remember racing him all the way back before SSRI was even a thing. Before the Grand Merger way back when. But good to see these drivers still racing and not that much out of position, I would say, for where I would expect this team to be. But just staying out of trouble are the way to go around or to go about in a race like this. It looks like they are trying to do that at least. Speaking of, here's another battle between three cars, and the white car in the background are also in this this battle pack. Basically, this stretches from Qualenko, which I think translates into wishbone from German to English. Don't quote me on that. And then all the way down to Werner. Yeah, and of course in the middle of that, then I've named all the three drivers, and then Patrick Kreffer's giving chase behind in the white Mode 11 machine. Good name there for the 110 Rainbow Racing.
And quite close with each other again now. We do see, though, the Lamborghini of Wenner just trying to keep up with these other two drivers. It seems he is quite similar pace there with Kuss and Quillinka, but obviously we did see earlier Quillinka might not be in the position he should be, because we did see that little incident they did have going into Rouge right on there, so he might be quicker than he actually is showing at the moment. We do see these two drivers about to battle at it as he pulls out. It does seem now it's going to be a crash between both of them. He goes spiraling into the wall there, both of them.
That is something that, if that's reported, that could be an issue for the defending car. They're pulling back onto the racing line after having changed direction once, and that wasn't too smart of him. And if I was him, I'd probably wait and try and let Werner go through.
That's going to be a lot of...
Not the greatest of defensive driving there. That's the thing in an endurance race. You just try to avoid being risky at any point. Play it safe as much as possible. I should be saying that as I also murdered a car earlier in the race. But play it safe, and that's usually the way you get the furthest in the endurance race, especially a long one like this one. A 12-hour race, you need to be as consistent as possible and try to avoid getting involved in incidents like that. Anyways, Aaron van Doren up with Barkstedt, who it looks like that Van der Vaart have cleared. Interesting to see if Van Doren can do the same. It does look like that he has some to run, but it's not the best place to have it. You need to be behind the other car through Blanchmont. Going two by two through there is usually a recipe for a disaster, or at least a huge time loss. Van Doren getting some better lines that can go early on the throttle onto the Grand Prix start finishes and to the finish line of this race, of course, as well. But not enough to try forward into turn one, unless if he sets it up. I don't think he will. The CBSR racing team, also known as the factory Mercedes team, as they have been driving nothing but that car for at least 5 years. Oh, there was that one time where they had the M4 when that just was released, and then they swapped back to the Mercedes for the race after. But really a Mercedes heavy team, driving nothing but this beautiful piece of machinery, and with the livery that haven't evolved that much over the years. One of my favorites, of course, with the funky way that's designed. It looks so good. It looks both eye-catching. Ooh, that's a car that spun. That's actually Barkstedt who spun there. Was that with Van der Vaart? I don't think it was. It looked like an Aston Martin that he was involved with there, but it's so difficult with these black cars to see the actual manufacture of them from time to time.
Sorry, I'm back. I was just drinking my drink.
Of course, you have to do that. You have to stay hydrated for a race like this.
Exactly. Filled with paracetamol. Yum.
Yes, and as Stefan is saying in the YouTube chat, you can take the main out of the 101, but you can't take the 101 out of the main, and that is so true. Of course, Stefan being one of the original drivers of the 101 car way back when. The team was, of course, the Garage Rep 101, and not before the Untalented Motorsports days. Good to see you still alive out there, Stefan.
9 hours and 90 minutes now left of this race. We do see the R2E car once again battling to try get P21 from the M4. We see in hints of him of Isban. Now trying to put a bit of pressure on this. We do see the CBSR car in the horizon as well, trying to get involved with this. We have seen this has happened before between these two. Isban is quite good at defending, but we do see Van der Vaart is also quite good at getting past cars, as we have seen in the past. As we are getting closer now to the rain, expected now pretty much at any minute for this rain to start, and this is where we start to see probably more mistakes starting to happen, because some people might stay on the slicks for a lot longer than people are comfortable with, because obviously, as you were mentioning earlier, Oliver, you could probably get away around this track of not going on the wet tyres as much because of not being many corners and more a straight track. As we do see now Van der Vaart all over the back of Isban, trying to go for a move into log comp. He does get the move done there. Just seems the door was open there for him, and he just gets it through done there.
Cutback doesn't succeed that, but also looked like Isban was just trying to let him go there, playing it as smart as possible, not trying to battle people that he knows are clearly quicker than him. Oh, the rain have just started as we're coming into Brussels for these drivers. Van Doren goes through Isban as well.
And the rain stopped again, so it's only at parts of the track the rain's actually started.
Now it's still raining, you can see on the wind there, but the cars just hadn't put on the wipers yet, as there's a yellow flag coming out. It looks like on the long back straight.
Probably going to be something with the rain already. It's already down to a green track. Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely going to be something to do with that. We will start seeing some drivers pit this lap and all throughout probably the next 5 minutes or so. It's just whoever is actually comfortable of staying on the slick cars, because it's definitely doable. Because obviously, just turn the traction control up and the ABS, and hopefully you'll be good. But
you actually wouldn't turn the ABS up. Most people like to turn it down in the rain in this game due to how the physics work, but don't tell anyone.
That's a secret now between all of the viewers of all however many people are still watching.
Exactly. But let's see how many people dives into the pits now to take the wet tires. I think the 34 car is still running on track. I'm not surprised there, as they will definitely be trying for the dry tires as long as possible. That's Craig Hewlett that's now spun it out of pit path before Stavelo, it looks like. Or Paul Flair, whatever the first part of that section is. That's the Supercharged Motorsports team.
That's not the Supercharged Motorsports livery, though. That's a bit of a shame. Colm is not going to be a happy chappy.
No, that's actually pretty. I actually think that I saw the Supercharged Motorsports livery earlier in the race. It could just be because I have it on my PC for some reason. But I feel like I saw it on the stream actually.
There might be another car. I'm not sure.
I'm not on the server. I could have checked it, as I wouldn't know the drivers who would be running the car.
Well, we start to see it gets a bit dodgy now, especially for these 296s that already have issues going through a Rouge Radion, now onto a greasy track. A few of those cars trying to go for the dry line, just grip themselves onto it. There's a few cars probably already going into the pits, as we do see further down in the grid. John Gray, Kozłowski, and Isban, and a few other drivers rushing into the pits before the pit rush starts to get on these wet tyres. If that's a good idea to do it just yet, we'll have to see, because obviously it's still quite a long pit lane, plus the 30 seconds, plus if you put any fuel in, there's still a lot of factors to go with it.
I think if you are going to swap to the wet tires and play it safe, then you might as well do it at this point. Because if you get caught out on track and do something like Quirling here, then it's a long way around to get damage repaired. So if you want to play it safe, then you better do it now. But let's see what happens. I do assume that all the cars that we're seeing in the pit lane now are coming in for wets, as according to the strategy sheet that I have been running in, or we are running in the team. This wouldn't be a good time to stop, even if you were stopped at the end of the last rain spell to take dries. You are way off sync if you do it there for optimum strat. So interesting to see, but our race leader, and you get to pronounce that name, are in the pits.
Casaniga. I think so. Casaniga?
You forget the will part at the end.
What? I'm.
Naskidashvili or something like that. I'm not
Oh,
entirely
I'm
sure.
talking about the wrong driver then. Which one? Oh, Nakadashville.
Yeah, now he's down into second as Dijon have passed him on track, obviously, as they've only a second apart over the last split.
Now, do we see Dijon go on to the wet tyres, or is he going to continue staying on those dry tyres? Obviously, the driver stint time set to 68 minutes. We will start seeing people coming into the pits either way. Dijon now retaking the lead of this race. Looking quite good for them, though, going onto a damp track. Still 30 minutes of rain predicted. Not sure what's going to happen with the future of it yet. We could see about an hour worth of rain, or we could see we could see 9 hours of rain, but we're not really sure. This is the wettest we've seen the track just yet. Damp. It could go into wet. Not sure just yet, but obviously, Dijon, if he does stay on those slick tires, needs to be very, very careful of the puddle that does accumulate.
I think they will stay on the slicks. At least Dijon will. It doesn't look like on the weather forecast it'll become worse than damp. It will be more damp than this, of course, but it doesn't look like it will be seriously damp at any point. You can still see the yellow ring on the rubber part of the tire that indicates that he's on the dry tires. So
wait, hang on. Could you say that again? I'm not sure what you're.
yeah, if you look on the rubber on the tires, then if you look very carefully, then you can see there's like yellow marks when the car stood still, but that becomes a ring when they are driving. You can see there's sort of like a yellowish ring clear on the car, on the tires that indicates that he's on dry. So if you get a wet car, then you can see that they will be all black.
Oh, more I know.
Yeah, that's a spotting trick when you don't have a lot of fancy apps running to check the other car's tires. But then there are people that are very sneaky, like we often on our team, that we do the auxiliary part of the wheel color in yellow, so it sort of tricks out people into thinking that we're always on that. He comes into the pits now. Let's have a look at the tires when he leaves the pit, if they are switching to the wets. I think this is about the time for them as well on the driver swap and when they owed us to stop.
Yeah, he's been in the car for a while now, I believe.
Yeah, I think Dijon started the race, so I don't think you've been out of the car yet.
Oh yeah, Beton has to understand. Yeah, that's true. Getting closer to the 9-hour mark now. Okay, and will we see them go on to the dry or the slick tires? Obviously, we might see a driver tire change here, but we'll have to see these.
I think they will swap drivers. They are teamed, not necessarily, but I think they will. Although it would probably, if they're not switching tires, it would be optimal to keep Justin in the cars. He knew the track conditions from before. He went into the pits, of course. Interesting to see what will happen there. Further down the field, just noticing that there are a few cars that are pinging a bit. It looks like the 104 and the 199 have some high ping that could become an advantage for them, as no one wants to go near them in a race like this. And the drunken car into the pits as well, but they have just been into the pits. The 69, I think it's not that long ago we saw them in last time, was it?
I think we did see them enter the pits earlier. Well, we had to.
Yeah. Priscilla's just speaking in the background that you obviously can't hear out there, and that's why we went silent for a bit. But yeah, I think as well as Chris mentioned, that they have recently been into the pits. I wonder if they went on the wrong tires or had some sort of an accident on track. anyways, the 104 car be getting chased. No, is not positioned. The car behind him, he have a nice gap of 5.1 seconds down to the 202 of Kiel. But trying his best. The McLaren is not a bad car in the rain. Maybe not the best in the rain around Spa at least, but on the more tight circuits, it's a very good rain car. So interesting to see the difference in the manufacturers when we get into the rain. Obviously, there'll be jokes about the Boatley being the superior car in these conditions, but I reckon that's still a pretty tough one to drive, no matter what the conditions are on track.
You start to see battles starting to pop up everywhere just because of what the conditions are like now. People are starting to pit, some people aren't pitting. And can we get a check on if De Jong, after this battle, has went on to the slick tyres or the wet? They changed driver. Who's in the car now? Is it Baton again, or?
It must be Baton. I don't think they're only the two of them in the car, to be honest. I think that's the supercharged car that's ahead of these two on track position, so that's not in for battle, but the two behind, the blue and the black cars, the Ferrari and McLaren, that is a battle for position between Tudor and Alderman.
Two cars have been on stream a few times, I believe. Does seem he's going to go for a bit of a late break going into the source. It's not going to work from just yet. Just stays in
the traffic if that supercharged car decides to hold.
Oh my god, no, that's going to happen. Yeah, squeeze there.
Big crash, all three of them involved.
Oh my god.
One of the cars had to, I think that the supercharged car wanted to let those two go through, and there's a yellow flag up in Rouge as well. No, that's just before, but I think the supercharged car wanted to let the two battling cars go through, and then lifted a little bit. But then the car on the outside didn't really want to give enough room to make it a free wide, and that caused the collision there. Big, unfortunate, but very bad place to be stuck. Next car coming through is Baton, going as slowly as he can, and good job on just staying there until the track is clear.
That might be the most bizarre incident.
Yeah, this was a little bit of
I've ever witnessed.
Hard to hard to judge from those angles what actually happened there. But now we are following Sean Baton. Let's see if we get a good look on those wheels.
He's on the slicks.
Yeah, he's running the slicks. To be honest, that is to be expected of them. If you can run the slicks in these conditions, it usually is a little bit faster. It looks like. And Stefan, no, it's not Niklas. Track will become slightly more damp soon, but yeah, it is what it is. John Baton doing a good job, and he will have to try and stay as far away from those curbs as humanly possible. There are quite a few of the curbs on this track that you can actually touch in the rain, but there are most of them I would recommend staying as far away from as humanly possible.
I'm not sure if that's Dutch or if that's German, but there is not a happy person in chat.
What are you talking about?
If you look in the YouTube chat, I'm not sure what language that is, but it's not English.
Stefan, that is Danish. He's saying, "Is it you, Niklas? Is you, Niklas?" It's an old joke running from the 101 team.
Oh, okay, never mind. He's not angry. He's just
Danish.
You said it yourself, mate.
It is what it is, but yeah, it's. Anyways, let's try and see if we can spot some battles on track and see if we get some wheel-to-wheel action in the rain. It looks like that Hotman and Halmar might be close, but that could be because Hotman just took over the car after a sector split. And just the following gap here, 8 seconds between Petonga and Ipauf. As I feel like it is. Do remember that the race leader have a 15-second time penalty on hand. That could play a big factor when they have checked the next pit stop, and very close in the top 3 as well at this point in the race. usually we do start to see larger gaps forming in endurance races at this point, but I think because everyone have driven so many laps around Spa over the years that it's very close, and the weather conditions always also helps us, or at least helps the race stay close, as the rain are the great equalizer for cars itself. It comes down to a lot of skill at this point. How good are you at driving these cars?
Just now waiting to see if there's any more battles starting to occur. I think there is one potentially brewing here between Vermeeren. Have I said that right? I'm gonna take I have.
He's closing. I think it's Vermeeren, and he's closing into Tim Nybauer in the Bentley. Up ahead of him, that would be like a 610 Motorsports, and then the Evergreen team. I think the Bentley team called themselves this season. That's of course the team that we have seen doing the fun liveries like the Porsche Ferrari and the Master sponsored. What was it? Honda. They did it last season as well, in the start of the season, where they actually started by sweeping the standings with 2 wins before a new update to Kunas came out that made the Honda basically undrivable for them. Which was interesting to see, as the Honda are getting a little bit of a comeback in competition racing again after the latest update, of course. Vargas in the Mode 11 car are also quite close to the Ford 20. Further down the field as well. That Mode 11 car does look beautiful. Good livery on that one. I think it's a DMA livery, if I'm not mistaken. It is a very, very, very good looking livery, and they have become a little bit of a classic, the Mode 11 BMW. They also have run the same soft livery on Nissan last season, and they have a second car in this race as well. I think that's just a reverse of the colors, that's red and white, but the white and red, of course, the main Mode 11 car, that's becoming a bit of a community classic at this point. I hope they will stick around with that livery for a great deal of many years, as it is a good shout out for how the cars can look when running around. Mode 11, of course, a reference to Max Verstappen's settings when he gets to fire the car as much as possible. Map 1-1, position 1-1 on the wheel, and therefore Mode 11. Formerly known for having a lot of pay drivers in the team, but it looks like they've gone away from that at this point. I know that Bas is going to hate me for saying that, because it's obviously not true. But we did make a lot of jokes about it back in the days. The other one is 1111, that is correct. Mr. Trevor out there in the chat. 1111 down here with Damien de Kaiser driving the car at the minute, who have had a comeback to racing as well this season, after having been away from sim racing for quite a while, at least driving in our community for quite a while. Ooh, a little bit of fight that looks like, but nicely kept there from Damien. A little bit out of position is the 1111 car in this race, and it looks like they must have been involved in something earlier in the race, or bad strategy calls at least. They do have some strong drivers on the car, but to be honest, most of the teams on the grid have very strong driver lineups. It is a very, very competitive endurance season we are in the middle of at the minute. Basically, there are like 6 or 8 cars that are top 5 that you have basically from 8th down to 25th. We have teams that are so close that anything can happen in those positions usually, and maybe even further down we have teams that could get involved in that battle for those positions. Super tight season we are in the middle of.
We now hit the 9-hour mark as we go further and further into this race. Now on board with the current leader of Andre in the BTL Racing.
He must have made an overtake. I actually think that the 911 car was leading not that long ago, so he must have made that overtake recently. Ooh,
I've only just realised the 911 car's back in P2 after That is stuff. That is mental from him, to be fair, because he was all the way down in P46. You could say 4 hours ago now. So that is quite mental to see that he's been able to go all the way back up to P2 now. So we see that is a terrible.
There.
Oh
That
my
just
days.
ruled all the men in the IDC racing team making contact on that rejoin. Not the best of moves, but they nothing really happened on that one. Just some minor collisions there. No one got spun around, and so there's a car that have gone off through Blanchimont. Very unfortunate there. The cars do get very loose in these conditions around there. I feel like Blanchimont are more dangerous corner in the rain than Evreux and Radion. My personal opinion, it's more difficult getting the car turned in correctly as you're coming with a much higher speed into that corner, and the rear end just likes to gets very loose there. But that was Hildebrand who went out for a little bit of a spin there. But back going again and did up for a pit stop, so he can't have picked up much damage in that one. He might even have stayed out of the walls if he got lucky. Down in 29th, must have lost at least one position. That drive-through penalty for car 81 must have been a track cuts at this early stage of the race. Risking a lot through the Rouge, taking all of the curves. Are actually not that harsh, the curves around the Rouge in the wets, even though that one might think they would be difficult to maneuver. It's only the exit really of Radion you really don't want to touch. Astro Racing Team, the 81, that's a car of the drive-through in to serve it. At the minute, it looks like that he came in immediately to get that out of the way. Further down the field, this is a close battling between Novak and Amaral. Two drivers, I believe, was in the semi-pro tier of the last sprint season, both of them. Novak in the Porsche that some might say are the strongest car in the rain, even though the Ferrari is a very good one as well. A little bit of slide there for Novak. Let's see if he can stay close. Difficult corner in the wets. This as you still want to be as quick coming out as possible as it is. A long straight up towards at least two Blanchimont before you have to lift off a brake, depending on how you have set your car up for these conditions. Rain will decrease again in half an hour. Interesting to see. That Porsche behind might actually be a lap up, as we can see the marshals are waving the blue flags as it goes through. And Novalak gets put the lap down by that car at least there. He will have to try and stay close and see if he can follow the other Porsche through the Ferrari and sneak a free position there. But not with the best of exits coming onto the straight. Ooh, this could actually be a good opportunity into Lake Combe if he can get it Rouge correctly, as the Ferrari head will have to brake a slight bit more than the Porsche through that sequence of corners, due to having a dirty air and being on a slightly less optimum line. But they are getting close, following each other down the straight, out to get the tires cooled down or breaking the toe. Different to tell really what the stretch is. On board now with Novak through Lake Combe. Difficult corners in the wet. Touching the curb on the inside, that normally puts the cars into a bit of slide. Doesn't look like that the Porsche got hit with that, as they're coming up to traffic further up ahead. It's a Lamborghini of sorts. That could be Ruslovsky, I think it is. Nevertheless, that's a car that they'll have to pass as well. There we can see the Ferrari getting a little bit more sideways, going further up, but not losing too much time on it through these difficult corners. At this point they might be getting held up a bit, but it could be a car that's a lap up on these guys, as we don't see any Oh, there's some blue flags waved in the side of the track, so he must be put a lap down the Lamborghini ahead. Which means that he will have to give up that position sooner than later to avoid getting into trouble with the stewards. That's the first car go there. Will he let the second car go as well before Blanchimont? Doesn't look like it, unfortunate for the battle unfolding. But when will he let him through, as the gap will increase between the Ferrari of Amaral and the Porsche of Novak? Looks like he gives it up there through the bus stop. Might just have been a braking mistake, and at this point he will have to lift to let the Porsche go through. He should not be going into turn 1 battling to stay on the same lap as the Porsche. Oh, he tucks it nicely behind there. As Amaral haven't had the greatest of exits there onto through Lazard or La Source. Lazard, that's a different track. Through La Source. Force Rouge, difficult corner on the wedge. Some people lift off through the Rouge. Some people uses the brake to get the car into the correct line. Looks like that both of these drivers are just lifting off through a Rouge. This must mean that they have set their cars up nicely for these conditions. Ooh, small braking mistake there from Novak. I think he feels like he needs to get past Amaral in somewhat of a hurry at this point. But he might be held up by. It doesn't look like that he'll be held up by that much per lap, but he does look to be held up. The 944 with the drive-through track cuts. It looks like into serve that down in P33. Flying helicopter there over the trees. I could zoom at least on it. Yeah, but at this point the drivers might be starting to think a little bit more about their finishing positions, as they must have learned out which cars that they are battling to the end at this point. So the cars that they're close to a track at the minute, if you can hold up the car behind you, if you are slower than the car who's trying to overtake you, the longer you can do that, the better it will be for your strategists. The 1-2 have gone on for a spin. Dropped at least one position into P11. That's 2 positions dropped for him. Of 3, he was 8th before. Rejoins the track nicely after a quick TC flick there. Nick Schultz back driving in 11th position. That means that he's behind Barney and Rice at this point. But still a decent gap down to Veneur, it looks like. But some putting a little bit of a gap to the 911 car. Not that much of an increase. That could just have been one tiny mistake by the 911 car that gave Beton those extra 3/10 from last time we saw anything about those drivers on the timing sheet. Further down the field, Milan Dumas chasing, but we jump straight back up to the fight between Novak and Amaral. As they are getting close, it looks like that Novak might have the run this time on Amaral down the camel straight through the King we go behind the trees, which is a little bit of a classic here on the channel, getting a good look on the scenery. But no, it looks like the Porsche just doesn't have the legs on the Ferrari to go through. No, not go through, to overtake. Tim Nyball with the drive-through for track cuts, it looks like up in P18. That's the Bentley. Unfortunate for him and the whole of that Bentley team. I was trying to get a little bit of a look at what's, if anything, is going on the Discord while we are chatting away here. That might be interesting to follow. Doesn't look like it. What's what? Chris Hill just saying random stuff in the back of our heads. Offer still stands to any drivers. Doesn't matter if you're at the top of the field or further down. if you want to come in for an interview, we would love to talk to you. It doesn't matter for us if you are battling for 40 or for first. Anything is good for us. We would especially like to hear from some of the back markers and their experience with the race like this, as they are some of the drivers that keeps endurance racing going, keeps the fun of it alive, having the large grids, and just hear their perspective on strategies and how they've been preparing for a race like this. That goes for the top drivers as well, of course. If you want to share them, remember to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. And if you're very nice to us, then just give that bell a little bit of a click. That does help us out quite a bit here on the Simsport Racing International YouTube channel.
Still 35 people watching going into the 8th hour now of this race. It's still a damp track and still supposed to be for the next 30 minutes. Does seem it's starting to ease off a bit. If that means it is going to stop in the next 40 or so minutes, that's a different story, but we'll have to see what happens with this. It's still obviously a wet track and
not go 30 for the 141 car. I think they were just in there serving a drive-through and then speeding in the pits, serving that. Very unfortunate for them, as they will drop very far back. That's the cars coming off the pits just ahead of this battle.
And on top of that as well, they seem to be they showed quite big potential as well, being again the purple lap. Not sure what lap that was, it's probably quite far back, but the 141 McLaren getting, unfortunately, that stop go 30.
That 141 car, they were battling for the top positions when I joined in for the stint here of commentary. Very unfortunate to see them dropping so far back the order, but this can happen to any car basically, as Novak there just hands the position to the 141. Let's see if the 141 will be aggressive and try to overtake Amaral as well before serving the drive-through, or if he's just staying behind and diving in at the end of this lap. Ooh, a little bit of a spin that, or slide touching that curb coming out of No Name or Jackie X corner, depending on how old you are and how you grew up learning the names of the corners. There he goes through. That wasn't the one that I was thinking of. That was another back marker of sorts. Look at Amaral still doing a very good job of keeping that Ferrari in position. I think he will let the McLaren go if the McLaren stays out one lap after this. I don't think that it would be optimum for Hip-Hau to stay out for an extended period of time, as now it looks to be drying up in half an hour, completely dry, at least just going to overcast. So getting that stop go 30 served as quickly as possible might be the optimum thing, as we think. We saw a car that was spun and then teleported out of the way there further down. Have we had a disconnect? That was a 943, but I think they are still driving. It looks like they are. They're coming in to serve the drive-through immediately there. Emerald looks like that he haven't put a foot wrong this entire wet stretch of driving. Very good driving from him, as it does look like that Novak behind him are a little bit quicker, but he's making those small mistakes, maybe of irritation, that he can't go get past Emerald. Hard to say, really. Get a good look on Emerald here. Does use the brake this time around to control the car through a rouge. I don't think the Porsches, I think he's just lifting through, as the 212 have spun it at Blanchimont. It does seem to be the more difficult corner in the wet conditions. That's Mick Schultz. We saw him earlier as well in what was that? That must have been was that the driver who spun it at Puma? I think it was. He's not having a good stint so far. Getting close, and that's a 11 right behind as well. So that car will not be for position. I think that the blue Ferrari might have been. It was for position. That was Kroll that overtook there. So Schultz have lost yet another position due to unfortunate driving in this stint, but very difficult conditions. I myself have spun it a great deal of times as well, that corner in the wet. When trying to push it just a little bit too much, or even trying to be a little bit too safe and getting the car turned in too early. Taking the cut, I don't think he was quick enough to get the track cut there. Ooh, now it's getting bunched up behind him as the Lamborghini tries on the grass. Hard to see what's going on behind the tree. Still on the grass, but gets it back on track without spinning. Interesting way of getting through there as the 1111 goes through as well. Chris is asking who the hell that was, but it was a Lamborghini that went on the grass. That could have been either Barney, maybe. It does look like that car on the color scheme. No, it can't have been Barney. He's way too far ahead of that battling. And it's a driver much further down the field. Now 8-second gap between Beton and the 911 car. Beton is really starting to pull out the gap. Ruben Tang, it looks like it was, who made that crazy move on the outside there. Still ahead of the 1111 car of Damien de Keyser. That is actually a battle for position. That might explain why he went so far wide to try and keep the red and white car behind and doing the aggressive overtake on the grass. As the 141 car come in to serve the stop go 30. Ooh, someone's off the track there, forcing these drivers to take a little bit of a more cautious line through the corners. Oh, goes off again at the exit of Stavelo or Paul Frere, whatever it's called these days. That have opened up the gap just a little bit between the Tang and oh, I think that's actually for position. That's the 303 car. That's a Hirthoff there in the 303 Ferrari. That means that Tang have overtaken him in that sequence of corners, and the 1111 car back there falling a little bit further back. Was that blue car position? Was that a blue? No, that can't have been. We are looking for BMW for positions there. But yeah, Tang gets a bit of clean air to Damien de Keyser in that sequence of corners and traffic. What it is at this point. It does. Trying to look and see what else is going on at the minute as the rain will disappear slightly sooner and sooner at this point. For every second they drive in the rain, the drivers know that they have less time, or they'll have less time left in the rain, as they can see a clearing on the radar. The yellow flags popping up all the time. Andrew Hipaf there in the pit, still saving that stop go 30, it looks like. They might have disconnected as well, and that might be the reason why they are so far down. We did see them earlier at the race being much further up. Yeah, they were leading earlier in the race, and very unfortunate race for them today. Whether or not that they will stay in the race, Chris, don't say stuff like that in the background. Now I'm just starting laughing for no reason. Whether or not that they will continue driving, we'll see them back on track. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, dropping further and further back as the time progresses in the race, of course. But John Benton still leading the race, doing such a good job in the Sim Racing Holland machine. With a bit of a back marker ahead of him that he'll try to go through at the safest possible way into the bus stop. That's happening. Good drive for both of them, as we can see the 101 car in the background there. For the first time we get them in the frame for quite a few hours, so they haven't had the most interesting of races so far. But at least the last couple of hours haven't been that interesting for these drivers. Benson there with the back mark, getting very close to rear-ending Benson there. If he had done that, I don't think Benson would have been happy with that. Now the 911 car comes into the pit, and he will serve the 15-second penalty that he have collected in the pit lane this time around.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
As Alex have joined us back for a little bit, which means that I can go grab some water maybe.
I'm sorry. If you were waiting, you could have just pinged me. I was just on my phone, I'll be honest.
Oh,
Just trying to regain my voice a bit.
It is what it is, right? Not many interesting things have happened since you were gone, except the 141 car. They have had some sort of a disconnect and are still currently set in the pits. Not sure if they have actually served their stop go 30 yet, or whether or not that they will continue the race is a big question at this point. It haven't been the luckiest of races for them, being way up there early in the race as the I think that was the Mode 11 car making a move on Jesper van der Vaart, the R03R03 machine. As they are in a close battle, and they have it looks like that's Brun behind them also involved in this battle. I know that's not Brun, that's a different car. That's Brun is the one that we can see there in the background. That's a Lamborghini of sorts that's chasing them. But I'll just go grab a little bit of water and leave you guys in the capable hands of Alex for the next maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
And I am back. Welcome back in with me. Unlucky you've got me for the next 2.5 hours, I think. But obviously, as Oliver is saying, nothing much has seemed to happen. Obviously, unfortunately, there's a few disconnects that has unfortunately happened throughout the race, but that is just something that happens with ACC, and hopefully stuff like that can be fixed for AC2 that is scheduled to come out this year. But we haven't actually seen any leaks of the game, so I'm not sure how confident I am with the game just yet, but it is QNOS, so very capable people who are making the game. We do see some more people in chat. I think it's Y though. 73 also has some supporters watching. I think every car probably has a few supporters watching, but it's always good to show support for the car that you are vouching for in chat. Always good. And obviously, we'll give that car some screen time further on just after this. But what happens is there seems to be BMW M4 just gets a bit loose going into Blanchimont, which has led the R02E Aston Martin to get ahead. But for how long that is there going to be a later break? Yes, there is going to be a later break from the M4, which has caused him to go wide there, which has also caused him to have to try and rejoin safely, which has left him in the dust from other 2 positions. There have 2 other Lamborghinis. That's not gone well for that late braking from the M4, and R02E of Jasper van der Vaart has gone up into P19. But we do see there is a Lamborghini behind him who is in 4th position, but is also trying to either lap the R02E car or try and lap themselves. And here's a car that some people have been waiting for, the 73 car coming in P42 of the THRC #1 car in the McLaren 720S Evo. Very popular car at the moment. Currently in no man's land, unfortunately, at the moment. We do see... That's not the Wild Things car, is it? The 225. I was about to say. In P40. Okay, I was about to... Yeah, I've got 2 completely different names. Let's see, though, battles are obviously starting to go a bit. As we do see P42 might be having a bit of a battle here. I'm not sure who with. That seems to be... No, actually, no, never mind. Ignore everything I've just said. It seems something happened. Nelson Racing saying Lisa Car 996 currently in P38. So there are a few position gains that are happening here and there that we don't get to see on broadcast as much as we do see. The rain is supposedly going to stop in the next 30 minutes or so as it does get lighter and lighter. So are we going to see what was... Oh, that was a big slide there from Joey. Managing to keep it though, but he's still losing it there, but manages to keep it. Are we going to see what we've seen earlier, which was De Jong's and Beton's car stay on the slicks, which I know they have stayed on the slicks, But is it going to actually do what they had done last time and just give them such a good lead? And I don't know what position they are currently in. The Sim Racing Holland car of the Mercedes. I think they're in P3. Or are they? My pit wall might be wrong. Yeah, they're in P1. Wow, never mind. What has happened? Oh my god. A good save there from Joey Chater. I think that is. THRC car. I think that's when you need to start taking it a bit more easy going through a Rouge Radion. I think that was more a threat than a warning from the car. Trying to take it more easy going through those corners. Is there any other battles happening on track, Chris, or are we now at that stage of the race where we're starting to see no man's land? P23. Oh yeah, they are getting quite close between them both with DC Daniel Isban, a car we have seen quite a few times. Looks like Emerald. Oh my days. Emerald also trying to get in parts. It seems to go very wide there, going up through Roos. That's going to be a track cam. That's also going to leave him in the dust. Emerald just getting in front of him. Now quite a big gap between him and Isban. Off that little mistake that happened just cost him that position there. Isban in P25 and Emerald in P24. Or P23. Hang on, so this is a freeway position, it seems. Dumas as well. Ripple 6 as well, getting. Which is. Yeah. Getting closer, but I don't think he is going to get past again. Duma, the 666 car, trying to get closer to Amaral, but Amaral seeming to have quite a good pace there in the Big Brain Racing car. You see, there is also was a yellow flag from the 110 earlier, but it seems that has recovered of Hidebrandt. I think I've said that right in the 110 Lamborghini. But it seems he's back on his way, coming in P28 then. Juma now all over the back. For him, they'll get a bit wobbly going out through the straight before Blanchimont. Is it going to be enough for him, though, to actually gain this position from Slipstream? I don't think it is. Going into bus stop, who's going to brake later and how much by? Luca just losing a bit of time there to Duma going through Blanchimont. There's still quite a big gap between them both. But it's good stay with Luca here going in P23. We do also see Isban as well in the background, but not too close to actually worry about just yet. He is looking to go for a move again, going to the source, but he's too far back to actually think of going for a move yet, hopefully. He is actually got his front panel there in line there, as we do see another yellow flag happening. I'm not sure. It seems he gets the car going again, going into Rouge Radion now. Who's going to have the better exit here? Who's going to get the better speed? It does seem Amaral didn't actually, but Duma did, but had to brake because of the hesitation from Amaral.
It seems that Duma have a very good setup on the 666 car. That he can carry a lot more speed through the higher speed corners, as he goes a little bit too late on the brakes there, or maybe he wasn't expecting Emerald to brake at that point. But looks like that Dumas have a very good setup for these conditions, at least on his Ferrari. We also saw him carrying a lot more speed through Blanchimont and being able to take that exit curve out of that corner, which requires a lot of very, very smooth steering if you want to touch that in these conditions.
Something these two cars have been at it for a while as well. Does seem Duma wants to try regain a position that was originally his. But he's not going to be close enough yet. In fact, Emerald is actually starting to make a bit of a gap for himself now. How long that will last, not sure just yet, but it does seem he might be on the fresher tyres as well, which is going to help him a lot, as we will start seeing pits potentially coming quite soon. I'm not sure. It's all getting quite mixed up with the pit stops now. But this is what does usually happen during endurance races. Everyone starts pitting at completely different times to each other. But that's all down to driver stint timers. Sim Racing saying nice to see our battle on stream. I'll be honest, I think it's the only battle. So
Oh, I think there's one for P12 as well going on.
yeah, I just saw that as well.
One further down for a 32nd also. But Emerald, he have driven such a good stint in the wets this time around. Every time that we have seen him on the stream, he hadn't made a single mistake of that was worth noticing. We also were battling with Novak earlier, as Novak looked to have the more speed in the car, but Emerald just putting the car in the right places at the right time to deny Novak any chance of overtaking in those situations. And so Emerald is doing quite the job out there in these damp conditions. As we have the battle in the bottom right hand screen now for them. I think that's a P12, or is it for P11? I actually can't see exactly on my screen.
I think it's P12.
It's either 12 or 11. As there goes the move is for 11th, and he does get the move done on the outside of Blanchemont. Very risky place to try and pull that off. That requires the car that you're overtaking to lift off to get that done, and he did there, just avoiding that incident. As that was a mistake for position, as we have a new car in 11th at the minute. As a 169, I think that's Holman who's sneaking up behind as well in this little battle group. As Chris will probably get the camera jump one position down. Yes, we see it here. Who will try the move as well. Remember that 169 car are usually one of the cars that we see very far up in the standings, so they normally pack a lot of speed and a lot of good drivers in that car. Interesting to see if they can make a short progress of these drivers ahead of them. As it looks like that he does have more speed coming into Lake Com at this point, and he is all the way clear before the braking zone. So that will be an interesting one to follow as well. How fast Holman can get through. Not even sure if it is Holman in the car at the minute. To be honest, I can't really see much on my screen. It's very low pixels for me. But it is what it is. Emerald still defending from Dumas in the top left-hand screen, as they are having the run up to Blanchemont at the minute. As it looks like that Dumas actually does manage to carry a lot more speed every time that Dumas have the little look on the inside of the bus stop here. But not enough to really challenge for the position, unless if he gets very good on the front. It does look like he got early on the front there, but nowhere to go with it. As the battling are going on in both of our split screens at the minute. Good to see that the drivers are still at it with 8.5 hours left to go in this endurance event. I have been summoned by my team, so I'll have to leave you here for all the time being.
Oh, he's gone. That was Oliver, legend, who actually took over and recovered my voice a tiny bit for the home stretch now of my part. Now we do see this split screen is starting to use again. There's a bit of spin on the left one there. Not sure if that was contact related or just traction. But he does go and rejoins a bit unsafely now, unfortunately losing those positions. However, on the right one, it's starting to get a bit more tight between the three of them. Still quite similar pace between them all, going on to the 8 hour and a quarter left of... No, it's not 8 hours and a quarter, that's not my... Okay. 8 hours and 25 minutes, I can't be asked to do maths. Getting closer between all three of these cars. It does seem Isban is trying to gain these positions back after, I think, he made a bit of a mistake which caused him to lose those 2 positions there. But we also do see McLaren is well there, but I believe that is P42. As we actually have another guest joining us. Dominic Geese, welcome on into the commentary box.
Yeah, hello Alex. Hello Chris. How are things going?
Good, so far your teammates just joined us, but I want to see how your race is going so far. Obviously you've just ended your stint, I believe, and now your other teammates in. I'm not sure if Oliver's going in the car just yet, but how's the race gone for you so far from your perspective?
Yeah, we are just changing the drivers. Oliver will jump in after rain stops. Yeah, I don't know how much Oliver talked about our race, but it wasn't the best so far. We did a gamble in the beginning with starting on wet tires instead of dries, which paid off. But then Oliver thought his game crashed and then we reconnected, and a few laps later he crashed in a Rouge radio. It is more likely race over, but we still keep going. Look how the race is ending.
It's still 8 hours and 23 minutes left, Martin, so anything can happen. We have seen quite a few cars have that unfortunate issue. I know a few people have disconnected, but I've still got the determination to keep going, especially one car that I have to point out over and over again because they've done an absolutely outstanding job. It's the 911. He was the original pole sitter, but then went down all the way to P46. Now I think is back up into P2, I believe. So absolutely mental from him. I know you said it might be race over for you, but obviously be a bit optimistic here. Where do you see yourself ending up at the end of this race? And don't say into a barrier.
Yeah, it's difficult because I don't really know it. Before the race, before the crashes, I would say yeah, top 20, top 15 would be possible. But now I think we are hoping for like a top 30 finish.
It's still quite decent if you actually get that achieved. Obviously, you're currently in. I think you're in P32, I believe.
We are
Is that
last.
you? Oh, never mind. That's another Mercedes. Obviously, you seem to have quite good strategy calls, as you saw earlier, as we witnessed. Do you think you can continue that good strategy call, or do you think it's a very one-time thing that's happened there?
I think thanks right now the weather is playing with us. Every time when the weather is changing, our stint is ending. So we hope it's keep going, and then our strategy would pay off at the end.
Yeah. Obviously, you have a new teammate in this race as well. I forgot what his name is, but is it his first time in your guys' team?
Yeah, Timo Zidek is driving the first time for us. He was driving before at THBM, where I was driving first when I joined SSRI, or SRHI as it was before. But then, as everybody know, or many people know, the team isn't existing anymore, and Timo joined another team, and this team is a little bit complicated what driver lineup is, because not every driver, or not really one driver instead of Timo, have time to make the races. And I knew Timo from before from THBM, and I asked him if he wanna drive with us, and he said yes. That's why he's racing with us. He's trying to support us in the longer races like this one, or next time at the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, Nordschleife. Yeah.
Has he done any stints just yet, or has it just been you and Oliver?
No, Timo is just driving now. He did the last stint. So
How do you think he's been doing?
I think he's doing quite well. The Mercedes isn't the best and the easiest car to drive. So far, so good, I would say. He's still improving with the Mercedes. And he said, yeah, the Mercedes isn't too bad to drive. So he's liking the car. And I hope it's the same after the stint.
Obviously, we did see your little spin that happened during bus stop, and you definitely didn't look very happy on your onboard camera there. Was that were you doing a TC cut method there, or were you accidentally just putting on and off the TC?
No, I used to put off the TC in the middle sector from Pouron to Blanchimont, and while I was in the middle, I forgot to put it on again, and that's why it's on the last stop.
Yeah, we saw your reaction live there. It's quite cool to see the webcams are still working again. We did see the CBSR car of their HQ webcam, though we do see yours being on as well. When is your next stint then? Because I know you've been in the car quite a lot recently, so I'm just wondering when your next stint will be.
Yeah, my next stint is in like 1 hour. When I will,
so you do it up
after
north,
Oliver,
right?
I will jump into again. Yeah.
How many more stints do you have left?
With the next coming 3.
Oh, so
I will
you're
do
doing
the
quite a
next one
majority
and
of the
then
race.
2 stints I will do. No, it's split evenly. Everyone will do 4 stints.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense, actually. I'm just trying to think of other questions, because I have not had much sleep.
It's all fun to comment with you.
Exactly.
So you just go back to the race on track.
Is it your car? I'm either thinking it's your car or another Mercedes. But is it your livery changes if you get top 5, I believe? Or is that a different car?
It's exactly our car. We decided to change our livery when we again get a great result in our eyes. And this would be like top 10. or
Okay,
even
okay.
top 15. If it's something like that.
Have you actually had a chance to use your other livery yet? Or have you not been very lucky so far with the results of races?
I think that get the chance to do it on Nürburgring Nordschleife. But after the crash was the game, I think it's not possible anymore.
We'll find out,
We
obviously.
still have yeah, probably the chance then later in the season.
I don't know if it's just me or and my Wi-Fi, but is your mic
We
cutting
hope so.
out for him as well, Chris? Okay, so it's not just my Wi-Fi. Hopefully that can be... Yeah.
Yeah, I just see I got a ping of 350 ms.
Oh, that's not great. I'm just trying to think. What are you competing in any other endurance series in the next month, or are you only doing SSRI as a team?
The team we are only doing SSRI, but I would do 2 other leagues. But these are not endurance, but sprint races.
Yeah.
But the days where SSI is doing the sprint races, I have no time. That's why I'm not competing at SSI sprint.
Been good to see your car actually been running over the past 3 races. You haven't had a dropout race just yet, but I assume you have more drivers to fill in the other spots. Or is that actually allowed? Are you allowed to change drivers per race, or is it a championship so you have to stay in the same drivers?
No, we are allowed to change drivers every race.
Okay, it's not like that.
No, the main drivers are Oliver and I, and then we got Timo now, and maybe one other driver, which can support us in the other races.
Is your ideal
Mainly
team
Oliver and I.
Is your ideal team for 24 hours then 4 or 5 drivers? So I know 5 is less driving time for you, but it can also not be the greatest thing ever.
Probably will be 4 drivers. But as things stands, it's only 3 drivers. We have to look out for the 4th then, if our 4th driver have time to do the race or not.
Drew, anything else you want to say about your team or anything that's coming up?
Oh, I don't know.
Putting you on the spot here now.
Yeah. You
I'm
got
giving you
me.
as much talking time.
Now I think if you can keep the pace up which we have right now, we can achieve the top. Oh shit, mate! He's spun there.
That's another.
Um.
Luckily, it's on the runoff area though, so nothing
Yeah.
bad has happened there. He has got damage though, it seems.
But it was close with the other car, which used the runoff area there.
Seems yeah, the rain has stopped now actually since we were last speaking. So the people on the wet tires, they're going to start suffering a tiny bit with the overheating tires. This is obviously what we've seen last time the rain happened. So that's probably what did cause the spin. Unless he is on the slick tires, of course, then the puddles might have got him. But I'm just trying to think as we do
Another
see
one.
now the Sim Racing Holland car down on P41, unfortunately also spinning in around the same place there. It must be the AstroTurf that is actually causing the issue there. Maybe he just went a tiny bit wide there. Because obviously you're not going to have the most amount of grip on the wet tyres on the dry surface. Yeah, a lot of people are pitting now, as Chris just mentioned. Mainly because the driver stint is also coming to the end. For most people anyway. Obviously there's going to be a few anomalies. Especially for people like Dominic. No, Dominic's car is going in soonish because he just said so. So I need to remember stuff soon.
I think Timo just ran into the pits. I think I saw him in timetables.
Do start seeing that dry line forming now, which is going to let Betten get quite a big gap here. I'm not sure if Taplin is also on the dry compounders tyres as well. We'll have to find out between those two, but that dry line is going to form, and that's something Betten needs to stick his car onto. Now, the Wild Things racing car of Rob Taplin in the number 79 BMW M4. Not sure if they... Yeah, I feel like they've just done their driver swap. So, still a 3-second gap between him and P1, so they are doing an absolutely great job so far, the Sim Racing Holland car, of keeping a good strategy now. They have not used a single pair of wet tyres throughout this race just yet. However, we do see now the track is gone greasy and we don't see rain for the next half an hour, so it's a bit of a break now for them for now. You just see though, he is going into the pits actually. I'm not sure what's happening there. He is actually doing another driver swap.
Yeah. There's Oliver in the car. No. And hello, Oliver. Nice to see you. He looks really concentrated there. Yeah, oh, there's one car in front of him. Who was it? Patrick Vance. Not ideal for the 1111.
The track temperature is going down now, mainly because it is still a wet track. That's going to cause a factor of that, but it also is becoming more and more dark now as we do get closer and closer to night time now, which will be the end of this race, finishing at around midnight, I believe, in game time. Oh, just too and in real life.
Yeah, for UK time.
I might
For
be
me, it's
back
like
at the
1
end.
p.m. 1 a.m.
Ouch. Well, enjoy that.
Yeah, and I have to double stand the last stint, so it will be nice. Oh, Oliver gone spite. Shit.
Lost. Is that lost a position? No.
No. We are lost. We can't lose positions.
You said it yourself, mate.
Yeah, you have to take it with fun. It's only a race that we can see if things are working or not. And nothing more.
Bear in mind, racing is just all about having fun. It's not always about being competitive, obviously. It's all about just being you. You still have 8 hours left, though, and you are catching P44 at the moment. 24 seconds between you and P44. However, they have gone into the pits now. So we might actually start seeing you go up a position soon, potential. Or are you up a position? I'm currently looking at 2 different timing screens now. And I believe you are in P44 now, as we do see. Diestel has got a drive-through penalty for unfortunately speeding through the pit lane. That's not going to be very good for him. He's going to lose at least another 60 to 90 seconds going through the pits there. You're not in last now. How does it feel, Dominic?
Yeah, it feels great, but not too great actually. I would like to be in top 20 or so, like we started in P19. But yeah, you can't have everything.
Exactly. You've had some very good races recently in terms of performance. Especially, I always refer back to it in Silverstone, which was my first race commentary with SSRI, and you and the CBSR car were battling it for at least 4 hours. I want to say you guys were going at it for ages. You were just bumper on bumper for so long. You guys were so close in pace between each other that it was just making it so difficult for each other to actually get past and try to maintain a bit of breathing space. But obviously, this isn't the main race. You would I guess you would probably want to get better positioned into a 24-hour race like Nordschleife that's next, compared to this, which I think Nordschleife is on April 20th, if I'm correct. Oh, my facts are just so good.
Yeah, CBSR's our main rival. So our primary goal is to finish ahead of them in every race, but this time we can't achieve it. Nevertheless, they get a disconnect or crash or something like that. You never know. But as things stands, I think we won't get them over the race.
Still, well, actually, in 2 hours, we are actually exactly halfway through the season. So there is still 3 other races actually to be participating in. I assume you're not dropping any rounds, hopefully. You are still, I think, quite neck and neck on points, I believe, between you both. But we'll have to see what happens between both of them. It's very unpredictable, just like that Porsche, which way I wanted to go. That Porsche going, I think is that the R2E car as well? So yeah, the Porsche 992 R2E car putting a bit of pressure there on Bunny in the other Sim Racing Holland car, which is actually a back marker, I believe, or is that the other SSRI car? Sorry.
It's Bunny.
Seeing the R2E car is putting a bit of pressure there on Bunny and the SSRI car, not the Sim Racing Holland car. I apologise for that. Brakes a lot later though than K-Bunny. If that's going to be a position change in the next few laps, we might have to see. I'm not sure who's got the pace advantage just yet, but I'm going to say it might be Eric. I'm not sure how much by, but looking at how he's braking, he seems to be a bit more aggressive on the brakes. That's also going to be a track cut there for Bunny, so he needs to be quite careful and how he takes a Rouge Ready on this. It's still a greasy track as they're now going to go side by side. It does seem he tries to defend the inside line. I don't sure it's going to work. Getting the overspeed, he is going to try to defend going into Lecombe's. It seems he's not going to have to though, as it does seem the R2E car does just brake a bit later and gets past out. Is there going to be any sort of retaliation there from Bunny in the Lamborghini? Not sure there is going to be able to, and that seems Gazelle has gone up in to P9 into the single digit numbers now.
Yeah, this move was prepared from the beginning of the lap, like doing the source a little bit other than Barney, to get more out of the corner, and then going through Rouge, just not getting apart from him, just be just behind him, and then the slipstream doing the rest of it. So a nice move.
Very well executed move there, as we see the CBSR car now. Once again, the car we were mentioning earlier against the other R2E car, the Aston Martin this time. 4P20, it seems he's going to go for a little move. He isn't going to go for it though. He looked for a move on the inside going into La Source. He isn't going to go for it though, as we do also see I believe that is the same race. I'm not sure. I'm not going to say anything though because I'm not trying to get word. Yeah. That time it is the sim racing Holland car, and if it's not, you can't blame me. Blame Chris. But he is also catching up, but they are a lap behind us. So we do see another few cars going for a battle, but we do see the CBSR car looking to go for a move on the inside of the column. He isn't going to do it just yet. He's just sticking his nose behind, just putting a bit of pressure there on Ambrosio. That is a name I will not be able to pronounce ever again. Ambrosio. Anything over 3 syllables long is too long for me. A short story.
It's funny to pronounce every surname the right, like it should be, when they are not in your main language, in your native language.
That is well. That's why I tend not to do European servers, mainly because they have some of the most difficult names ever. I'm not sure who it was, but I think it was like, what was it? Navadashville? Navadash? I've probably completely bottled that. But that was one of the names today. That wasn't as bad as some of them I've seen, but it's when you have the homophones of different languages and stuff like that, and phonics as well. That's also doesn't help. CBSR car though, getting closer now to the R2E car as we get back onto this race instead of talking about languages. He's getting closer, but he's definitely not close enough yet. It seems they are a very similar pace between them both in the slipstream, but the slipstream doesn't seem to be helping too much unless it's on Kemmel straight. In fact, he probably is again affected by dirty air a bit more than he is actually getting an advantage over the slipstream going into Arush Radion. Now he is just all over the back of him now. Maybe you can get a good exit between Radion. It does seem he does get a bit of a better exit there than the R2E car. It seems they went a bit wide through Radion, but it doesn't seem it's going to affect them yet. We haven't seen a drive through in some time, so there might be some that are brewing. There is a blue flag as well. I'm not sure who that's for. I assume that's further up in the packet. There's quite a few cars there as well, which is definitely something that we can see as well. There's still 32 people watching, which is still quite surprising that you're just listening to me waffle for this long. But obviously, like and subscribe. We're closer to 50 likes. I reckon that should be the goal in terms of likes. I'm not sure if that can happen, but let's just be determined and optimistic. Just like my vocal cords. Cheers, Chris. Oh, I've got a scone. I'm absolutely going to devour this. Yeah. Alright, question actually. More for Chris because I'm not sure if you guys do. Is it scones or scones? What do you say? I know you're from the north, so you're probably got to say scone. Oh, alright, I'll just say scone then so I don't go controversial on you. Yeah, and cream, but which way do you do it? I'm not going to say which way I do it. No, I put cream and then jam. But if you put... Yeah, one of them are weird, one of them aren't. I'm not going to say which one.
I assume that's some British thing.
Very.
Okay.
One of them has a
Yeah, I
language.
think Aaron goes for the move now.
Oh!
Oh!
Both of them though, and it does seem the CBSR card just murders and then goes. That is not going to be very good there, and that's going to be some of the stewards we'll look at later on in the race. However, I think the stewards have had quite a quiet race to say the least. There hasn't been too many penalties here and there Obviously, there are the odd ones that do happen, but there hasn't been overall that many because we've had quite a clean race start. As Chris does some counting, we'll find out. Only 9 penalties have actually been applied, which is really surprising, actually. So even though there is still 7 hours and 59 minutes, pat on the back there for the drivers, we do see a yellow flag for car number 19, I believe that is, going slow before bus stop. Not sure what's happened there. It seems he is back up and running now. I assume it's probably just a spin. But it could be something else. Obviously, it's now an optimum track again. That's all happened quite quickly, but there is obviously, I think there's still 45 or 44 cars left in this race. But obviously a few people unfortunately getting a disconnect. But that is something that just unfortunately happens throughout. Should we try and get some mid-race interviews? Is that a good idea? Or...
Do we going to see the move next? On camera, he's flashing a car ahead of him. And he's going for the move. He's already ahead. Yeah, he is. And now he's just letting through. So nice move from Andre Urso.
I will be back in 2 seconds.
No,
Really quickly onto my door.
No, Andre Urso was overtaking. I'm sorry. Maybe it's even get overtaken by Van Schaik. Ah. Then the lapping maneuver. Yeah, I'm quite impressed by the Sim Racing Holland car. Really doing well. I think they started not that far ahead. Like the Wild Things car. The Wild Things car started with us around P20. And now they are in third. Yeah. But the gamble from the Sim Racing Holland car was paying off as well. I think they started on dry tires and still keep on dries while it was raining. I don't know if they even used any wet tires so far. Because the second rain wasn't that different to the first one. That could be a warning.
I am back.
Yeah, welcome back.
Thank you very much. You cars are once again here and there, still battling, but it's not too close between all of them. It's, yeah, as we start seeing, the battles are starting to drop off a bit, but the CBSR car did seem to get ahead of Nellis over the course of a few laps, I believe. So he's now Back past and running in P24 now. If that changes again, we'll have to find out. Seven hours and 54 minutes left of this race now. Do you see now a few bells have started to disintegrate, you could say. I'm actually going to quickly check the pit wall. I'm not sure how reliable this actually is nowadays. It doesn't seem the pit wall's loading for me, but that's not. Well, I don't. Doesn't matter. I'm sure it's loading for other people. I hope. It does seem now we don't see any more rain for the next 30 minutes. Still an optimum track, so some cars are having a bit more of the breather now, not having to go through the unfortunate part, which is going through rain. Some people like rain, some people don't like rain. It's all just something. It's just all comes down with experience, really, of how much, because you don't usually get many wet races, really. Well, what I found out is you don't really find many wet races unless it's scheduled to be a wet race, mainly because the weather's just on dynamic or something on the ends of that. So it's always good to see wet races, though. I haven't commentated many wet races in my time. I make that sound like I've been doing this for years, but I really haven't. Do you see now the E1 Simsport car we did see last race? Not sure if we saw it in Silverstone. Currently trying to put a bit of pressure. No, he is not. That is actually trying to get past the car, which I think that is Amril in the 296. Well, Amril's car. It's the 666, I think it is. Or is it? No, it's Duma. Need to get my facts correct. That is not Amril. That is Duma's car, the one who was drifting quite nicely during qualifying. Let's hope he doesn't do that during the race, as he does go for a move. Well, this isn't actually for position, so I don't know why I'm commentating on this. But that's fair. True. Now what we could do... Actually, no, there's not really a point, because all of the liveries are the same as last race. Oh. Nice livery incorporated with a lot of creativity. That is a very... I'm not sure if that's desync or if that's actual damage there, but that BMW M4 seems to is carrying quite a bit of damage to the front part of that car. Do you see that's a spin there? Morton in the Big Brain Racing car seems to... Does he have damage? Is he spun coming out of the pits, or is he spun from a Rouge? It doesn't seem he has any sort of windscreen damage or suspension damage, but I'm not sure about aero-related damage he might have. He is back up and running though, just letting a few cars back. In fact, that is Dominic's car. You can see on screen as well. Now getting a bit of pressure from the McLaren, who is currently, I think that's a 49 McLaren, if I'm right. I don't know why I keep saying random numbers.
Oh,
That is not great there from both of them. It seems just squeezing in a tiny bit too hard. It's like going to be more door rubbing between both of them. But it does seem the McLaren does just get past her, the 73. Does seem though. What's that car? Is that the 296? Yeah, just getting a tiny bit wobbly. Letting the other black 296 get by, trying to put some pressure on Chate, which I think that 296 might not be for position actually. However, I don't think it is. He seems a bit too quick. I see another CBSR car is getting close once again, I think. Is that? Yeah, I assume that is a CBSR car trying to put some pressure on. Oh, I'm confused now. Is that the C? Yeah, that. Correct. Oh, I see. So this is confusing. Oh, the other green car just gets a bit of contact there, unfortunately, from the 296 of the Buren. Now losing another position there to another Mercedes, who I assume is the other sim racing Holland car of the leader, is it? Yeah, which that is sim racing Holland, isn't it? No, it's not. That's gonna make stuff so much more. I think that's the 60. No, that's CBSR, the 69. It must be further down than P23. Dominic Bellotto in the, is that say Astro Racing Team? There's still quite a few cars. It's just not going to break some of these cars having to overlap cars and just trying to let them lap safely. There is absolutely no man's land place in this track really. Just fully packed with cars at the moment. Still 45 cars left, which means there's only been one retirement really.
Yeah, there is. We started with 46 cars. I think we are now 45.
Good to see there's not been actually many retirements at all as we go on further into this race now. Let's just see Bellotti trying to put a bit of pressure there on the 111 BMW M4. All over the back of him, if he is going to be able to overtake. Yes, he will be. The overspeed from that Mercedes going through the final few corners before the straight of Blanchamont. He's going to have the slipstream. Not sure how effective it is going to be going into Blanchamont. It's all about just nailing the braking going into bus stop. And hopefully you outbrake your opponent. In this case, that is a 111 BMW M4. Who is actually still gaining on Bellotti. I keep getting two names mixed up. Just the evergreen car as well. The Bentley trying to get past another car as well. I'm not sure if that is for position. However, the Astro racing car is looking to get past the BMW 111 as soon as he can, really. It seems they are quite similar pace though. The Bentley isn't actually for position. This is the only actual battle on track, I believe, apart from Hep, who is in the 5-5, the 511. 296. These two cars are going onto the Camel straight now. Is the slipstream going to be in favour of the Mercedes? Yes, it is. They're going to go side by side here going into the comms now. He is going to outbrake the 111, and I think that is just giving up the position slightly. Still 7 hours and 3/4 to go. Now losing a bit of time there, unfortunately. The 111 car, so I feel like that was more of a let go position instead of battling for it. However, we see a bit of door robbing there from the whose car is that? The McLaren. Is that the 73? think it is. Okay, I need to stop saying numbers now. I'm just saying random numbers. Rossen getting a bit. What's it called? Wide they're going into. Right, yeah. Let's just confirm that is a sim racing hauling car. Does seem he is trying to battle out with Diana, who we have seen before in these races. He is just trying to defend a tiny bit. Trying to increase this gap now. It's not by a lot, but it's still enough to actually have a bit of breathing space. But there is still going to be a lot of pressure there on Diana to try and keep that car in front of the sim racing hauling car, who's carrying P33. There's actually 3 sim racing hauling cars, if I'm correct. There's the Lamborghini, the Mercedes, and obviously the McLaren as well. Unless there's 4 cars, or 5, or 10, or 20. How many are there? I assume it's 3. There's 4 apparently, but it could be half the grid. Poking their nose out now, trying to get past, going into the straight before Blanchimont. He is going to have the inside line now, down going into Blanchimont, which is going to help him out quite a bit. We also see a 992 in the background as well. Not full position, but that is going to play quite a big factor in this battle as well to let that car go. Because I'm sure, is it a half lap? Half a lap to let the car by, or is it a full lap, Chris? Well, apparently they don't have to let them by, so actually it might not play much of a factor at all. I think Dominic's fell asleep.
The blue flags rules are you're not have to let the car which is lapping you past, but you're not allowed to defend your position. So if he's trying to overtake you, you have to let him.
Okay. So actually, no, the 992 is actually losing a bit of time between these 2 cars now, so it might not play as big as a factor as I thought it would be, especially with those blue flag rules as well. I assume, I'm not sure what's happened with this track map, however, we do see a double. Hang on, no, is this the same thing? No, one going into Blanchimont, there is a huge battle starting to occur. It seems to be, is that a freeway battle or is one for, not for position? I see. So the 111 there in front is not for position, it's the Evergreen Bentley. Okay, so that could be some strategy calls, as Chris just says, as you can't hear. The red car, the 111 BMW, is actually teammates of the white car, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen. Or is it the left? No, I think it's the right, a mirrored image, of course, but I'm not sure. No, it's got to be the right side for you guys as well, I assume. It does seem, though, is that BMW of the 111, obviously teammates with the BMW white car behind, who is actually battling with that green Bentley, going to actually play some team games here and try to potentially hold him up a little bit. Oh my gosh.
Oh, holy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my days. You can't scare me like that, Chris, man. That just scared my soul out of me. I'm awake now. Bit of a crash there, as we saw on the left hand side of your screen, that I didn't see until the reaction happens. But we'll get a replay of that hopefully sooner on, as that battle has seemed to have disintegrated as well.
Would be nice to see the driver reaction.
If we could. I'm not sure if we got a sim racing hall on camera.
I'm not sure either.
I think it's only yours for this
Oh,
race.
really? Only mine and all of us.
Oh, yeah.
A
It's good to
shame.
get more cars with that webcam thing on.
Oh
Definitely
yeah.
something you don't see every day. Yeah, replay. What just happened there going into Blanchimont? Huge car mess here, it seems, going on to the AstroTurf just caused him to go off, and it does seem the BMW was a huge part of that, just going slow on the outside, and that just caused the three cars to unfortunately be a part of that. What did you say, Chris? Oh. Oh yeah, the car in the middle as well. Let's just say Chris is making some interesting noises of a potential another crash that was going to happen.
I think Chris. I think
Well,
Chris is trying to pronounce the German alphabet.
Right. Oh. Try for the stop, go 30. One for Zahili. Imran. Unfortunately, going to drive through. I'm going to assume that is for track cuts, and then it seems to be a speeding in pit lane issue there for Payal, currently in P19, who has a stop go 30. So that's going to put them so far down in the orders, because that's like a minute 20 really, if you think about it, when coming in and out of the pits as well. So that's almost half a lap or so. Indianapolis is up then. But I think this is probably the worst track to get a stop go 30 on.
It is. You're losing so much time through the pit lane because it's the longest pit lane in the season. So Canada, in the world actually.
Probably is as well. I'm just trying to imagine Nordschleife's pit lane, because obviously you got the GP pit lane, but you've also got the actual Nordschleife pit lane. So
Yeah,
is it
but
just
you're
the
only
GP?
using the GP pit lane.
Is it that big then, that pit lane?
No.
How many
No,
cars
they
do
are
you think
so
it'll hold?
stacking.
I reckon
You
it's
got like a
125.
square of about 2 meters by 3 meters or so for
Oh.
every car.
It's crammed in that pit lane.
Oh yeah, it's really nice to see. I was there once and it was such a mess. Yep.
Evergreen car now. Seems to be getting a bit of pressure, but seems he got past the 111 car, who is the teammate of the white BMW, of course, if I've not mentioned it enough. It doesn't seem it has helped them at all, the white BMW. So we'll have to see what happens there, if the BMW, the red one's going to let their teammate by quite easily or not. I think they might hold up the cam. No, they just let them by very easily there. That's probably the best decision. Good to see though. There's still quite a few Ferraris and McLarens in this grid, but it's good to see a few other brands. Obviously, this is. Oh, we're not running. No, this is just normal ACC BOP, I think. It's actually LFM BOP. I correct myself with that person called Chris who's actually in here, who owns the thing, so he should probably know this. So I'm trusting him.
We are using them. I can confirm that.
Oh, 2 people now, so if I get it wrong,
You can blame us.
It's actually just no bop on, you don't realise.
Just numbers. Which displayed there.
We'll start seeing the next pit stop starting to happen again soon. In the next, I'm gonna say, I'm not sure anymore because of just how people have mapped out their pit stops. Obviously, it's been interrupted a few times because of rain and probably for damage and other reasons like disconnect. So everyone's pretty much all over the place when it comes to driver stint timers now. So we can't really tell when people come into the pits now. I think the majority of people might pit in the next 30 minutes potentially.
That's a really long gap.
It could wait. When do you think you're pitting next, Dominic? Because I can use you as a rough.
In the next 30 minutes, that's right, but we got a disconnect and a crash.
Oh.
So we are no reference.
So the next 10 minutes then.
Yeah, I would say the same. The next 10 minutes there should be everyone, or the most people, most drivers,
majority.
and most teams going to the pit and swap tires, drivers, and review.
This is the longest time we've actually had without rain to hit the track. So I kind of want to use commentator's curse power to say, bring back the rain.
No! Don't do this!
Sorry, but not sorry because I want to see rain. In fact, there's your car on stream. At least it's still going.
Yeah,
Going
in the dry, not the wet.
Not sure what position you guys in right now. Have you gone up any positions since?
Too.
You've gone up a few positions.
Yeah, we got a few positions up. But
Oh,
I don't know what happened there, if people crashed, disconnected, or just a pit stop driven.
or rule 5.
Or all 5, yeah.
Even though there's only 3 that you listed, but I don't know why I said 5. I see there's still 29 people watching into this race so far. Good to see so many people in this race. I'm going to say this on stream as well for people who are just lurking. If you want a mid-race interview, just hop on into the interview waiting room channel and you will be moved in when it's appropriate to be questioned. That sounds like I'm doing a police case. To be interviewed, there we go. Oh, that's even worse, but you know, just go with it. That's even worse. You're not in trouble. Well,
I
you might
thought
be.
you were native. But to be fair, I got a lot of problems with the German language from time to time.
I need to start learning German. That's a language I want to learn.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've started learning French. I'm not got the question. I'll have to go in. That's one language I want to try be fluent in. Obviously, it's got quite a good opportunity in it.
Yeah, you don't hear a lot of people saying, yeah, I want to learn German, because it's such an aggressive language for the sound of it. But if you're speaking it, it can be a really beautiful language, and if you can speak it in Germany as well, or in Austria, or Switzerland.
It's very
You
heavily
see it.
used in the automotive industry.
Yeah.
So it's definitely something that is good with that.
Of course. But you see then how beautiful and how nice the people are to you if you're speaking in their language. It's not only applied to the German language, but in every other language as well.
Might be something I start learning, but I'll try nail French as much as I can first before doing another one.
I tried to learn Spanish for 3 years, and I don't know any words anymore.
Oh,
And it's only half a year ago when I stopped.
I can technically say I can speak 4 languages. Fluently, that's another question.
Really? You learn 4 languages?
Technically, I've English, French, Welsh, and Amadeus, what's my brain going? Spanish, that's it. Some better than the others. I can semi-speak Welsh.
But is Welsh really a language or even only a dialect from the English language?
It's a full language. It's definitely something that's coming back into play again in Wales. It's got quite a lot better. You can actually speak the language nowadays. All going to do is try and encourage people to speak it. Maybe it's all my life. It's also, yeah, they've encouraged it, obviously, obviously not many people know this, but it's a very better when it comes to industry and stuff like that. It's a lot better for the oh. I assume I just fully cut off you.
Yeah.
Oops. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. I just didn't hear you guys speaking, and I looked down and I got the flashing red light. I'm like, oh, I've just said all of that for nothing. But yeah, it's still quite a used language in Wales. They're not trying to make it into a language like Gaelic or Cornish, which have kind of died, you could say. I'm not so sure about Gaelic. I'm not sure how many people still speak that language. Well, I think, isn't Cornish just Gaelic? Or is it its own language? I think you are right, actually. I'm not sure what other counties actually have their own language as well. Does Devon? I think Devon does. Or am I? Probably. The others, yeah.
Yeah, but it's the same as in Germany. You got this German language, which everyone is speaking, but you got then your own dialects within the like local cities or so.
Yeah.
Like you're speaking Kölsch in the region of Cologne, and then a little bit otherwise in Düsseldorf.
I think
Or in
every
Berlin.
language had their own sort of dialect of its language. I think Italy did as well. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think they did though. I learned this in history, I'm pretty sure. And then dropped history.
I'm studying history, but I haven't learned about this yet.
Yeah, I think you'll. What are you doing in like college, university?
In
Or just-
university, yes.
Yeah. I just didn't want to write essays. So that's why I stopped.
Yeah, I have to because I want to become a teacher sometimes. So I have to study.
That's a job with a lot of patience, so I respect you with that.
Thank you. Yes, you have to. Have to.
You need to get. Wait, don't you have to go into another training thing after university as well for a teacher?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
You got 1.5 years of being a teacher then in the school.
Yeah, as a
But
trainee.
with as a trainee exactly, and then after 1.5 years, you're a complete teacher then.
Yeah. So still quite a while. Wait, what year are you into university?
In the first year, but
Yeah, you still got some time.
second half of the first year then, and then studying like 5 years plus 1.5 years of as a trainee.
Yeah. Yellow flag again. Not sure who that is. That seems to be the 74 if I look on the track map. He hasn't actually recovered yet, having to wait for these cars to go past. He is moving again. Still slow moving. I think it's the 14. Or is it the 74? What another two? Hang on. I think it's the 14, but he's up and running again. I think it was just a bit of a spin that happened there. Does seem now Eric is going to try. Is this for position? I'm not sure it is. Oh, it is for position. It seems the Porsche of Gasel's trying to get past Leibold here. 4P4 trying to get closer and closer to that podium step that they can only think of getting now, but they can possibly get it towards the end of the race. The R2E Porsche, the most successful R2E car at the moment in this race, currently battling 4P4. Seems they are losing a tiny bit of time there now to 151 McLaren 720S Evo. It's not too much time at the moment to actually care about. It's just a bit of contact is that. It's just gone a bit wide down, sold the car, and there's not quite a big gap between them both.
Yeah, you see the Porsche just came into the corners and was just sticking behind him. But when he went on the straight, the McLaren just paid off his top speed. It's incredible how fast the McLaren today is.
Yeah. It's obviously there's the period, and I think it was 1.8. Like, I've always run the McLaren pretty much all of the time I played ACC. The original 720S started off quite strong, then it had issues in terms of the bumps and stuff like that, which killed the car a bit, but there was still quite a big fan base for the car, and then it started coming back again, and then obviously we saw the 720S Evo come into play, which has been one of the most dominant cars, along with the 296 in the next gen Evo range cars, and hopefully during the Nordschleife we see the Mustang added, but there hasn't been any sort of confirmation with that yet.
Yeah. But I'll have to leave you again. I need to prepare myself to get into the car again. It was nice to talk to you. I hope we can continue that at some point else.
Thank you very much, mate. Legend.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Dominic Geese, one of the drivers in Untalented Motorsports car, the pink Mercedes we've seen the odd few times during this race. Also, I believe he is a commentator here as well for SSRI, so you probably know his voice, probably more than mine. We do see now the R2E car is getting closer and closer to Leibold now than ever. Just going up through a Rouge Radiant now. He goes a bit wide, cutting the corner a tiny bit. And now, I'm not sure if that is going to be a track cut, but we do see there is someone actually in the waiting room. We'll get to him in a minute after this battle has finished. Does seem though they are quite close. I feel like this battle might be going for some time actually. They are both very, very close with each other. Seems very, very close pace between each other as well. They are closer than ever, but I'm not sure if he's going to actually get this move done before the end of this stint. I'm not sure. Did they change drivers or had a pit in the past 10 minutes or so? Or is this going to be one of their last laps, Chris, do you know? Apparently they haven't been in the pits for quite a while, so they might not actually get to battling for some time now between these two, as they need to pit quite soon, as we did see Dominic Geese leave to go back in the car, I believe. You see Jean Seb Cassingia. Oh, I said that wrong. Cassingina? Am I saying that right, Chris? You know what, fair enough. Give you that. Oh, okay. Do you just see the R2E car still closer than ever between them both? He's actually going to go for a move. He's going to go for a late dive. There's going to be a door up between both of them, not leaving too much room between them both, and they are going to be now losing it. There's actually going to be a pit maneuver between both of them. The R2E car just getting a bit dragged out, managing to keep it out of the wall though. It's not going to be very happy with that. And this will just go back through this loop again. got past and unfortunately just got a bit of a pit maneuver and now back behind. So we'll have to see all of this happen all over again, but might happen in the next few laps. Let's see now, the R2E cars both just overtake each other there. It's good to see both of them actually encountering each other on track again, but he is focused on trying to get P4 here. It's the other R2E car as he just goes for a huge dive there between them. Very aggressive move between them both, going into piff paths now. He has got that move done now. Is the Aston Martin going to try put a bit of pressure on him there? As it does seem now the Porsche of the R2E of Eric Gassel has gotten past momentarily. We're quickly going to have a little chat with Cassangina in the number, well, I assume the number 911 car. Welcome on in, Cassangina. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name correctly. Are you part of the 911 car by any chance?
Yeah, hello guys, I just went out of the car, yeah.
See, you have had a very, very mixed race so far. Obviously, you went from complete pole to all the way to dead last. Now to be in P7, trying to battle once again for the podium step. What's your opinion so far on the race? Are you being quite happy with the race performance so far, or could you be happier with it?
It's been a wild ride so far, but I mean, the paces we have right now is making us pretty happy. Like, we are confident we can find a few positions back. We tried a different strategy during the rain, the last stint of rain. We stayed on dries, so we've gained roughly a bit of pit stop time against the others, so we are pretty confident from onward then. And about the beginning, yeah, it was a bit sketchy. I think Nigel wasn't super confident for lap 1, and then we just tried our best to avoid any more troubles, even though it was not that easy. But yeah, it's all about highs for one now, really.
I'm assuming you got that kind of confidence in the slick idea from De Jong's team after they had quite a good performance when it came from it, going through the first part of rain. Obviously, you did have that unfortunate incident going into a Rouge Radion for the first time. It was more a bit of an ACC bug than ever going through it. But what's your... Obviously, you've got the purple lap right now, and you've had it for quite some time now. What's your goal with the rest of this race? Obviously, there's still 7 hours and 16 minutes left to go. But what's the aim for you and your team to get to?
Yeah, we definitely got inspired from the Merc staying in the dries in the first stint, but we also had previous experience on the track in similar conditions where we also gambled on staying on dries, and we figured out it could be actually quite decent on the Porsche at least. So we felt like there was nothing to lose anymore since we were quite far. Like I think we were still barely into the top 10 at that point. And I mean, eyes forward now. I think generally on pace, podium is reachable, but maybe we can be a bit. We hope for a bit more. So maybe P1. Let's see how it goes. Still a very long way to go. We saw that. It's easy to do mistakes. The conditions are not easy either, so we'll see.
Of course, there is still, obviously, as I said earlier, 7 hours and 50 minutes. This is the longest dry period of the race we have seen yet. So I think it's now an hour and a bit now. But is your... I know everyone has their own personal preference, but is your team better in the wet or the dry?
I think generally we have a bit more pace in the dry. I mean, at least the setup is more dry oriented, but we are kind of lucky since the Porsche is pretty good in wet conditions, so that also helps. But yeah, I think generally we would rather have dry rather than wet, and we feel like also wet is a bit more dangerous to drive. So yeah, hopefully more dry towards the end of the race.
You can see I have accidentally commentated cursed for more rain, but that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
There's definitely some. How long have you been in the car for in total so far?
Well, I'm just out of the car since 10 minutes. I've done a double stint. Nigel is driving for 3 more hours now because he has to go after that. Then I will jump back and we'll finish the race with Chen as well.
Good to see. Any other things you want to say about your team, or any other races you've actually participated in?
Well, not really. Just that we enjoy being in this series for a few races now. I mean, I think the race has been very fun so far, and we are looking for more races like this in the future. So, thanks for having me, and looking forward for more, guys.
Thank you for making that racing.
Yeah, thanks for the podcast as well.
Yeah, thank you for making the race clean for yourselves, and I hope for the rest of the race to be good for you guys, and hopefully if we see you near the top step, have a good rest of your race, guys.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Bye. That was Cass and Gina, part of the 911 Porsche, as we see, currently in P7, Turin, having the purple laps. They are under quite good chances of potentially winning this race, you could say, as well. Their pace has been very promising throughout the entire race. Definitely the team that I would have voted for team of the day after having such a interesting race, to say the least. But they have had so much determination on getting back up through the orders. But they've went from... I know I've said this so many times now, but it's just kind of hard to believe that they've went all the way from dead last to now P7 in just the matter of fact of less than 4 hours. So that is definitely something to pan your back for us. We do see someone in chat. Is that Xiaomi Skins? I think that is. Welcome on into the chat. Hope you're all well, buddy. 28 people still watching. Never mind, that is John. Could be. You know, just see a few cars getting a 5-second penalty. I think that is an old... No, that can't be an older. But, well, that's Kana in the 934 992 Porsche getting a 5-second penalty earlier. Unfortunately for them. But that's not going to be too much of an issue. It's a 12-hour race, so 5 seconds isn't going to make too much, really. So we do see P18 once again. Of 6/10 between him and the Evergreen Bentley once again, but we do see these two cars are quite close as well. I'm not sure who these two cars are. It's Banny and what seems to be or is it? Wait, no, hang on. Confused. Wait, no, this is Banny and Libo. Oh. Oh. You see now they are getting close between each other. It's not close enough yet for any sort of move difference to actually be made between them both. He is starting to creep up on there. Of Leibold, it's not going to be close enough yet for himself. Any series you want me to series? Oh my days. Seasons that you want me to promote, Chris, or everything? Just saying then. GT3 Season 6 sign on the 26th of March. Get yourself signed up for that. I think I actually saw that on SimGrid. That seems to have quite a few people signed up for it so far. I think it was like 115, I think I saw it as. So there's only 5 car slots left available since I last checked. It's probably changed since then. Obviously, I think it's more than one server. Well, it has to be. But it's good to see 2 or 3 tiers to actually be separated into. That's about, well, it could be about 40 cars per split, which is still quite a good split when you think about it. And Chris saying if anyone's doing it, pre-season test has to be done as soon as possible, assuming before the 24th of March. 22nd of March. 22nd of March deadline, something like that, Chris says, but he also says all information on Discord, so get yourself signed up for that, because I still see there's quite a few people still watching this. I can technically say it's a podcast with cars going around on screens now. Split screen now, however, we do see the SSRI car this time. Trying to look for a move on like bold. Is this no? Who lost the position last time? Or am I tripping? Oh. I see. In the next 56 minutes or so, we should see, I'm not sure who's coming into the comms box yet, but we are subject to change with the commentary whenever whoever is joining as well. But that is all for later on. We have just seen Chris telling me there is a drive-through there for P12, the car number 77, McLaren 720S Evo. That's going to be a race. Well, it's not really a race ruiner, but it's going to ruin a lot of positions they could have had. Let's see now. On the right of the car, it seems Zuhili and the Bentley are both going at it once again. These two cars have been going at it for some time. I'm not sure how long precisely they have been going at it, but it seems to Bentley starts to create a bit of a gap for himself. However, looking on the left-hand side of your screen, we do see the SSRI Lamborghini starting to get closer and closer now, creeping in on Leibold for this position, and it does seem he might get this done. Actually going on to Blanchemont, so they are in quite close places actually, these two battles. It does seem now the overspeed has helped the SSRI Lambo quite a bit there. Going into Blanchemont, is it going to help him going through Blanchemont as well? No, it isn't. It seems McLaren just keeps it a bit. There is going to be an outbreak there from the SSRI Lambo. There's going to be contact over between both of them, and that's going to cause the SSRI car spinning there. Chris is not going to be a happy chappy there for himself there, but it does seem now he is going to continue. He has lost a position or two there, unfortunately, for the SSRI car there. That's going to be the end of the battle there for now. He's not going to be very happy. I'm not sure who's in the car right now. I think it's Barney. I don't know why I said Bandy, but we'll go with it. Seems now the Evergreen Bentley is closing in with the other car just yet. The 296 starting to lose a bit of time, but that slipstream might cause them to increase a tiny bit. Yes, it will. It seems there was quite a big increase between them both. Now we're going to go side by side, but it seems he just flies past there, letting the Bentley out of sight there. And now going to the column, he is going to get that position done quite safely, you could say. Almost like he had DRS. Mohammed who? El Giro. So El Giro and PL seeming to go for position here. Going into a retracting on the seems to go very wide there, Mohammed, and now it's going to go side by side here, going onto Camel Straight. It's just going to be an easy position there for Patrick PL after that small little mistake that was made there with Mohammed. And now there is going to be a tiny bit of retaliation there from Mohammed. Doesn't seem he's close enough to try and think of going for a move. Bless you. Oh, never mind. I've never had so many YouTube screens open at the same time. Got IMSA running in the background as well, just to make stuff more interesting. So once again, if there's anyone new in chat, if anyone wants to do mid-race interviews, go ahead and go into interview waiting room, and we will drag you in when it is appropriate and suitable. However, we do see the 225 has gone slow and has a yellow flag there going into what seems to Lacoon. So I'm not sure what that is. That seems to be a lot of damage there for the M4. The Podium Hunters Team 1. Unfortunately, seems to have quite a sociable bonnet and just spinning around once again. They're going to be in traffic as well. That's going to be SSRI car, is it? Or is it the Sim Racing Holland car? I assume by Chris's reaction that is the SSRI car. That was an awful rejoin to say the least. If we can get a replay on what happened between those on that car, that would be good. Seems actually no, it was actually the Sim Racing Holland car. And now actually the SSRI car gets back up into P6 after the little spin they had, going into bus stop now. That was the Podium Hunters. I think it's 225. We do see a few other cars. Yep. Actually, they'll be the same cars. Never mind. Yes, that's alright. I'll go into pits as we get a replay on what happened there with the 225 Podium Hunters car as it goes into corners. Is he going to clip the curb? Yes, he is, which is going to cause him to spin, putting his brakes on, just going in to the tyre barrier there. That's a very unfortunate issue there, but that's not all that happens here. It seems he tries to recover the car as quickly as he can, but he doesn't think about other traffic here, it seems. He goes into the middle of the track here, as we see now. He is now in very dangerous sight of other cars, and he tries moving out the way, but he actually takes out the Sim Racing Holland car there, and that's good save there from the Sim Racing Holland car, not going to barrier themselves. So we now see the SSRI car going into the pits to do, I assume, is the third or fourth pit stop. These two cars are actually for position now, once again for P12 here. Van der Kran and Urso both trying to battle at it. Once again, 7 hours left to go. Getting closer with each other here, going into sector, well, near the end of sector 2. They are losing a bit of time with each other, but they are quite similar in pace as well. But we do see Porsche's one behind, which I assume is the 911. I think it is anyway. Oh, as they trying to get something, I'm going through Piff Puff. He looks for the move, isn't going to go for it though. Probably the more smart idea. It's a very brave move going through Piff Path as we go into the 6th hour now. 934 Porsche, my mistake. Also, they're trying to overlap, I think, or actually trying to get back on laps. Which I think he is trying to get back on laps, actually. He now has the slipstream here. I'm not sure if the overspeed's helping him. It does seem he is gaining quite a bit of time there on the 33 going through Blanchimont. It takes a bit of the curb there. That's usually quite risky. Can unsell that car quite easily as he tries to go for a braking move here. He does brake quite a bit closer there as we do see an M4 just span there, unfortunately, but it doesn't seem that's going to work for the 296 as he just runs out of room. Try and place his car there. Now lost a bit of time though, unfortunately for him. He has to try and gain that back in the next few corners or so. I think it... The 225 car spinning again, was it? I'm not sure if I saw it again, so I assume they've had a bit too much damage or a tyre issue that's causing them to spin like that. Or it's the actual curbs that they haven't learned from the mistakes. They are getting closer between each other, these two 296s. A few of them having bad ping there, it seems. P12. A bit of worrying ping there. Getting closer between each other, not close enough just yet to try think of going for a move. He is just fluctuating on how close he actually is with a car. He seems to be braking later in different places between them. He's all over the back of him now, going into bus stop now. Is he going to try brake later? No, he had to do a bit of a chicane himself there through cars. He is going to try and get the switchback. He is going to get quite a good line in the corner, but it isn't going to help him there as we see an R2E car just moving out of the way of what seems to be car number 79 as they both brake for a bit later that year. So going up into P10 now. Is there going to be retaliation here from the other car of Van der Kran? I'm not sure there is going to be. That was quite a good move actually there, going up into P10 by Yasu. Moving on as we do see now Patrick Treffers in the Mode 11 Racing getting closer to P20 of John Gray in the 95. I think it's the Big Brain Racing car. Kind of 95. Way. I'm getting close enough just yet, trying to look at it. I'm not sure who's got the pace advantage right now. I'm assuming it is going to be John Gray. We're going on board with another car here. P23 and 24. Aston Martin versus Porsche. Seems the Porsche is all over the back of him. Down above in the Advisor Racing team. Quite interesting though. Getting closer to the halfway mark now of this race. And closer to saying halfway through the entire season. said that about 8 times now. True. True. Yeah, reminding them. Also, that also just every time I just speak to you, it seems like I'm just speaking to myself. People who don't know. Seeing the 65 car going slow there, going into Blanchamont. I'm not sure what happened there. It seems he's back up and going. I assume it might have been a spin. Or it could have been something to do with a crash. We might be able to see, not sure. No, I think it's not anything important. But yellow flag. How's my mic quality, by the way? Because as soon as I start speaking quieter, I'm gonna turn up my Go XLR. Okay, that's fine then. Getting close now between all. I guess you could say all 3 of these. I'm not sure. No, hang on. No, that's the. I need to get this right this time. That's the Sim Racing Holland car, isn't it? I think. Oh, I see. But I'm just going to assume it's these. One of them. But getting the replay, and what happened here with the 35 car that did cause that yellow flag, 65, sorry. That caused it earlier, going over the curb of Blanchamont, spinning out as he managing to keep it out of the wall. Yes, he is, but he is now in plain danger of the oncoming traffic. Oh my days, he's just in the middle of the track. He's backwards. Oh my god. That's so sketchy, but he somehow managed to make it work, and now he's on the grass, and there is a McLaren oncoming at high speeds as well. He's to be careful to get out of the way of that, but seems he was going just before. Well, that was something interesting, actually. Never mind. Ah, I got it right. Oh, the one that has happened. At least you're not on the mic. You can get it wrong as much as you want. You can. Seems so now. Ambrosio has just kept his position of P23 for the time being. Jamboff seeming to be the quicker driver at the moment, but just seems there has been a bit of a gap that has opened up between these 2 drivers. Let's just see though. Oh my days. My voice. Fine. Does seem though. I'm just looking once again because I'm just looking through my Twitter feeds. Don't ask why. But I just got that notification of the Nordschleife thing for ACC. But I'm still kind of intrigued on how it's actually going to play out with the ACC physics. Because I'm still not sure if it's going to be that good. Because obviously some of these cars, especially like the cars like the 296, have had issues in the past when it came to suspension. And a track like Nordschleife is just something that is quite, let's just say, difficult with those curbs and obviously the elevation change and that jump. I'm not sure what the corner's called though. But there is actually that jump. I'm not sure how those cars are actually going to handle with that jump. That is actually something I haven't thought about before. I've not seen a car jump in this game, but we might see some cruising altitude jumps soon. But that is something hopefully the QNOS developers has played into play with it, and I'm not sure if there's going to be some sort of ACC physics patch with it. But that's all stuff to come, obviously. That's coming April 1st, supposedly. And it seems person in chat's Bren's Man Cave saying, yo, welcome on in to the stream. 6 hours and 49 minutes left of this race now. John Barth, closest battle on track against Ambrosio. In the endurance chat, it seems there is some sort of negotiation between teams to try and work together. That is quite a endurance race kind of thing. Some people like to do it, some people hate to do it because they don't want to benefit both of the teams. They would just want to benefit themselves usually. You could say endurance racing is more of a selfish thing than anything, but it's for a good reason. If I went really Irish then, I apologise. Oh, good. I mean, I don't really know anymore. I've known to go different accents at different times, not sure why. And Barth not trying to go side by side here, going through the street before Blanchimont. He is going to have the outside line, but he has the overspeed and gets the move done even before Blanchimont has even started. Is there going to be any sort of retaliation from the Aston Martin? I'm not even sure what's happened there, to be honest. There isn't going to be any sort of... Yeah, it's like DRS just happened. However, the car in front is the sim racing car. Yeah. He need to change the colour scheme. It's too similar. Put some pretty pink stuff on the car. That would make it look so much better. Not sure what's happened here. Seems they've got closer than ever now. Lovely. Just for context, if you're not new to the if you are new to the SSRI channel, I'm not talking to myself, even though I am probably going in today. But Chris is in the booth as well, but you just can't hear him. It was like a cameo, or you just saying it. Oh. They are going side by side, those two McLarens, though. Seems to be Linden and Uvalic. It seems Uvalic just gets past there before Lecombs. Nice. It's just given me so much talking opportunity. However, what has changed is currently in the lead is the 911 car, who I've not talked about at all, totally, during this entire race. Up in P1 now after being in P7 a few... Actually, if I say a few laps ago, it probably wasn't. It was probably like 20 minutes ago now. Up in P1, so they are doing a great job now. They've overtaken De Jong, who has been the race leader for quite some time now in that Sim Racing Holland car. But now there's been a position change recently. Where is the 1, 2, 3 car? Huizinga saying, sometimes we won't be able to put it on stream because there might be a battle happening, so I will just link the pit wall as well, so you can always get live information even when we're not talking about it in chat as well. There you go. You probably just have to copy and paste the link, but that will give you all of the live information feed as well as us being in it. I didn't know there was another CBSR car in this car, but apparently there is. The Lamborghini CBSR car. Evolution X. I'm not sure what that means. Is that 2 different teams? Oh. HD. But obviously on track now we do see the 1, 2, 3 Lamborghini of the CBSR Racing. Evolution X car. A car we haven't actually seen today in my... I don't think so. I don't know if that was English. Very brief glimpses. Chris saying, so this isn't his first actual appearance really on stream. Good to see more cars. I feel like there are quite a few cars that we haven't actually seen during this race. It does seem Van Rossen, unfortunately, getting a drive-through penalty, serving it now. Oh, actually, yes, we have seen this car. I remember now. They were battling with... Well, were they battling with the Untalented Motorsports car earlier on, or were they just different timings, I believe? I think, yeah, that's where the cameo was. I think we saw them as. You see now some cars are getting closer once again with each other. Nice one. Hey, actually a position change at risk of happening here for that name, Misalgi. That's a lot, I think. In the 420 Ferrari 296, even there's going to be another factor into this race. There is a bit of traffic as well, which has caused the gap to increase quite significantly. If that's going to go down, we'll have to see quite soon, because Yavalik seems to be the faster driver, I believe. So we do see that could be a track cut there from Schultz in the 212-296, who is now losing a lot of time here to Yuvalik. It was a track cut. So that is one more track cut closer to a drive-through penalty for the 212 team than ever. I'm not sure if they've had a drive-through just yet. Getting closer, it's not close enough yet. Try go forward, let's move. He is getting that slipstream now. I'm just trying to focus on two things at once, but it does seem he's going to go side by side here, going into Lacombe, so has the inside line. Is he going to get the move done? He does break later. He does get the move done. I'm not sure there's going to be any sort of retaliation from Scholz there in the 212. I think he might be taking it easy now. Obviously, there's still 6 hours and 38 minutes left of this race. Getting closer now. Not sure he actually is. If he's trying to just try and get close as he can to Muselji. Currently in P13. Some would say the unlucky number, as we can see his car's actually quite damaged as well. So that could be because of him being in P13. If you believe in superstitions, that could be one. That's why you don't see many people using the 13 number. Oh. But that's a change for once. Chris saying his best mate's lucky number, so... What's your racing number, Chris? 7. Any particular reason, or just took it? Fair enough. It is looking like a freeway battle here. The Bentley currently in the lead, but there is going to be a bit of a lunge there from the 296. He is going to try get his line there, just forcing his way in. It's not going to work for him though. The Mode 11 car just trying to push as far as he can, trying to get the overspeed and the better traction than what seems to be... is that actually for position? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. There is now another track cut there for the Mode 11 car. So they're going to go side by side here. Treffers and Cooper both going for it, going into Camel straight before Lacombe. He is getting the inside line here. Is it going to help him though? Yes, it is. It's going to help him significantly getting it done even before the second part of the corner. Still 29 people watching, which I'm quite surprised with, but welcome on into the people who are still watching and the new people who are watching and the new people who have only seen the stream for the first time. Previously SSRI, a racing league. Is it? It's not just... No, is it just ACC? pretty much just an ACC league. Sometimes do other leagues apparently, but obviously well known for. Well, I'm not sure how well known it is for, but Jensen Button making his appearance once in, I think it was Silverstone, wasn't it? Silverstone charity races. We see what has happened there. That seems to be his job, going into the barrier, full speed. Car number 44, just going straight into the barrier, full speed there. It seems that is another victim of the 296 dodgy suspension. He is blocking the pit lane as well. He's going to lose a bit more time there. The 225 BMW as well. That is for position. If we can get an onboard shot with his car, I want to see how much damage his suspension has, because it seems it might be quite a bit by him still going slow into that car. He actually has no suspension damage, which I'm surprised about. But he's going to have a lot of damage when it comes to aero. So we can see how much he's having to push the car there and how aggressive his steering inputs actually are. That's because he has absolutely no aero really at the front anymore, and he's just currently got so much drag. He is basically now the complete opposite to what you want on any sort of race car. So he has a lot of damage to the front end of the car. Obviously going into the barrier, probably about 150 miles an hour looking at it. And he's going to hopefully come into the pit this lap. He is losing too much time. There it is, we do see Loney as well, who overtook him. They are just, you can see him there on screen, I believe. You see a 5-second time penalty awarded for car number 151 for aggressive driving, with car 416 on lap 113 there. We do see Multi 21 UK. Oh, Multi 21. Oh, I see. Multi 21 UK. Welcome on into the stream. Good to see you supporting the stream. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Getting closer to 2K this channel. Obviously, next race is the biggest race of the season of the Nordschleife for 24 hours. Hoping that's going to be quite a good race. Oh, I can actually do Nordschleife for 24 hours looking at my exam schedule. So if you need help with that. Yeah. I can actually help out with that entire race. I don't have any exams anywhere near that date, so I should be available unless anything comes up. Nothing should be. Technically still staff here. Do you know who Multi 21 is? Chris? Oh, he's still staff, yeah. I'm not sure who it is, but welcome on in. I'm not directly calling you a new member, I just don't know anyone in this server really that well. I'm like Giso, P42 now, he is starting to make a bit of a comeback. Oh, where's my remote? Oh, that did absolutely nothing. Brilliant. VFX. I'm not sure who that is. You probably do. Samuel Brackstad, big brain racing car coming in P43, trying to put some pressure, try to get closer to Dominic Geese. We're trying to get a position change between them both. Lead 4. Oh, I see. Oh, he's been here quite a while. He does graphics. I don't really know anymore. My English capabilities are going out of the window very quickly, and I haven't assessed tasks after this. This is lovely. I wouldn't want to spend my evening any other way. That's not sarcastic, by the way, before anyone started having a go at me. Are any of the social medias still active? Or are you just stepping it down with the social medias? Like, do you actually use any of the SSRI social medias anymore? Or are they all inactive? I don't think you post onto her, do you? Oh, yeah, the last post was 2023, so maybe that's. There's Dominic Geese. Seems his webcam slowly falling down, or not sure, but we see half of his face now. Unless that's a strategic thing, so he doesn't leak any setups. Or that. Or he's just shrunk. I'm bored of Dominic East now. I'm in P42 trying to battle with P41. Here on track. We are on a peak in the view counters again. Welcome on in everybody who is new and who are new people. I've just said the same word twice. Who are new people and concurrent watchers. Welcome on in. I will be stepping out booth in the next half an hour or so. And Oliver and Kieran. Is it? Yeah. Oliver and Kieran will be doing, I think, the rest of the race there between themselves. There will also be a stream switch as well at 6:30. Chris saying in chat, just a little for your information, but that's not for another 53 minutes, so nothing to worry about. No, that's not 53 minutes. 40. It's more than half an hour. Yes. my brain's going. Cheers. All I can do to support. I forgot about that. Wait until June, I have to do an entire 24-hour race. And that's not the first time either. I'm not sure who that's with though. I know for a fact it's not with you guys. That's in April. Ooh, that's gonna be an interesting one. Big grid would be good. Yeah. Actually, is that a good idea? Get on Dominic's stream right now. Oh, that's Oliver. What pizza do you have, Oliver? In fact, that reminds me, I need to order my food. I'm probably just gonna have sushi. It's vegetarian sushi, so not very. Oh, yes, there we go. I'm not repeating that, you could say that in chat. Probably right, though. He is enjoying just holding that pizza, he's not even eating it. There we go. Oh, what's happening here? 225. Going quite wide there. Well, not even quite wide, in the wall. Again, prone to spinning that car. Oh, I did not mean to call him out like that. Oh, I'm so tempted to say something, but I don't want to say it because I don't want to be rude. This would be the time when SSRI should be sponsored by a pizza company. This would be such a good segment. Oh, pizza company. I'm trying to get a Lemsip sponsor. That's my goal. That seems the only time I'm actually sick, it seems. Homemade. This is the Oliver Pizza Company. What would you call your pizza company, Oliver? Keep it PG, because I know what you're like. He will be taking over comms in the next I'm not sure, 20 minutes or so. And I think he might be going to the end with Kieran, who will be joining you at roughly 7:30. So the rest of it is quite scheduled, and I will be back in the comms box with a different league later on, and a completely different game. Oh, is it? No, I don't mind staying on. I'll just see how it goes, I think. You can't keep it PG. I saw that coming from a mile away. One thing I want to see, and I've been looking at again when I'm not going to get one of these because they're $3,000, but an Apple Vision Pro on ACC seems like quite a cool idea because it's supposedly the top of the line. That's a very, very damaged BMW there. I think that's been damaged for quite a while though. But yeah, trying an Apple Vision Pro on ACC because apparently it's the top of the line VR, which you expect for $3,000, but that is definitely Apple for you. If you take out Apple, and just call it Vision Pro, it'll be 150 quid. IVR. Oh, true. It'd be, it would be called the IVP, wouldn't it? The Apple Vision Pro. I mean, the only other thing that is product as an eye is the actual PC and the Magic Mouse, which is the worst thing ever, by the way. I had one of those Apple Magic Mouses, but every time it dies you can't keep using it because the charging port is stupidly on the bottom. It's like, why? You get paid 10 grand or so for a product to be designed and you decide to put a charging port on the bottom. It's almost as useless as BMW people with indicators. Yeah, that's gonna spice up this tune a bit. So I'm not wrong. Close out to the 6-hour mark of this race. Halfway of the race, and there's 12 divided by 2 is actually 6, believe it or not. Counterpoint. Battery lasts longer due to stopping you overcharging it, and it takes 2 minutes to charge a month for a month. 2 minutes to charge for a month. I'm assuming that's the Apple Vision Pro. Well, they're supposed to be used in general public, and I think I've seen a few people use it, like Casey Neistat and a few others use them in public, but you just look so odd, and it's to the point where it's actually useful, because what has happened there? Actually, I should probably get bored with this. E1 Motorsport's just going into the wall there. I'm not sure how well that actually is, as Dominic likes his gloves, it seems. But I'm not sure what happened there. It seems the E1 just got a bit of a pit maneuver from another car there. That's caused him to go in the wall, unfortunately. Oh, the Apple Mouse. What's the gap between P1 and P2? The gap between P1 and P2 can be found on pit wall, but apparently it's 1 lap now. Oh yeah, it won't be 1 lap. It's 10 seconds between P1 and P2. I'm going to say it again. Oh. That was a good segment of pizza eating time, and it made me very hungry. What's it called? Yeah, 10-second gap between P1 and P2. The Jung back in the lead after Taran going into the pits, it seems. There is a 9-tenth gap between Aborin and Taran. Taran, who has not seemed to have got out of the car for quite some times now. Oh my days. Rin now looking to get a bit of pressure here from Aborin behind the car. I don't think we've seen much today, the 202. Only in P4. Now it seems a lot of Porsches are in the top 5 so far. It seems 3/5 of them are actually in the top 5, or also known as... I'm trying to do maths and it's not working. It's not... True. We'll just keep it as 3/5. It's easier. These two cars back at it once again, the McLaren and Ursu. I don't think we saw that much until the previous stint. But now they're back at it once again, these two cars who were battling previously, but Ursu did get by, and now slipstream all over going into the bus stop now. Seems he's going to brake later. He's actually going to turn into him a tiny bit there, try to get the switch back. It isn't going to work. He closes the door there, Ursu. But who's going to have the better exit? It seems both of them get quite equal exit times. And now they are just going to stay in the same position and around the same gap between them both now going into the source. Now, does seem Ursu gets the better exit there. It's still not the biggest gap, and he has to try and increase that gap or maintain the same gap before going on to Camel Straight. Seems though... Oh my days, I thought the camera angle just caused the crash. But seems now Cotterini might be able to get past here as they've got to squeeze each other over a tiny bit of door rubber there. I'm not sure how necessary that really was, but it does seem the McLaren is past quite... I speak too soon. It seems he is just going to cut the corner completely. He needs to let that place back there. It is really an illegal overtake. But he will be punished with... There we go. He has let it by. As we see now, as we back into P9. Could be. No, I think I'm here. However, what I'm going to try to do is multitask and get ready for my next stream as well. So I'll quickly do that. So I'll just multitask quickly. That's the wrong button. There we go. Do you see now this gap is starting to increase again between them both? How long that is going to be, it seems Ursu does have the advantage going into Sector 3 and parts of Sector 2 just by eyeing it. I'm not sure if that's the same on the timing board, but we'll have to see between them both. I'm not sure. Where are you going? Oh, you've got 6 hours of this. Good luck. Is there actually any new liveries this time? I'm not sure there is. I think they're all the same. But I reckon we will probably have the next livery. Oh my gosh, that is quite dangerous there. Ursu just trying to block him there. That could have been quite a bad incident between them both. So it's now quite a rough game here between them both. It seems though he goes into the wall at full speed there. I'm not sure what happened there. Is that wheel disconnect? I'm not sure he got pushed either. If we can get a replay on that, would be good as we go on dual cam. Not sure how useful dual cam is. But now it does seem... No, actually, no. Wait, hang on. We've just got the same thing. There we go. Oh, I see. Does seem now the gap is starting to increase between them both. CBSR can now trying to get a move done here on Uvalik. Both quite close. Wait, no, Van der Linden and to Host actually. I apologise, got those two cars wrong. "29 people still watching. Still, thank you for watching. This waffle stream, you could say so far. You see again a replay. What happened here on board with the McLaren here? It seems now there is a bit of rough. They are quite close, but that's not even contact unless that's netcode. But I'm not sure actually if that is just spinning on his own and just going into the wall there. I assume it might have been a bit of netcode between them both. Oh. Oh, I do see that, yeah. So that could have been the issue there. That's one thing that is the issue with, obviously, I'm assuming he's either got bad internet or he's from a country that's quite far away from the server hosting, which I believe is an island server, if I'm not wrong. Is it an Irish server origin? Because that's the closest QNOS server. As Multi thinks he's just deleted himself. He could do. He could have just retired from the race early. He just wanted to have a nap. But that's the issue with, obviously, as I was mentioning earlier, when you have a bunch of different countries from thousands of kilometers away from each other on the same server, as ping will be affected like that, and it can be classed as quite dangerous. And that's why we do see, especially in professional esports, as we do see SRO esports America, SRO esports Europe, and SRO esports Asia. So it's just obviously to defeat the object of obviously time zones as well, but as well as ping issues that we do see. Unfortunately, that do happen, but sometimes it's not even because of different countries. It can just be because of internet, but I'm going to assume it's the first option. Because side by side through a Russia, are we doing that really? Yes, we are. This is not going to go well. Oh my god. Oh, that was close there, but they managed to go through side by side safely-ish. That's not even for position, is it? It was actually for position there. I'm not sure. Hang on, these leaderboards are too confusing there now. Yeah, John Gray. Does seem the stream viewers are peaking again, which is good to see. Should probably speak then. Does seem now Lenson starting to create a bit of a gap between him and John Gray after that very close incident that could have happened between him and John Gray going up a Rouge Ragion previously. And now 6:05 in game time and 6:07 in real life, so that is kind of annoying how it's 2 minutes off, but that's fine. I'll let you off. What would the world do without coffee? I don't think I'd be awake right now. Yeah, I just saw a post on Twitter about coffee, so I was like, why not speak about it? See, this is a four-way battle. I'm not sure if it's for position. I don't think it is. I think these are different laps, which is a bit unfortunate, but it could have been quite a... However, John Gray is getting closer to Lenson again, but I think that's what we've just seen earlier. The other. Yeah, the other leader. Dominic!
Alex!
How's it going, mate?
Shit!
I think you came at the right time. I think me and Chris are both losing our minds now.
Oh, really?
Well, he's saying there's multiple leaders in this race now, so... You know, you usually do, but I can't blame him. He's still got 6 hours of this.
Yeah.
How was your stint then?
Good and shit as well.
Well,
I just,
explain.
I got 2 warnings, and with these 2 warnings, I got to drive for the team.
Ouch.
Yeah.
What position are you in?
When I was boxed, we are in P39. I don't know where we are now.
I think I saw you in P42 earlier, so I don't know if you went up or down since then.
Yeah, I exited the pits in P42 of the drive-through. So.
I see. We did get a lovely camera camera segment of Oliver eating a pizza.
Yeah. Oliver got a pizza from his neighbor. He asked if you want a homemade pizza.
Oh.
And who would not say no?
Didn't even make it himself, shaking my head. Recent. I see. So, people on stream, just to inform you, there will be a stream switch up in the next minute or so. So, if that's why the stream goes unlive, that is the reason. Just so that we can do it when the battles aren't happening. So I'm repeating what Chris says. So we will probably see you in the next 30 seconds or so. So, see you in a minute.